Warmed up a little bit later yesterday and today, which is a welcome sight after the weather in New York earlier this week. Oaklawn Park races 1 through 9 will be showing of their card Fastmade Track in Hot Springs, Arkansas as well. The feature on today's card comes up a little bit later on in the 7th race this afternoon as we'll take a look at it. Here is the field, and you have Thrill of It, Andy, who just missed last time out after closing, coming from off of it in that tight photo finish.
And with the 1A scratched, I think that this horse would have been the morning line favorite. You'd have to believe. And I don't love Thrill of It in that he's gotten very good trips when he's won. I think he's run well in his last race. Disarmed, was able to control in the front end. But he is the proverbial best closer in a race that it looks loaded with speed.
Absolutely. Should get another good trip potentially today. Was last early, just closing on the outside last time out, was able to close 2 starts back over Factually Correct, who he will face once again in this field and get the win that day. He gets the job done, but not always by the biggest margin, and leaves you a little bit stressed there coming down to the line. And there is the reflection of the scratch of that 1A Cup. But that's the feature coming up a little bit later on today in the 7th race, and we'll see what those sprinters can do on the track this afternoon. Want to remind everybody that you can join NYRA Bets today and play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code BONUS200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NYRABets.com for your $200 deposit match. Perfect time to do it with Wood Memorial coming up tomorrow, and with the opener coming up right now. First race of the day, we're going 1 1/8 on the main track, the distance of the Wood Memorial. This is a maiden special weight for the 3-year-olds, and pretty wide open with a couple of horses taking attention right now. 2-1 favorite highlighted as the number 3, True Connection, who finished 2nd last time out. We'll talk a little bit more about his chances and the rest of this field. The opener coming up from Aqueduct. We're just getting started on America's Day at the races. We'll be back after this. We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us on this Friday afternoon. Getting ready for the opener at the Big A Maiden Special Weight, going 1 mile and an 1/8 for the 3-year-olds. There's a look, Andy, at the 3 True Connection face Tuscan Sky, who we'll get a chance to see in the Wood Memorial tomorrow, and then last time out finishing second behind Society Man.
And obviously, he can win this race, and he's one of the horses to beat. My concern with him is that that last race featured a supersonic pace that just completely and totally incinerated and enabled Society Man, as well as True Connection, to close into it. And I think it dressed his performance up a little bit. Now, to be fair, his debut was a solid one. So I'm not saying he's not good. I'm not saying he can't win here, but I think his last race might be a little deceptive.
Well, we'll see what he does as your favorite in here. But for more, we welcome in the third member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale, here with us. Hey, Maggie, what are you seeing from these maidens?
Well, Acacia, when it comes to your favorite in here, True Connection, I agree with Andy. But he's also going to have to try a fast track for the first time, which I also thought was interesting. But taking a look at some horses who are making their NYRA debuts, that does include the Rail Runner, #1 in here, Causeway. I remember the dam, Jameson and Ginger, and she got me in trouble a lot because she was a short, stout little filly that I never thought looked A, fit, or B, wanted a route of ground, but ultimately she proved me very wrong in those departments. She did take a while, to be fair, to break her maiden in her third start, but she went on to run several triple-digit Beyer speed figures, greatest stakes place, going long on the dirt. So this guy getting to the 2 turns for the second time in a row. You know, last time I thought he was checked back to last halfway around the first turn, and then he just kind of stayed on evenly, and that race certainly isn't going to, I think, pressure anybody to run to the windows to bet him, but he definitely struck me as a horse that if he can get that forward position, he's going to maintain it. So I think Manny Franco has a job to do of getting this horse out of the gate from that rail starting point and just being in a prominent position, because I think he's a horse that really just kind of stays on evenly. Is one that, like his dam, carries a little bit of excess weight, is a little bit more short and stout. So I'm still not exactly sure how fit this horse ultimately is. But like I said, I would love to see Manny be aggressive with him from the start to give him his best chances. And then on the outside, #5, D-Day Sky has arguably faced the best company of any of these in here, including his last 2 at Churchill Downs and Gulfstream Park. He was slammed by, or I should say he did the slamming into the eventual winner, Conquest Warrior, and breaking inward, and then kind of just didn't have anything left around the turn. Now, he's a horse that does have some experience going the 2 turns, including his best effort 2 back. He's another one that's a little bit more short and stout, where distance isn't leaping off of their physicality, so to speak, but does show up here for Michelle Giangiulio after being purchased for $125,000 from the Lothenbach dispersal sale, and looks healthy, but also with that kind of somewhat of a layoff in mind. I'm going to take the wait and see approach. Just gives me the impression, Acacia, that 1 start might be needed to get things going again.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 3-1 right now on D-Day Sky. The blinkers coming off, making his first start for the barn after facing some very good ones. The #3, True Connection, though, back over to him, as we'll see what he can do in his third start and stretching out to the 1 1/8 for the first time. Also getting on a fast track for the first time. And here's the race you were alluding to, Andy, with the quick pace. He was off slow, kind of made the sustained run and was second best, but he was running late, picking up those others.
Yeah, this was a bit of a picking up the pieces effort. On the other hand, he can obviously win this race. I don't want to, it's just my knock on him is that his last race looks a little bit better than it was. And the horse who won this race is running in the Wood Memorial, where he's not likely to get a real major piece of the race. They're taking their shot. This was just not the kind of race that I want to bet on, because he's getting bet off of his 77 Beyer, closing at a mile, going 1 1/8, and I think it's a little bit deceptive. And my feeling in picking the 5 here, and I don't want to run and bet him at 5-2, is that of the 3 major contenders, I guess Just Music could win, but he's had his chances, as hot as Linda is with 4 seconds. The 1, 3, and 5, I thought the 5 would have much better early position, and I was hoping that would give him a little bit of an advantage.
Did face some good ones as well. Conquest Warrior, Track Phantom, 2 starts back, as Maggie mentioned, purchased out of that Lothenbach dispersal sale for $125,000, which was originally a $200,000 yearling, so quite comparable. And we'll see if he has some upside moving forward for the new barn. There is Causeway, though, and he ended up being elevated to 3rd after finishing 4th in that Tampa race to get checked on the turn, it looked like.
Yeah, about a quarter mile
Right.
to 3/8 of a mile, so we'll roll this until the trouble. And the rider, I mean, the rider does briefly come out of the irons, and
Yes.
you'll see it.
Samuel Marin.
But also, did it really cost him that
Right.
much? Maybe it cost him
Right.
about a length or so. It certainly didn't cost him the race. But on the other hand, it was legitimate trouble. And as you see right there, Protective seems to be coming out.
Yep.
He seems to be getting out on the rider right there, actually, and sort of caused him to check. Whether or not it really affected the finish, I don't know. I'm still annoyed because I bet Salacious in there. It was
Salacious.
same connections as deterministic. Or,
No, you're thinking.
no, he is.
Is it Salacious?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
All right. Same ownership group.
I'm almost
I
sure
will
of
trust
that.
you on that one then.
Yes.
9 to 5 though on the 3 True Connection, as we'll get a chance to meet the field in the post parade starting here. The number 1 Causeway to start things
Maybe
off.
I'm wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of another race. You
I
might
think
be.
Salacious is trained by Jose D'Angelo.
I think you're right. I got the wrong horse. Horse could be the wire. I think Causeway may be the horse to beat in here, getting a little more experience. I think he's going to move forward.
2 to 1 right now, co-favorite. There is the 2 First Trumpet stretching back out in distance.
Well, if you want the horse that figures to be in front early, he's the one.
Did finish 3rd at a mile and 1/8, a couple starts back. Here's your favorite, True Connection.
Obviously a horse who can win this race. He's run well in both of his starts, but the question is whether or not this closer is the kind of horse that's going to get better with more distance.
Here is Just Music, as you mentioned, been knocking on the door with those 4 second-place finishes.
Yeah, I guess after yesterday, you don't want to just dismiss Linda Wright horses, but doesn't this horse have to get faster to win?
Yeah, you would think so. Of course, Linda with 5 on the card yesterday. And here is D-Day Sky.
Yeah, I just felt like this horse could be forward, theoretically sitting in a 2nd position, and I don't like the last effort. That does concern me, but I was hoping first time for the New Connections that he would run a better race, more like the race 2 back, which would make him very tough.
You can get the inside track on handicapping with Naira Betts Track Stats. Want to know how many winners go gate to wire in 1-turn miles at Aqueduct, for example? Track Stats has the answer. For more stats on Aqueduct and tracks across the country, visit nairabets.com today. There's a look at True Connection warming up on the track before Just Music. This one owned and trained by Linda Rice, as we touched on Linda with a terrific start to the meet here, the spring meet. She already had the 23 wins for the winter meet and then 5 wins on the card yesterday.
Good thing she had a big cushion on David Jacobson. It was put up and ended up with 5 winners on Saturday's card. Big day yesterday. 3 of them were very logical, short price drop downs. And quite a performance by the winner of yesterday's feature, Joey Freshwater, who got a 105 buyer.
Big effort from that horse as
Huge.
well. Huge. 4 to 1 on Linda's charge now. For more on the rest of the field, though, let's check in with Maggie as they warm up.
Yeah, we'll take a look at her taking on the boys. Yes, Linda Rice taking on some male trainers, also a fellow female named Michelle Giangilio, but Just Music taking on Colts and Geldings here, and it shows. And she's a 3-year-old filly. Maybe distance will become the great equalizer, but when this happens, from my vantage point, I like to see how they match up physically with their male counterparts, and she really looks like a filly, a 3-year-old filly, taking on the boys here. So I'm a little bit concerned about that, and I just feel like, yeah, with 2-year-olds sometimes it doesn't matter because the females, they do mature a little bit quicker. But once you kind of get past that threshold, I feel like it does become a bit of a challenge. I will say she looks as though she's very well suited to the distance, as she proved that she was okay at it 2 back. But, and I'm sure it's a matter of these races not going for the girls, but she'll prove me wrong. But again, Linda's just on an incredible roll. As number 3, True Connection, as I mentioned, he's getting on a fast track for the first time in his career. He does present himself as one that could appreciate wet going, but not that the fast track's going to be a detriment to him by any means. And he's a horse that really looks as though now trying the 9 furlongs for the first time, it's going to be to his liking. He's very leggy, very long and lanky, and he's strong. He's also fairly aggressive in the paddock. He was last time, so, you know, nothing out of character. But I wonder if he does put himself, or at least one would hope, put himself in the race a little bit more with slower, earlier fractions going this distance of ground. Acacia?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Let's see what kind of pace setup we get in here. And on that note, Andy, I mean, you mentioned in the post spray the 2 first trumpets stretching out. He's the one that looks on paper like he should be quickest early, and we'll see if the others can kind of keep close to him.
And the funny thing about him is he actually has a faster fig at 1 1/8 than the number 4 is run. And I think Just Music's taking this money because it has a lot of seconds and is trained by Linda Rice. And this horse is the 4th best horse in the race. Yeah. At best.
Yep.
At best, the 4th best horse in the race. Linda didn't win with horses that didn't. She had a first-time starter. Horse Joey Freshwater had some form before that, and 3 horses dropping down. As far as this horse First Trumpet, I mean, if you're betting the 4 at 5-1, why aren't you looking at this horse at 13-1? I understand you've got Linda Rice versus Eddie DeLuro. He doesn't win a lot of races. He doesn't exactly have a barn full of killers. But this is a horse that has run at times races fast enough to at least compete with the 4 Just Music, and is going to be the controlling speed, barring a bad break. So I don't like this horse, but I'm not sure why the horse is 3 times the price of the 4, who just can't really win on paper. And I like D-Day Sky. I feel like somebody must know something. How is this horse even money? I said to you I wasn't going to bet him at 5-2. And now he's gone down to even money. It's almost like somebody, I sometimes wonder if they know that like Causeway and or True Connection can't win. Because this is I picked him. I wouldn't, even money. I'd like to book him at even money.
I wonder, too, if it's because of his running lines. I mean, to be fair, even though he was 3rd behind Track Phantom, 2 back, he was still 11-1 in that maiden special at Gulfstream last time out. I know that he's faced some good horses. He disappointed last time. With the blinkers coming off and the fact that he has had sometimes trouble getting out of the gate, does that make you a little concerned with how this race may play out?
I mean, I'm always concerned with how race is going to play out. He is supposed to be 2nd. And with Kendrick, he's supposed to go.
Right.
So the assumption would be that he's going to be sitting 2nd. But you don't really know. And even though it's only a 5-horse field, the outside post does know you no favors, even in a 5-horse field. So we'll see. I mean, I don't want to, you know, I know what. I picked him. I think he's a terrible bet at 6-5. Even if he wins, I would never endorse him.
Taking all the money now, 6-5 on D-Day Sky, making his first start for the Giangiulio barn. See how it plays out here in a very interesting opener, this maiden special way to kick off the Friday card. We'll send it up to track announcer Chris Griffin, standing by with the call.
D-Day Sky goes in, backs away. Hesitates briefly. And it. All set. And they're off. Just Music gets the first call right out to the front, and First Trumpet wants to be in the early mix as well, wants to hold that rail position and will. It's going to be First Trumpet to push on through and a challenge for that early lead as Just Music and First Trumpet hook up. They are now head and head. They are about 3 lengths clear of the rest as D-Day Sky is going to lead that second grouping. At the rail, it's Causeway, second to last with the early trailer, True Connection. A pace duel on the front end as First Trumpet secured the front, went 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Now backing off of that early kick, that's going to be Just Music, who's alone in second, still about 4 lengths back to D-Day Sky. And the orange cap is moving towards the outside here of Causeway, patiently ridden at the rail there in 4th. And the trailer is True Connection. They're chasing the big long shot. Longest shot on the board. First Trumpet is in command, is up by 1.5 lengths, extends the margin just a bit as they work up the backstretch here in the opener. Just Music tries to cut back into the margin, and here comes D-Day Sky. Kendra Carmouche just cruising along here from 3rd, moving closer to the leaders who went 48-4 for the half-mile time. Causeway is tightly at the rail, going to need some room, and True Connection from the back starts to rally. Tightly bunched here as they move into the far turn, and the big long shot is still there. It's First Trumpet still a neck in front. Just Music is called upon for the effort here in the two-path is chasing. D-Day Sky is all in between horses. True Connection trying to make up some ground. Causeway is making hard work of it. Here is back to the trailer as they approach the top of the stretch. First Trumpet has not relinquished the lead. Here comes Just Music ready to challenge, and now Just Music trying to push on by. First Trumpet not going away without a fight, and First Trumpet comes back towards the inside of Just Music. They are still shoulder to shoulder here for a final furlong. It's Just Music. D-Day Sky starts to put a rally together, and the three-path is bringing True Connection. Here comes D-Day Sky with the rally. Just Music is in front. Just Music trying to hold off D-Day Sky, who looked to get up. Very tight photo there. D-Day Sky, Just Music. Finishing third was First Trumpet in 1 minute 52 and 4 in the opener.
Photo finish. Looks like the number 5, D-Day Sky, just got there. And Andy, the 4, Just Music, was actually the one that broke on top. And part of that pace with the 2 First Trumpet, they didn't really stop in the stretch. Nobody else really came on to catch them.
This was a very bizarre race. Yeah. It really was. Because I think I was ready to hear people saying, oh, Linda Rice, you know. At this point, nobody is running. I mean, she's head and head with the 2 we talked about. Why was that horse 3 times the price, 20-1 versus 7-1? Nobody was running. It's like I said with the 6-5. It's like they knew the Causeway wasn't going to run. And the 3 wasn't gaining any ground, and suddenly D-Day Sky sort of snatched victory from the jaws of defeat because, frankly, he wasn't really running. And I think that it just became a sort of battle of attrition in the late stages because I'll tell you something, this is not winning like a 6-5 shot should.
And here's the start. That's kind of what we talked about beforehand. You see how the 5 D-Day Sky kind of breaks in and hits the gate a little bit, which is his wont to do. The 4 Just Music actually broke like a shot coming out there, and being forwardly placed turned out to be the best thing for this horse. He just missed, but ran valiant in defeat, and then D-Day Sky just kind of, with hard work by Kendrick Carmouche, grinding to come and get him in the late stages.
Yes, Kendrick, you earned your pay with this one.
Yes.
Because, and I mean, there was a possibility that he was going to be last top of the stretch with this horse, to be honest. Causeway had a great trip with Manny Franco and never really got into gear. The 3 True Connection briefly looked like he was making a run. He got on even terms with the winner, but the winner just outfinished him late. A very strange race, to be honest. And I think the people who are ready to say, oh, Linda Rice horses are all running out of their skin, I just think this was a function of a lot of horses we thought, the public, we all kind of thought would show up, that just didn't really show up in here. And sometimes these mile and eighth races are like that.
You saw a fist bump from trainer Michelle Giangiulio as D-Day Sky gets the win, the first start in her barn. 5-4-2-3, 6-5 favorite, gets the job done and gets some pats from the connections in the winner's circle as well. When we come back, we'll turn our attention over to Oaklawn Park. Maidens over there as well. Live action from Hot Springs to kick. There is the 6 Can't I Run. We'll talk a little bit more about her chances in the rest of the field after this.
In the Pilgrim Stakes, they come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as Kendrick Armouche and D-Day Sky head into the winner's circle after the first race. Of course, that took all the late money and turned out to be very prudent money as Michelle Gianggiulio, all smiles, first start in her barn, a winning one.
One like a 6-5 shot should, but he got grounded out.
Yeah.
And I think there were a couple things that went on in here. The 3 isn't a mile and eighth horse, you know, whether the good setup or not, because he got there and he didn't finish the last 8, and they were clearly slowing down. Causeway was just bad. Manny was in a good spot every step of the way. He only lost by maybe 3 lengths, but he just didn't really run. He just has no acceleration in here. And so that's kind of why he got up. It was almost a battle of attrition in the late stages. I don't think the 4 overperformed so much as the way the race ended up going.
With the 4 Just Music and the 2 First Trumpet, they were both forwardly placed, and they are able to hold on for second and third as the 2 biggest prices in this race, but $4.60 winner. In the opener, we head over to Oaklawn Park, Hot Springs, Arkansas, here to kick off the live racing action for the day. 6 furlongs on the main track, maiden claiming for $20,000. This is fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, and right now, Can't I Run, the number 6, even money, moving first, though, through the post parade, starting off with Petit Jean.
And I think there's 5 of 7 are Archie-breds in this race. Petit Jean, wouldn't it be Petit? Petty?
Petit Jean.
Okay. I like to, you're French, you know. You're back, so French is going to be a discussion.
Wild Cherokee went by. Here's First Diamond.
First Diamond, even in this field, is going to have to improve an awful lot.
Ready for Wine. I can identify with this
Well,
horse.
if you've been back on the air with me for half an hour, you got to be ready for a
You're
large
gonna need a
wine
glass
already.
later. 7-1 on this one. Take a look at a horse next who is dropping back down in class, JJ's Joy.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not going to be surprised by any result. I'm not sure why this horse is 5-2, though.
Yeah, I guess because he's dropping back down, but didn't show much finish
No,
in 30 on debut.
why is he a much shorter price than a
Yeah.
horse like the 2?
These fillies.
Or
There's your
one
favorite,
who's the
Can't I
speed.
Run?
I think Petit Jean is actually the overlay right now, and this is probably the worst to beat. But you want to take 6-5 on anybody in this field?
No. And then you've got Bodie Odie, who's making start number 16 of her career.
It's pretty impressive. 16 starts, has 3/3. You made your first trip to Oaklawn, huh?
I did, for the Rebel. I had a great time.
Yeah, no, it's fun.
Yeah, I love racing there, which was really, really fun. It was a really good time. And, of course, we had that Arkansas Derby this weekend with some great racing. But some news as far as track announcers are concerned. We've enjoyed hearing Matt Dinnerman calling the races at Oaklawn Park. But first, we say a fond farewell, an official retirement to our dear friend, John Imbrial, calling the races here at NYRA. Such a history in New York, and just truly one of the kindest individuals you will ever meet.
Yeah, I think that Johnny would agree with that he's had enough goodbyes. But having said
It's the
that,
farewell tour.
a very good friend of mine, and a good friend of mine because it's really from working relationships. And, you know, when I first went on TV doing some work here in the mid-90s, I worked with Johnny, and he was as generous as you could imagine. A lot of people aren't as generous, and Johnny, I was one. He was never threatened. He wanted to help young people get a chance and teach them things, the things that he had learned, and he worked in so many capacities here at the New York Racing Association and did all of them better than well, actually. And it was really great to see him get his chance to get the spotlight and to be able to call, you know, get the big chair for a few years as he backed up some great announcers over the years, but he never really had that chance to call full time, and getting a chance to do that, I'm sure, was a great way to close his career out. And we wish Johnny the best in retirement. I miss seeing him around here. We do text and we joke around, but Johnny, a great man, and he was a great employee at NYRA for almost 45 years, really.
Truly, and like you said, a friend to everybody that he crossed here at the track as well. So we wish Johnny all the best. And now with, again, some shuffling musical chairs as far as announcers are concerned. Matt Dinnerman has been named the track announcer at Monmouth Park. He was out at Golden Gate, moved over to call most recently at Oaklawn Park, who we've enjoyed hearing him. He will take over the duties at Monmouth Park as with John Imbrial's retirement. We're pleased to have Chris Griffin doing the downstate activities here in New York.
Chris will be here, and Chris, of course, has been calling at Monmouth after Frank left. Our friend Frank Miramati, who calls with us in Saratoga, and Matt got the big job, and we wish him the best of luck. Matt's incredibly enthusiastic. He has been for many years. He absolutely loves the game, and I think it comes out in his calls. It comes out in his work. He's you need people like Matt that have that enthusiasm, and there are quite a few in the game. I don't mean to just single him out, but Matt has a great love of the game, and I think it's just a question of time before somebody names a horse for him. They're ready to go.
That's right. We need to have that for sure. We wish him all the best with the new venture coming up at Monmouth Park. But like we said, we've enjoyed hearing him at Oaklawn. And of course, we'll get a chance to hear his voice momentarily as we will kick off the field shortly. But first, we head over to Paul LaDuca live with us at Oaklawn. Paul, you've gotten to hear a lot of Matt Dinerman's calls. And with a lot of these changes, we all know what a tough job and what an all-consuming job being a track announcer can be. And we've been privileged to really hear for some good ones.
Yeah, and I think Matt's done a good job. Listen, it's very, very tough. I'll tell you what, this is probably the toughest, I would say, place to call races, especially you got two different finish lines here, and the booth is basically right in the middle. So I think Matt's done a great job and deserving as well. He's worked his way up from walking horses with John Sadler to calling races, and he's done a great job. And then, Johnny, he's just near and dear to my heart, and I only knew the man for 6 to 7 years since I've been with NYRA and came out east. And I tell you what, there's two things I'm going to say about Johnny I, and they're two traits that are just unbelievable. Number one, within 15 to 30 seconds, you already love the man. I mean, he was just so genuine. You knew that everything that was coming from him was coming from his heart. And he was always trying to help you. Johnny was just like that. And from the day I was hired by NYRA and came to New York, he was, kind of helped me out through the process, where my desk was, where everything was. Like, a lot of people don't realize, like Andy said, he just didn't call races. He did just so much more. And I think the other part about it is, like, he was just an underrated race caller. I just think, and like, he never wanted that spotlight, never needed that spotlight, and the humility that Johnny brought to the racetrack. And like I said, I only knew him for a short period of time, but he impacted me a lot, Acacia.
Paul, thank you. Well said. As we see horses on the track for the opener at Oaklawn, again, a maiden claiming. There's Can't I Run. Paul, your thoughts on this maiden race to kick off the day?
It's obviously the 6 horses to beat in this race, right? Can't I Run. But like Andy said, do you want to take a horse at 8-5 with a 36 buyer? But when I look at this race, I also agree with Andy. I don't understand why the 5 is a horse that is second choice in here. When you look at this field, and I'm going to make it quick because I know they're going in the gate, the 2 and the 6 are the horses that have lost least ground. All these horses have lost an immense amount of ground deep in stretch or when they hit the turn. The 2 and the 6, like Andy said, the 2, and he likes the 1 a little bit. I do think the 1-2 as well is probably the fast horse, but for the value at 8-1, I just think it's a tough race, but I can't believe the 2 is 8-1. I think the 6 is obviously the filly to beat, but, just those 2 fillies to me have lost the least ground, so I think they're the ones to beat.
Paul, thank you. We'll see how it plays out in the opener. Graduation day for one of these fillies. Loading in for the opener. Speaking of Matt Dinerman, here he is with the call.
We're ready to go. We're off and running at Oaklawn Park. First Diamond in the middle of the field out alertly. Here's Wild Cherokee to pass and take a short lead. Wild Cherokee's the pacemaker from First Diamond. Bodie Odie, who's deep on the course, coming up to apply pressure on Wild Cherokee down the backstretch. Can't I Run moving up level third with First Diamond. A length to Petty Jean, who's on a stronghold, a little bit keen. 3 better than JJ's Joy and ready for wide. As the back of the pack gets to the rail with a half mile to go. Bodie Odie with the head lead. Wild Cherokee retreats to second. into the far turn run. First Diamond getting closer, third within 2 1/4 lengths of Bodie Odi, who clears off and gets to the rail around the far turn. Can't I Run is fourth, 6 behind now in an all-out drive. Petty Jean moving up to claim the 5th spot. Ready for Wine is next. JJ's Joy has not run her best today. They come to the top of the lane. Bodie Odi is scampered away to a 5-length lead. Bodie Odi as she sails down the lane. Can't I Run into the second position, has about 4 or 5 to make up on Bodie Odi in the final furlong. Bodie Odi still well ahead. Can't I Run chasing second, First Diamond third. It's Bodie Odi and John Court clear. Bodie Odi took it to him from the word go and wins it. Can't I Run was second, First Diamond third. Ready for Wine, 4th home.
Graduation day indeed. Bodie Odi in her 16th career start. The blinkers back on, gets the win. Holding off your favorite, Andy.
I guess the secret is being aggressive when both the 1 and 5 are projected to be forward. The 5 didn't out of the gate. I'm not exactly sure what even happened to Petit Jean, the 1. But, I mean, this race was just, we looked at each other around the 3/8 pole and said, this race is over. I mean, this horse was just cruising on the front end. You don't see these kind of results for 0 for 15s a lot, but, I mean, she won like she should have been the favorite here.
Pulling away from this field, never switched leads. It didn't matter, and she gets the job done over your favorite, the number 6 Can't I Run, who will have to settle for second. Second win of the meet as well for jockey John Court. Prices and more when we come back. We'll also talk about the dynamic duo back for more success, talking about Linda Rice and Jose Lezcano. We saw yesterday they certainly know how to win races together. More on that after this.
Terranova run him. He's running. I mean, if anything, you could say it's an ambitious spot to go in a 50,000 Claber, but he's found the right field. He's the favorite, and he's the horse to beat. I don't think there's any argument against it. He may not win, but he's the horse they got to beat.
Maybe he will find his friends today. For more, let's check in trackside with Maggie.
He's just the right horse in here. He's reliable when you look at his figures. He's been facing, as Andy said, much better company. And really, he ticks every box as far as a horse physically. The mile is fine with me. He suits it well physically. He's incredibly fit now, warmed up wonderfully, really jumped into the bridle when Jose Gomez took him away from the pony. And I just like everything I'm seeing from him as his main rival as he's just moved to favoritism. And let's not forget, you know, yes, Linda is hot. She's been hot for 18 months now, and she's coming off the back of a 5-win day, but John Terranova wins a lot too with a far fewer, smaller stable than what she has. So yeah. Lord Captain, though, it's kind of funny looking at him. He looks like the mile distance would be perfect. I know he did not run well at it last time, but that race, he's kind of a little bit more forward, and the winner coming from further back that day and also facing tougher fields since. He took maybe just a few more strides to kind of really jump into the bridle as opposed to number 4, I Am the Law. But again, I can't fault him. Very healthy, great coat. It's just he's a little less dependable than your current favorite. As number 3, Aztec, I get why Andy likes him. And I remember Andy being quite bullish about him first time out, but yeah, what chance did he have last time with that race? The first 2 finishers running 1-2 around the racetrack. Wonder if he does show a little bit more speed getting the extra furlong. Second time in the barn of Bruce Levine's. He does look a bit more fit than what he did, a lot more lean and tucked up. But Bruce Levine is one of those trainers where a lot of his horses look fantastic in their coat and their flesh, and he's just not one of them. Am I going to be surprised when he jumps up and wins because it's a short field and he has excuses? No, but between the other 2 I discussed, he looks a notch below, at least looking at them physically, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll see how he stacks up in here against these. And you've got 8-5 now on I Am the Law. As Maggie said, just looks like he could just be in the right spot in here. But there's not too much separating some of these other horses if they can run their best race.
Yeah, their best race. The thing I'll say about I Am the Law is he consistently runs well.
Right.
So he doesn't have to run his best race per se. I mean, he will if somebody runs an average. The other ones, they are more often they don't run well enough to beat I Am the Law. It doesn't mean they won't run better today. I respect, obviously, Maggie's opinion as much as anyone in the game, but and what she's saying makes sense. When she says Aztec, it may just be a cut below these.
Yeah.
And that's very fair. This is a horse that was doing his best running at, Mountaineer and Thistledown and Moaning Valley. I'm not trying to knock those racetracks, and they're an important part of the racing community. But, yeah, he's not running against this kind of caliber horses, even though he's running solid figures. I just think going to Bruce Levine, I want to give him another chance. My feeling is he's the speed with the 1A scratching in here. I liked him last time. I got to pick him in here. We'll see what happens. I'm not going to be surprised when Lord Captain runs his better race, but to me, he's an underlay at 2-1.
Lord Captain at 2-1 right now, taking that drop in class. We'll see if Linda Rice can continue to build off of the 5-win day that she had yesterday. There is Aztec. And one thing about him as well, it was a very wet track that he was facing last time out. That was on Gotham Day, and just facing a bit better horses for his first start on the New York circuit as well.
It was also a merry-go-round race, essentially. Nobody was closing in that race. I can give him a pass. And it's not as though he ran so badly that he can't compete here. And he's also the longest shot on the board, so I have no problem with that either. This is a very tricky race for a 4-horse field. And the board is basically saying they all can win, and nobody is so outstanding when you have the favorite who's now 6-5. But he's just the horse to beat. He's the most reliable horse, I Am the Law. And it's not a negative drop down. It's the appropriate move.
Just makes sense to put him in the right spot where he can potentially get the win. And then you have Beachwalker. Will we see him run back to that race 2 starts back? And he even had some strong figures prior to that with Fulmer connections. Yeah, he's a head scratcher of a horse. Race 2, a tricky one for sure. We'll see who gets the job done. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Is in. All set. And they're off. I Am the Law breaks very well. So does Aztec and Lord Captain towards the inside of them. These 3 across the racetrack. The one taken back is Beachwalker, who will be the early trailer. And now backing out of it as well was I Am the Law. Quickly lost ground there with the leading duo as they get set to hook up with the backstretch. And it's Lord Captain and Aztec. They'll press on. They've dispatched of I Am the Law, who really backed off that early kick, is the favorite. They're 6-5, is back there with Beachwalker as they share the 2 trailing positions. But now they move in closer as they went 23-4 for that opening quarter mile. Lord Captain is ahead in front. It's Lord Captain right there with Aztec not going anywhere. Aztec just patiently ridden, stalking that pace setter. They're still the top duo. Beachwalker in the red cap is moving forward here, is taken third. I Am the Law. Jose Gomez, they're the trailer, but only about a length and a half off the duo as they went 48 seconds flat for that half-mile time. And they work into the far turn. Lord Captain Aztec, they're right there, and Beachwalker makes the move. And here comes Isaac Castillo, 3 wide with Beachwalker. Very tight hold here on I Am the Law. Needs somewhere to go, is right in behind the leaders, is going to follow the path here of Lord Captain as they get set to reach the top of the stretch. Lord Captain's finding more towards the inside. It's Lord Captain who presses on. Aztec is chasing still up on the outside with Beachwalker, trying to commence a rally as I Am the Law, who's had a tough journey. It's Lord Captain who's in front inside the final furlong, still finding plenty. Lord Captain still there. Aztec is trying to re-rally towards the outside, inside that final 16th. Cagey ride there from Jose Lezcano. Lord Captain gets the victory over Aztec, I Am the Law, and Beachwalker in 1 minute 38 and 4.
Lord Captain gets the win, dropping back down into the claiming ranks. Claimed for $40,000 with a win at Churchill back in May. Has been facing tougher since then and returns to the winner's circle today. Andy.
I mean, did he win because I Am the Law stunk the place up? I don't know. It's hard to know. Obviously, Linda's on a massive run right now. It's a little hard to defend him. Better fields or not in his last 2. He really hasn't been running particularly well. And he showed more speed than you would expect. And it's not like Trevor didn't want to be more forward with Aztec. He rode him. He just didn't have the speed to be in front of this horse. And Aztec did run well and probably outrun his odds. But Lord Captain, just a bit of a different horse today, to be honest with you.
2, 3, 4, 5. Right in a row. That's all you had to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, at this point, it's very hard to be betting against our horses with confidence if a horse like this is going to run this race. But, it was a 4-horse field. But also part of it may be that I Am the Law he had nothing today.
I Am the Law off a bit slow and just never really got into the race throughout the running. At 6-5, we'll have to settle for a distant third. Number 2, Lord Captain, though, Jose Lezcano, Linda Rice, off that big day yesterday, continue the momentum and back into the winner's circle after the second race today at Aqueduct. Lord Captain over Aztec with the win. We'll bring you prices in a moment. We'll also continue previewing all of the graded stakes that we'll get a chance to see on Saturday, Wood Memorial Day, and that does include the 3-year-old fillies in the Gazelle. And the big question, can Life Talk turn things around? She won the Demoiselle and then eased at Tampa last time out. What version of Life Talk will we get this weekend?
Cross-country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmore Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first-crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
You're watching America's Day at the races as Jose Lezcano, he certainly knows his way to this winner's circle, particularly when on a Linda racehorse. Andy, as Lord Captain, dropping back down into the claiming ranks, gets the job done in race number 2.
Found one of his better races for sure. He'd been running against tougher horses, and there is an argument you didn't want to be inside last time. Still, this was a dramatically improved effort for this horse.
Able to hold off Aztec in the late stages, getting the victory here in the second race as we see another favorite get the victory in this spot. Favorites going 2 for 2 so far on the Aqueduct card. As take a look.
Oh, no, the favorite was I Am the Law.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. This was the early favorite.
So you'll have one mistake on the show,
right.
in case another one, and you check.
Well, Lord Captain did
Sending
open
you back
as
to
the
Florida.
favorite. Send me out. It's because I couldn't sleep last night either. I was so excited to sit next to you. We'll blame it on that.
It's happened once before, right? I understand it, but
as promised, plenty of excitement coming up for Saturday. On top of the Wood Memorial, we have the 3-year-old fillies in the spotlight with the Gazelle a little earlier on the card. A mile and an eighth for these young fillies. Grade 3 event. As we'll take a look at Where's My Ring. She is the California Invader, and while she's a maiden, Andy, she has run very well out in California in graded stakes company against some very good horses, including second to Kinza last time out.
it's interesting, and you know, and I have so much respect for a morning line maker that I guess he's probably going to be right. I think she's going to most to be favored in here. I know she's a maiden, and you know, she's coming from California Center. If you're not familiar with Kinza, you might want to take a look at her PPs. I mean, she'd be one of the favorites in the Kentucky Oaks based on the races she's been running, but Bob Baffert trains her, so she can't run. I'm looking forward to seeing her in Saratoga in our Acorn, where she probably will be one of the favorites. This horse is good, and I know she's got 3 seconds, but she's been in great form. And to me, she's the one to beat in here. 7-2 to me would be a overlay. I picked her second because I like somebody else, but I think she's the one to beat.
We'll also see a couple of horses coming out of the Busher. Jody's Pride we'll see running at Keeneland today as well. But the second and third place finishers from that Busher and Carmelina and Jinjin will rematch in the Gazelle. Carmelina has the dangerous speed, and Jinjin always seems to run the same kind of race and just keeps coming.
Yeah, I feel like Jinjin's just not good enough. I mean, if you think the race is going to fall apart, I suppose she has a chance. I don't like her. I haven't seen a good race from her. As far as Carmelina, I'm a fan. She doesn't draw well either, and I know she's the potential speed of the race, but you got to think the horse inside of her is going to be aggressive, and I think she's going to have a tough time making the lead. I liked her last time. She ran well. Butch Reed's horses always run well. I just prefer others near. I like Barbertina. I think she's an extremely interesting horse.
Coming in off of a couple of synthetic races for Brad Cox, Barbertina. But taking a look at the horse we talked about before the break, the 5 Life Talk. What do we get from her? She won the Demoiselle. She was able to have control of that race, and then she was pretty much eased last time out in the Suncoast. Now, the horse that won that race, Power Squeeze, has been on a good run down in Florida. She came back to win the Gulfstream Park Oaks as well, but Life Talk just was so disappointing in that effort.
Right, and she projects to be a better horse who ran at Tampa. On the other hand, this was about as phonied up a win as you'll ever see. This was a super inside speed track on Cigar Mile Day. This has been talked about ad infinitum, and it's been proven with horses that had wide trips coming back. The horse who finished second ran very well, and she came back and ran horribly in her subsequent start. I think this was a bad race. I think she set a slow pace with a bias, and I'm not a fan of hers at all. If she's favored in here, to me it more than eliminates the takeout.
She came back. The Suncoast would be the start of her 3-year-old season. Disappointed in that. Blinkers going on for this Saturday as well.
We'll see. Listen, I've been wrong before, and I'm going to be wrong if this horse gets any piece of it here.
Well, we'll see what she can do, what version of Life Talk shows up in the Gazelle this weekend. But that's not it as far as the stakes are concerned. The Bayshore will have a chance to see as well for the sprinters going in the spotlight. This will be race 9, 7 furlongs on the main track, and this one for 3-year-olds going a little bit shorter. As we'll take a look at Proprietary Trade, the number 7 in here, who broke his maiden emphatically last time out.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if this horse is favored. Now, he's second choice on the morning line, and I have no knock on Maximus Meridius, and maybe he gives us a little bit of a hint into what you do with Deterministic after his 4th place finish in the Gotham. But I just feel like a blowout maiden win with a strong figure for Chad Brown. They're going to go for this horse. Now, with Classic Joke speed inside and Shady World speed outside, he's not in the best of positions as far as his tactical running style. And he was also winning this race on a track that was extremely kind to speed. So it may have dressed his performance up a little bit. Having said that, he's lightly raced. Chad Brown's always liked this horse. I know he liked him before his race at Gulfstream where he did not run well, but I think it's fair to say, well, did he not run well because he asked a rate in there, and maybe he's a better horse when he's on the front end.
From one son of Practical Joke to another, proprietary trade to the 2 Classic Joke, who's won his last 2 races, both at 6 furlongs and both out of town, so it'll be his first start on the NYRA circuit. Much improved from a speed figure standpoint last time out at Tampa, winning in March, but another one who has a bit of early foot.
And Practical Joke is not so quietly becoming one of the top
Yes.
sires in the game. He has really, really been very, very good. He was a terrific racehorse that always showed up and ran well. This horse was impressive last time. It was a fast pace, but this is going to be a tougher spot for him. We'll see if he can step up. I think this horse is a little bit interesting.
Yo-Yo Candy? What do we get from him? Yo-Yo Candy, who won the Sanford at 46-1 as this horse who then would come back in the hopeful in the Nashua to no avail. We see him coming back off a layoff now. He turns back in distance a bit. He was a shocker that day. Can he pull the upset again?
I didn't pick him. He's not a horse that I love in here, but to be totally dismissive of him might be a bit of a mistake. He got a 71 buyer in July running that race. Natural improvement, 9 months later, could have this horse running a figure in the mid-80s. His hopeful race, I'm sorry, his hopeful. I understand his disaster. A lot of horses ran badly in that race. He was involved in that wicked pace that fell apart. I'm not going to hold that against him. And maybe he just sort of had fallen apart at the end of the year. I think he is not the worst long shot to take a look at in this race. Though I like the one Mission Beach in here, who I think has been a little oddly handled. This is a sprinter, and I believe he's getting back to doing what he wants to do. And this is a horse that kept some very good company early, and he too was involved in that hopeful pace, and he didn't run badly at all in there.
Finished 5th in that hopeful as a 2-year-old after trying the Withers last time out at 1 1/8 miles. He will cut back to a sprint distance and go the 7 furlongs. Let's look at a couple of the stakes coming up on Saturday. We have 5 of them, 4 graded stakes on Wood Memorial Day tomorrow. Can't wait, and it looks like for once on a big day, we will get a chance to see a fast main track as well.
No, I'm just so happy. It's rough. I mean, the weather, you can't do anything about it, but the weather has played havoc in a lot of tracks and a lot of the big days so far. So thrilled and looking forward to it. And I know you're extremely excited, as you should be. Being deterministic is a very exciting horse, and obviously, being part of the family makes it even more exciting for you.
Very much so. The good kind of pressure leading into big days.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about having a horse like that is that you've got the favorite in a big race and you're heading towards the Derby. The bad thing is it's a little extra disappointing if they don't win, but you still want to be in a position to be disappointed in this game, sadly.
This is the position you want to be in at this time of year. Continuing on with our graded stakes preview, though, when we come back, Super Chow, who has been the star of the dirt sprinting races here at Aqueduct, and the star for jockey Matty Olver, who's won back-to-back graded stakes on this horse. We'll see if he can keep the momentum going in the Carter, looking for his 3rd straight. More on that after this. You're watching America's Day at the races as we're getting ready for race 2 coming up next at Oaklawn Park. And I'm just seeing on the Oaklawn feed in this second race, we have a late scratch of the number 3, Stormcat Eyes. So late scratch of the 3 in this second race here, maiden claiming 6 furlongs. The one was scratched earlier, and late scratch of the 3. They're a horse that actually ran okay on debut, so he will come out here, Andy. But the number 5, Sitka, still the heavy favorite on the dropping class.
Yeah, I get why they're betting this horse. I like a turn back. Though Steve Asmussen's stats, for what it's worth, with turnbacks, the percentages are there. He's 13 for 45, 29% with turnbacks. They're going maiden special weight to maiden claimer. The ROI is $1.70, but his horses get bet, so he's a little above the takeout, which is never a bad number. Yeah. He wins with this type. Speightstown, he's a logical horse in here. It's hard to take even. It's once again, it's hard to take even money on anybody in here. I'm
interested. Even though he's dropping down, it's not like he's done a ton of running in this.
No, he really hasn't done any. You do have to ask yourself, like, Steve was running this horse long, so now he's dropping down and running short. He's kind of, listen, the best trainers in the game get horses wrong. It's part of the game. Yep. If you're not willing to admit that you were wrong in this game, you're really going to be in for some frustrating times. The horses fool people all the time. Listen, we see first-time starters from Sharp Barnes pay big prices, and the trainers will say, I didn't really love this horse. Sometimes they love horses, they're morning glories, and they come in the afternoon and they can't run. Yep. Texas Splurge is the one that interests me on the outside. Randy Morse is having his second terrific Oaklawn in a row, and his firsters have been live. Now, there really is no pedigree, though, to speak of, right?
I looked. The Dam's only win was long on the dirt. But as you pointed out, Randy's had some first-time starters that have been effective. This one has some pretty strong workouts coming in, and he's taking money too. He's 4-1 on the board, whereas the other first-time starter, who has on the bottom side more of a turf pedigree, Red Rizzler, he's 20-1.
Right. I mean, he's a have to bad beat Brian, who's a very nice turf sprinter, a horse. A nice horse, a half to 5 horses that probably couldn't outrun you and I in a horseshoe. But and Bad Beat Brian, named for Brian Morgan, who very, very popular with many people around the racetrack, who passed away way too young. And sort of an appropriate name for Brian. He liked the game as much as any of us. No doubt about it. He was a fixture at NYRA for many years.
He was a very honest horse, Bad Beat Brian.
He's still running. He's still running.
Is he still running?
Sure, he's still. I think he's at Keeneland this weekend. He might be in the Shakertown tomorrow.
Is he?
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought he had
No, I think I saw him in the entries for the Shakertown. He's been running a long time.
Well, he is an honest horse, that will put it that way. Yeah, very good turf sprinter, I should say. Well, we'll see if the first-time starter as the number 2, Twirling Toilet, I'm guessing is how you say it, rearing up in the gate. Good job by the starting gate crew to hold on to him as jockey will climb back aboard in the gate. That could be a scary situation. Looks like they're opening it up a bit to give the horse a little bit more room behind to get settled, as it looks like we are just about in now. Everybody keeping calm at the moment, and we'll send it up to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Go again. And Laroff, Superhero, caught an alert getaway, and Sitka is going to stride level. Sitka to the lead from Superhero right up on the outside. A gap of 2 to Twirling Troilette, with an Interrupter who's settling off the pace today. Texas Splurge second to last. Red Rizzler at the back of the pack. So the first-time starters second to last and last respectively. The field covered by 6 or 7 lengths, and Sitka goes at a nice gallop, leads by 3/4 of a length. Superhero in the second spot. Interrupter is 3 wide, a little bit closer, but sent along in that third position. 3 back to Twirling Troilette. Texas Splurge joins him, and Red Rizzler still at the rear as they round the far turn and quicken the pace. Sitka still going well with it himself, it appears. Superhero shown more rain to keep pace. He's right there battling. Interrupter losing contact with the top pair. Looks like he's called it a day, just trying to hold third at this point. They're off the turn. It's a 2-horse race. Superhero at a big price trying to reel in Sitka. Sitka finding more in the final 3/16. Superhero at 20-1 has run a massive race today. Sitka, Superhero, head and head. Sitka with the advantage. Superhero on the outside, still right there, but Sitka clings on to the lead, and he will prevail in the end. Sitka over Superhero. Texas Splurge was third. Twirling Troilette fourth.
Sitka just able to hold on over Big Price Superhero there in the stretch. Very late switching leads, but Sitka just able to hold on under Keith Asmussen. Back over to Aqueduct. We have the third race coming up. The claiming race for $25,000, 6.5 furlongs on the main track. Dots Dollar currently 9-5 is Linda Rice reclaiming this one, and Jose Loscano in the saddle. Maggie in the paddock with us. Maggie, it does seem to be a common theme that this duo takes all the money.
Yeah, they do. As guys, actually, I will begin with Dots Dollar in here with that throw. Is Dots Dollar one of my homies? I've always liked this horse. He's very honest, but as of late, he's lost a little bit of his pep, of his step, and he's dropping now down, below what Linda reclaimed him for. And furthermore, he's a horse that, on his running lines has lost his early speed. And on top of that, frequently, as of late, he's been really, really quiet in the paddock. A horse that kind of used to be on the muscle, used to bow himself up a bit, has just been really quiet. And, last time the argument could be made that it was a track tilted towards the inside. Well, he spent pretty much the entire race on the inside. And I know that race wired by Seas Get Degrees, so coming back and winning again. But Dottie just didn't do much running. I like what I'm seeing from him physically. He looks great in his coat, strong, fit, everything. But again, very, very quiet in the paddock as number 3 Business Model. Yes, he needs a pace to close into. And last time he was on a sloppy track for only the second time in his career and finished behind the slop-loving Royal Tryst as the favorite. Now, it was a voided claim. He takes another drop in class, and I will be one of the first people to jump on the bandwagon of we don't know what to do with Jacobson horses. But what I can tell you, at least from my perspective, in a consistent way, is that yes, some of the horses that don't look great will jump up and run well. But the ones that do look as though they're doing well physically, they more often than not will run good races. And I did not like what I saw from Business Model last time in the paddock back on January 26th. It looked as though he wasn't carrying the same conditioning. He looked a bit on the lighter side. His coat wasn't great. It was very dull. Well, now with a little time away from the racetrack, he's put on some of that conditioning. His coat's going the right way. And yeah, he's a horse that's a little bit dependent on dynamics, but at least he's making a better impression, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll see how it does play out. Business Model getting Isaac Castillo a leg up aboard that drop-down runner off the back of that voided claim. Here's my favorite trivia. I know you enjoy these things, Andy. What Grade 1 winner is Business Model a have to?
I have no idea.
I enjoy stumping you because it's very rare when I get the opportunity. Matarea.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Not Godolphin, but still I wouldn't have gotten it. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's the useless information for your day.
We love useless information. If you don't love useless information, it's not the game for you.
I'm the queen of that. Post parade coming up for the third. Here's Jake Rocks.
Yeah, you have to wonder if this horse really can run at all anymore.
Trying to turn things around with that drop in class. 7-2, though, too. Big price on the 2, Honorary Degree.
Let's get back to them being 7-2. Honorary Degree, at least Jake Rocks at one time would be a major contender here. Honorary Degree, I just don't know when he would be. That's why he's a big price.
Next will be the horse we were just discussing, Business Model for David Jacobson.
Yeah, the lack of pace is concerning here. And the other thing is, his last race, that race was won by a closer. So it's not as though a closer didn't have a chance, but he still has to be considered one of the ones to beat.
11-1 on the 4 High Heat, first off the claim.
He could be the speed of the speed, and I know he won 2 back with the benefit of probably the benefit of a bias against weaker. I didn't love him, but he's a big price.
4th last time out, now in the Pat Reynolds barn. There's your favorite, Dots Dollar.
I picked this horse, Dots Dollar. I think it's a very interesting reclaim for Linda Rice in here. So for that reason, I picked him. I think he's going to run better. But Maggie's right. He was on a rail that at that point in the day was still good. It got bad later.
And another new claim here is Critical Threat.
I think this was a little bit interesting as an outside stalking speed off the claim for Robbie Falcone. But Robbie's one of these trainers, or Falcone, by the way, we've been pronouncing his name wrong, who can be very streaky like a lot of trainers. And right now, the barn's a little quiet.
5-1 on that Critical Threat to the outside.
Can we talk about the 1? Well, we'll talk about the 5, but I want to talk about the 1 afterwards. You know, Acacia, my feeling with this horse is one's obviously much better than these. I thought it was very interesting that Linda reclaimed this horse. And 2 races back, completely eliminated the start. Maggie's right. He was bad last time. And keep in mind, Linda claimed him last time, so it's not as though that was, if she claimed the next start, maybe you would have thought something. And the fact that she's coming back, running for 25, playing for 32, $50,000 purse, so a win and a claim. She's going to do just fine for these connections, and it's her actually listed as the owner. When he's good, and he's going to be in good position. I just feel at this point it is very, very hard to play against Linda Rice horses.
Definitely is. And as you said, a horse that she had success with and dips back in. Maggie expressing a few concerns as to his demeanor in the paddock, and we'll see how that does transfer onto the racetrack today. And at 4-5, going back over to the number 1, Jake Rocks, drifting up now a bit, but as we touched on in the post parade, is taking some attention. He's 5-1 on the board at the moment, dropping in for the 25,000, and he's coming off of 4 consecutive races, I should say, 3 at least, that you really just have a hard time trusting him.
And keep in mind, he was 7-2 when we talked about the post parade. He's 5-1 now. If he keeps drifting up, it becomes less interesting. I was wondering why he was taking so much attention. I know he's a big drop down in here. I know he has very good back form. That good form was mostly for Rob Atras, a little bit for Rudy Rodriguez. I don't know how you endorse this horse off his recent races. He has been completely and totally uncompetitive. He's 6-1 now, and it feels like he's one that just took a little early money that's drifting up now. Maybe a lot of Jakes betting him. I don't know. 4-5 on the 5, though. It's crazy, and they're just betting on everything Linda has, or over betting. She did win, though, and both of her horses have run well today.
Even money right now on Dots Dollar for more as these horses are warming up. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, I like I said, I can't fault Dots Dollar too much in here, but like I said, I just feel like I'm kind of looking at a shadow of what he used to be, but with dropping class, that all evens out. I'm going to take a shot here with Critical Threat, a horse that my eye just kind of kept going back to here for Rob Falcone, as he's very energetic with this turn back in distance. And last time going the mile, I thought he kind of got a bit of a yo-yo ride, in that he wasn't that close at first. Then he kind of rushed up to be a part of a 3-4 horse pace duel, wound up on the inside, taking the heat. And I just thought it really was not a ride or trip that was conducive to him being competitive that day. So as he turns back here to the 6.5, kind of a sharp turn back, but the way he's acting, his post position, all things add up for this horse being successful with this turn back. And he just made a really good physical impression to me, too, and a decent price of 5-1. So we'll see what shakes out here. Not opposed to the drop downs, Acacia, but I'm going to find some interest with number 6, Critical Threat.
Maggie, thank you. Nice price in comparison to the favorite 5-1 on Critical Threat, who is cutting back in distance, as she touched on. And first off the claim for the Falcone barn, and cutting back to the 6.5, one at the 7-2 back. And any thoughts on this one? He's been pretty popular at the claim box.
I picked him third, and I think that at 5-1, he's a very usable horse in here. It's an interesting claim by Rob. And I first of all, I respect Maggie as being regardless, but I also think that he's a dangerous player in this race.
5-1, a nice price. Luis Rivera Jr. going to be aboard this one, as even money continuing to come in on the number 5, Dots Dollar for the Linda Rice barn, as we'll see if they're able to keep that train rolling for the...
I picked him, and I think it's a crazy price.
It is.
I mean, when I originally picked him, I assumed the 3 would be favored. Now, maybe Linda's sort of massive run has had a lot to do with the fact that he's a much shorter price, and I think he was the favorite in the morning line, a slight favorite, 7-5. So he's not really that much lower than the morning line.
6-5, though, on Dots Dollar, as we get closer and closer to Wood Memorial Day tomorrow. Obviously, the Wood, a very important and historic race here in New York, but looking forward to any of the other stakes on Saturday's card?
I'm looking for the Gazelle, the Bay. I'm looking forward to all of them. I think the Distaff, I know it's a smaller field, but I think it's a very interesting race. Both the Linda's runners, but also I think Fingal Cove is very, very good. Looking forward to her running for our friend Dave Donk. I think the Carter is an interesting. I'm thrilled. The 7th race, the allowance race, is an
very
absolute war. I'm excited for the day. I think it's going to be a really fun day here, and usually get a decent crowd as well. So looking forward to seeing some people out here. Well, we get a good crowd at Aqueduct in spite of what people actually believe.
There's always people at Aqueduct. Well, we're looking forward to that. Just a reminder, too, we start at 11:30 tomorrow, so don't be late. And FS1 for Wood Memorial coverage. Loading in for race number 3 at Aqueduct. Coming up next, Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Critical Threat goes in. All set. And they're off. High Heat broke right out on top. It's High Heat to the front, and there's Dots Dollar towards the outside, and now Dots Dollar will challenge with Critical Threat, as Critical Threat will press on, and now Critical Threat is the leader. It's Critical Threat, followed by High Heat and the Pink Silks down there at the rail in second. Moving forward, Dots Dollar. Also progressing, here comes Honorary Degree. Wants to join those pace setters as well, as now it's going to be a trio up top. Second to last is Jake Rocks, and far back is Business Model, who's the trailer. 22-3, the opening quarter mile. They're chasing Critical Threat. Luis Rivera Jr. got right over to the rail, and they are still 3/4 of a length in front. Right there from second is Honorary Degree, and tightly at the rail is High Heat. Losing a touch of ground was Dots Dollar, who's now re-rallying, is going to be 4 wide here. Following that move is going to be Jake Rocks, who's 5 wide. From the back, Business Model, anyone with a chance as they get set to reach the top of the stretch. Went 46 seconds flat for that half-mile time. They reach the top of the stretch, and they're chasing Critical Threat. Here comes the red-hot Dots Dollar with Lescano and Linda Rice. They are chasing Critical Threat, who's finding more. High Heat down towards the inside. It's still Critical Threat fending them off. Critical Threat, Dots Dollar trying up on the grandstand side, and High Heat towards the inside. Critical Threat is still there. Critical Threat holding them off. Critical Threat, game and victory. It's Critical Threat who gets it over High Heat, Dots Dollar, and Business Model in 1 minute 17.52 seconds.
Critical Threat, an aggressive ride by Luis Rivera Jr. paying off, maybe drifting out a little bit in the stretch, but able to hold clear, Andy, as he took some late money as well.
This horse got pounded late, down 6-1, went to 5-1, and ended up 3-1 off the claim for Jimmy Riccio. Always happy to see Jimmy win, a good guy as well. And, of course, Luis Rivera's, his son, Jimmy Riccio as well, Jr., the agent for Luis Rivera, gets it done. And a very good ride by him, aggressive, taking control, going to the front. I like that, being assertive. And Dots Dollar had every chance to get there, just not able to pass him. A nice performance by High Heat, who absolutely outran his odds to be second here as well. And there's a little bit of a run by Jake Rocks around the turn, but he ended up finishing 5th.
Critical Threat with the win. Top pick by Maggie gets the victory. Flipping back to that left lead late, but keeping clear. And there's Rob Falcone, first off the claim for his barn, getting the victory.
Yeah, nice win for him. Congrats to Rob. Keep an eye on him. Maybe he'll get another run.
6, 4, 5, 3 in race number 3 at 10-1 shot. High Heat with Alicio Ruiz checking in second. Dots Dollar could do no better than third. That's the third race. We'll bring you prices in a moment and a whole lot more. We'll also continue taking a look at what's coming up in the Wood Memorial. Todd Pletcher looking for his 8th victory in this storied race. He has an undefeated colt. Just how good is Tuscan Sky? We'll find out coming up this weekend. Stay tuned for all that and more after this.
Zandon's Poetry in Motion. Big horse, but light on his feet. And he's always showed up and been consistent and been right there with some of the top horses in training. In the Bluegrass Stakes, he showed his determination and his raw ability.
It's over. Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
I feel breeders will be really blown away by what a striking, outstanding looking horse he is.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Into the winner's circle, Critical Threat goes. First off the claim for Rob Falcone here in race number 3. Gets the victory and defeating the heavy favorite, $8.90 winner as well. Aggressive ride by Louis Rivera Jr.
Yeah, I love this ride.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of riding you need to see from him. He's lost his bug, and it's not easy. And the big guns are coming back, so I don't know, whether he stays here, rides at Monmouth, what he does. But this is the way you need to ride if you're going to stick around. You got to be assertive. You got to ride like that. We see too many apprentices that get away from that aggressive riding, lose the bug. And it's one of the things I've loved this winter from Jose Gomez, who's had a great winter, and he's been very aggressive. And I like to see this kind of ride from Louis. Got it done, and this horse took a big late punch.
$8.90 winner over the overachieving High Heat at 10-1. Dots Dollar settling for third at 6-5. As we take a look at race number 4 coming up next, a mile on the main track, $40,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 in life. Bobby the Tank, Linda Rice, and Jose Lozcano, even money right now.
Well, he will drift up. But he's also a horse that always gets better early with Bobby in his name. I'm lucky. I'm alive in the double. In the double, he's a big price.
You like this horse today, right?
Yeah. It could be a terrible opinion on my part, but it does seem odd that Linda is not dropping this horse. Now, maybe the owners don't want her to drop. It could always be that situation. That's possible. His race 3 back actually makes him a contender in here. And I picked this horse long before Linda had those 5 wins. I posted these picks, I think, on Monday or Tuesday. His race 3 back not that bad. 2 races ago, he was very wide versus a Gold Rail. And last time he ran in that mandatory race, where mandatory won by a city block, and a lot of horses just kind of got lost. So I think there are some reasons to think he can run better in here. But, I mean, these prices are ridiculous. He is an 8-1 shot in this race. He was 10-1 morning line. Obviously, the scratch of Masterwork makes him 6 to 8-1.
Yeah.
I would never bet him this price. Fortunately, I'm alive in the double.
Well, we'll see.
Or unfortunately, depending on what happens.
Maybe
at least I don't have to lose more money on it.
There's always that. How does Bobby the Tank fare coming up in this 4th race? Meanwhile, Manny Franco dreaming of Derby success. He's had 5 tries in the Kentucky Derby. The closest finish was 2nd in 2020 with 'Tis the Law. He could potentially have a Derby starter with Tuscan Sky this year. We'll see how they fare in the Wood Memorial tomorrow. More on that after this.
Jockey Manny Franco has been no stranger to the winner's circle in his career. Even with over 2,000 wins, including multiple Grade 1s, he continues to stay motivated to be the very best in the game.
I'm hungry. I want to win races. That's what I'm here for.
Family has always been a driving force for Franco. From his first trip to the track, to jockey school, and coming to the United States, Manny's bond with his father has been a key component to his success.
I was about like 14 years old. My dad took me to the track every Sunday in Puerto Rico. Saw those animals running, and I just fall in love with the sport.
Throughout his career, Franco has found support from fellow Puerto Rican riders Irad and Jose Ortiz, as well as Hall of Famer John Velasquez.
Coming from Puerto Rico, coming from the same school, you have to be very proud, you know. And although we compete with one another, but you have to be proud to what they've done and to have the talent. There's no doubt that Manny has the talent to be a top rider in the whole country.
It is going to be a photo finish, and I think it was Discreet Lover. Schering takes the lead. Late move from Dye. Back to third is Sweet Melania. Schering and Manny Franco have won.
And he's gonna do it, Manny Franco, in the Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic. But it is Tiz the Law, and the New York bred is gonna win New York's Belmont Stakes, the first leg of the 2020 Triple Crown. Here he is, Saratoga's hometown hero, Tiz the Law.
With all his accolades, Manny is still missing that one win all jockeys want the most.
Man, I want to win the Kentucky Derby so bad, man. That's the dream for any jockey, the Kentucky Derby.
Manny Franco, who's had a terrific past couple of years, and like you said, looking for that Kentucky Derby, second in 2020 with Tiz the Law in that weird Derby year where it took place in September, but behind Authentic. And of course, you know, we're the biggest Manny Franco fans around.
No, I've been a fan of Manny's really since he first started riding here. If you know Manny at all, he's an impossible guy not to like and root for. And watching his career arc and see him get better and better, he was always a very good rider. I think he really started getting more and more confidence, changed his agent to John Panagot, started getting on a lot of horses in the Chad Brown barn, and riding very, very well. I'm a big fan of Manny, and I couldn't be happier. Every time he's successful, I'm happy for Manny.
Looking for the Wood Memorial victory tomorrow with Tuscan Sky, a horse he was aboard for the maiden breaking victory first time out, and then went over to Fairgrounds, this horse did, and won with a gaudy Beyer speed figure, but in a 3-horse field on a wet track, Andy. And we are all still wondering, what kind of horse is he? How good is he really?
I think that's an extremely fair question, and my feeling is I think you're supposed to play against him as the second choice in here. He's never been in a dry track. Now, that doesn't mean he won't run. It won't mean he won't be better. He didn't really take a lot of money in his debut. He ran very well. That 3-horse field last time, essentially a match race. The second horse, Nash, is a nice horse, but he ran 6 Beyer points worth in both his prior race and his subsequent race. I just wonder if it's a little on the high side. Now, it still makes him a contender in here, but this is going to be a serious test for him. We'll see. I mean, he's not impossible, but as a horse player, I think you have to make decisions in races like that. And for me, he's the horse taking money that I'm against.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how he fares in just his third career start tomorrow in the Wood Memorial. Manny Franco, though, he's had some big wins on this day, taking the Carter in the 2019 edition aboard World of Trouble. And Manny Franco looking to pick up some more big victories on Wood Memorial Day.
I remember telling Michael Dubb, who owned World of Trouble for months, you got to run this horse in the Carter. You got to get that Grade 1. He's a Grade 1 winner on turf, and he's a good dirt horse as well. And it was nice to see him get the Dubb. And 7 furlongs was a bit of a stretch for him. Man, he's such a strong rider, and this was a nice moment, you know, seeing him get that win in here. And you know, the whole thing about winning the Kentucky Derby, obviously, if you're a rider, it's what you want. It's the first question. Somebody meets you, they don't know anything about horse racing. Have you ever won the Derby? You know, it's kind of like saying that Charles Barkley or Patrick Ewing are failures as professional basketball players because they never won a ring. No, they're two of the best players to ever play the game.
Good comparison.
And they didn't win a ring. Listen, Lafitte Pincay won 1 Derby. The guy is arguably the best rider, certainly in the conversation of best rider of all time. Irad hasn't won a Derby. He probably will at some point. Took John Velasquez quite a while to win a Derby. not easy to do. There's a lot of
Javier
randomness
Castellano,
to it.
just his first Derby last year.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Guy won 4 Eclipse Awards, one of the top riders in the game. It's a tough thing to be on the right horse in the first Saturday in May.
As far as the Carter's concerned, though, here's a look at this year's field for the Carter. Compact group, but a competitive group for sure. As we've seen, Super Chow in a terrific run recently, looking for his 3rd consecutive graded stakes win. And then you have Petulant to the outside, coming off that 3rd place finish in the Stymie.
Listen, Posttime's got 2 straight triple-digit buyers.
Yep.
He doesn't seem to be affected by moderate paces, and in a division that is absolutely wide open right now. A big win in here, and he could put himself in position to be considered one of the top sprinters in the country, assuming Joey Freshwater doesn't continue to run as well as he did yesterday.
And you brought up a really good point the other day that with the retirement of top horses like Gunite and Elite Power, those horses retiring, it kind of leaves it very wide open in the division.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Commonwealth out at Keeneland. There's no stars on paper in that race. I think Speedboat Beach obviously could be very dangerous. I don't think he's run since the Malibu, right?
I don't think so.
And he can't run in Kentucky.
Oaklawn, race number 3 coming up next. It's a good allowance field here, 6 furlongs. Here's Henro to start off the post parade. There's a look at the 2, Market Street, who cuts back in distance.
Yeah, Henro is obviously very dangerous, an awfully big price, I would say, right now. This one had a lot of chances for Wayne Lucas.
Cutting back to a sprint distance as well. There's the 3, Risk It.
I mean, he's not impossible, but I thought his last race was extremely disappointing.
Finished a distant 3rd as the favorite. Crafted cutting back in distance, also for Asmussen.
I think he's an interesting horse. His first race was good, and then things just fell apart in the Sunland Derby.
As he will cut back to a sprint to the distance at which he broke his maiden first out. Excitable Boy is next.
Well, for Warren Zevon fans, for sure, the late great Warren Zevon, where did his last race come from, and can he run it again?
And this is Oscar.
And ran a huge race in his debut, but it was on a sloppy track, and love seeing how well those Oscar performances are doing. He's really establishing himself as a very, very serious sire. Like to see it. I'll tell you something. I think the 1 and 4 are both overlays. If Paulie likes either one of them, I'm in.
We'll see what he says. Paul, your thoughts on this 3rd race?
Well, I thought it was a very good race. You know, 6-pack here of Colts and Geldings here, 3-year-olds. I will say this: the 6th, This Is Uskar, was very impressive. First time out for Jordan Blair, who's had a phenomenal meet with some of the horses that he's brought in here. He's not stationed here full time. He's going back and forth. You know, this horse broke from the 2 hole, was able to actually stalk the 1 horse who actually went to the front end and then just got the job done at about 9.5 to 1. You guys were talking about Oscar performance. And they, you know, they even love the wet track a little bit more than they do a dry track. But I tell you what, he came out today and he looked like he was all business. And, you know, when I look back and I look at his form, you see this win. And after this win, he didn't bring him back to Churchill Downs where he was training him up to his debut. Look at the work. 52-2. So basically it was a stroll around the racetrack for some fitness. That's telling me that Jordan is saying that this Uskar is in very, very good condition. You know, the worry is, as always, you play horses that have 1 number against horses that are winners for the first time. It can be confusing. Andy, I'm with you. Henro, the 1 is an overlay here at 8 to 1. This horse lost to Mystic Dan first time out. You know, second time out, I thought ran a really good race. You know, last race, when I looked at the horse was really wide most of the way and really had no chance. If this horse can kind of get in the pocket and kind of break a little better. You know, the first start, he didn't break great, but he's broken a little bit better his last 2 starts, and he might be able to sit in the pocket with Harry Hernandez aboard. You know, the 5, Excitable Boy, was pushed towards the front end in here last time out and got the job done at 8 to 1. I think he caught everybody by surprise, but I know McLean's always liked this gelding, but I just think that This Is Uskar will be on top of him. And so what gives there? And then obviously Risk It. You know, Risk It is the horse that, you know, impressed first time out at Saratoga and then just really hasn't gone anywhere. Now that last race might be an indication that he's got back to that 2-year-old form and he might be pushing forward. Can he pass horses? That might be key in here. I don't know if he really can. So, you know what? I love the 6's first time out. This is Uskar, and I'm going to go back to him because I just think that he's thriving right now. And Jordan Blair is a very, very sharp trainer. And I figured that this horse would be 2nd or 3rd choice, but I'm going to go with the 6 here.
Number 6, this is Oscar, who was very impressive first time out, winning by 6.5 furlongs. And the question, Andy, is can he do it again?
Yeah, well, a sloppy track, so you don't, you know, it makes you wonder a little. He was 9-1, so he took a little bit of money for a barn that doesn't have many starters, but having a very good meet, 5 for 16, at least when I printed these PPs. And listen, he could be pretty good in here. And these Oscar performances, I mean, he was a terrific turf horse, but they're winning long, short, turf, dirt. He is really percolating, as they would say.
Big fan of the stallion as well. They're
cool
very,
horse, too.
very good looking as well. Very, very good looking horses that he throws. So we'll see what that Son of Oscar performance can do to the outside. Excitable Boy, the favorite, though, off the back of that maiden win. Took him a few tries to break the maiden. When he did so, 80 Beyer speed figure for that effort. But that race does kind of stick out.
That's the thing. I mean, where did it come from? It was his second off a little bit of a freshening. It's not like he ran that badly in his second career start, but that was a giant improvement. You just, like Paulie's talking about, these are one-number horses at short prices.
Loading in for race number 3 at Oaklawn Park. Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call.
This is Uskar. We're ready to go. And Laroff Henro was off a little bit slowly from the inside, then ducked inwards. Crafted going to the front as a share of the lead with Market Street. Market Street in the white blinkers strides to take a short lead. Crafted second. Excitable Boy put into the race third early on. This is Uskar deeper on the course of the 4th spot. Risk It right behind within 3 lengths of the lead and another length to Henro, who's at the back of the field. A compact group hits the half-mile marker, and the leader is Market Street on top by a length as he inches away here approaching the turn. Crafted now in chase mode second, a length and a half behind Market Street. Henro is attempting to get closer on the inside. He joins Riskin in a 3-deep. This is Uskar, who has dropped to the back of the pack. Excitable Boy sent along, now taking the 3rd spot. This is Uskar trying to re-rally after getting shuffled to the back. He's going to get outside at the top of the lane. Market Street off the turn in front by 2. Henro tips outside in second with Excitable Boy. This is Uskar on the extreme outside. Here's motoring home 2. Furlong to go. Market Street is another furlong to get here, having a steady Excitable Boy between horses, chasing hard Henro. Also coming on here is Risk It up the inside, but Market Street's going to take him the distance. Market Street and Nick Juarez over Henro. 3rd, Risk It. This is Uskar was 4th.
Market Street on the cutback in distance. What a turnaround for this horse as he's able to run away from what on paper, Andy, looked to be like a pretty talented field.
Hard horse to make is the speed. You got to love that Nick Juarez was aggressive. I know Wayne likes aggressive riding for sure. And, I mean, maybe it's a good sign for Yo-Yo Candy. Drowned this horse in the Sanford.
So, yes.
He was a distant second, Sarah Special. I hope Rhyme Schemes comes back for Norm Cassie sometime soon.
That's right.
He's a turnback, but Wayne's turnback numbers from routes to sprints are not very good.
Market Street, Wayne Lukas, Nick Juarez running away from this field. Back over at Aqueduct as we have horses in the paddock for this 4th race coming up next. We'll kick off the late pick 5 from the Big A. There is Magianera. We've talked a lot about Manny Franco. He'll be aboard this gelding. We'll talk a little bit more about it, get Maggie's paddock report, and more after this.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga, June 6th through 9th. Admission is just $10 on Thursday as well as on Sunday for this historic event. Visit BelmontStakes.com/tickets today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we're getting ready for the 4th race of the day, $40,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 in life, going a mile here. And this is for 3-year-olds and upward. Bobby the Tank has drifted up a little bit, Andy, not the very short price we saw him at a few moments ago, but still with the Linda Rice Jose Lezcano duo, 2-1.
Yeah, people are going to get burned if they're just betting because Linda's been doing very well on horses like this. And I picked him, but he's an 8-1 shot. He's not a 2-1 shot or 5-2 shot, but he will drift.
Bobby the Tank coming out of that race where mandatory won and then would come back to win again after that.
Yeah, and I can make an excuse, especially for his race 2 back, and his prior race gives him a chance, and just feels like they're continuing to be aggressive.
Here's Wanna Winna.
A trainer change to Wayne Potts maybe could help this horse, but he really needs to improve even off his best race.
Number 3, Rafua, who just loves to finish second.
Yes, he does, and even when he's second, he's probably not good enough to be competitive in this spot.
Manny Franco's Mount Magianera.
I get a horse being a short price in here, and maybe he's supposed to be because of the others, but geez, 3-5 on a horse with 4 seconds and 1 win and 14 starts is a bad gamble in my book.
And Endowed back to the dirt.
I like the fact that this horse, who was claimed by the owners, but for Rob Atras back in July at Saratoga in long layoff. But I like that they're using the waiver, and I think he's an interesting horse. He's got form that's too good for him to be 8-1 in this race, right?
He's an overlay for sure. Just want to mention quickly, there is an inquiry and objection in the 3rd race at Oaklawn Park. It's not illuminated as to who it's on, but the one horse was drifting and was a little bit all over the place. And it is 5-1, so not affecting the winner in the 3rd race at Oaklawn.
Finish was 2-1-3-6 for people. So the one, if the one were to come down, it would be 2-3-6, would come down far. I didn't look at it, so I can't share an opinion on it.
We'll keep you posted as to what's going on over there at Oaklawn, but back here with Aqueduct horses warming up on the track. Let's check in with Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the Long Island area code. Nassau County, 516. Starting with Magianera, as he is your prohibitive favorite in here. And maybe it will bite me picking this horse because we'll get to the one Bobby the Tank in a moment who might be dangerous, as Linda Rice horses often are. But Magianera just, when all things are said and done, looks best on paper, arguably. Granted, I get the record, maybe a cause for pause in the 1 for 14. But he looks fantastic. I mean, superb coat and flesh, moving well, great energy. Now, he does give the impression of being a fairly tricky horse to ride. You know, he had the earplugs in, he wears a shadow roll, he has a ring bit, because you watch him in his races and he often runs with his head kind of straight up in the air. And when a rider applies pressure to the bit, he'll often throw it back in their face, making it even more difficult. As you can see, kind of with the pony, is really, you know, reluctant to have any kind of pressure on his mouth. But at least Manny sticks, and Manny knows him, having ridden him for the last 2 efforts for the Carlos David barn. But I really like what I'm seeing from this guy. As number 1, Bobby the Tank. Yeah, spotty form to say the least. But I just thought this horse, you know, last time you go back and you look at when he ran a mile, it resulted in a win, albeit a slow one, nearly a year and a half ago. But he just looks as though, could he be loose here if they decide to be aggressive with him? And he has the right physical makeup to say that longer should work. He has the right disposition, that he's very laid back for this to work. So he scares me a little bit, but obviously coming off of a very poor effort in which Magianera ran far better than he did. And then there's number 6, Endowed. He's a bit of oddly put together horse in that he has a very pronounced roach back. And what a roach back means is when, you know, horses kind of have their hips, their tailbone goes into their hips, and it kind of paints that lovely incline up to their hip bones, whereas that tailbone actually is curved, so it kind of makes a mound going into their hips, which it just looks strange. And it's hard to judge how fit a horse is because you kind of look at their gasket and look at their flank to see where that fitness lies. And with him, it's hard to tell. And for me, just kind of taking all that at face value, he gives the impression that he'll need a start. And I find that oftentimes, yes, it is a positive that they protect a horse for the waiver, but more often than not, it's because connections feel like they'll need a start and they don't want to lose them and have them set up with a race to win with their second start off the bench, guys.
Some very good points for sure. Maggie, thank you. 8-1. And with that, roach back, it's what it's called. It's not the nicest way to describe it, but that's what it is.
It's a little, it's kind of thing I would say.
Tonalist was himself a bit of a roachback individual, so
maybe it's a good thing.
Son of Tonalist. So,
good stuff.
By the way, at Oaklawn, there was a disqualification of the one horse from 1st to 5th, so going behind the 5, Excitable Boy. So new order of finish 2, 3, 6, 5, 1. Let's head back over to Oaklawn to Paula Duca for an update.
Yeah, let's get you the head on, Acacia, of that last race. And we'll show you the one horse in the lime green silks with Harry Hernandez is going to go left-handed. And if you watch, the 5's in the middle of all this. And the other horse on the outside kind of comes in a little bit, but Harry's a little bit more at fault. And I think that look back by Harry sealed the deal for the stewards. Mig always used to tell me, listen, if you kind of know that you missed or you committed a foul, don't ever look back. And sometimes when you do that look back, it kind of tips off the stewards. They took the horse down and made the change. The 5 now moved up to 4th for your Superfecta players, and the 1 will now finish 5th. Back to you, Keisha.
Thanks, Paul. Well said, and good to get a better look at what took place over there with that disqualification at Oaklawn Park. Horses loading into the gate, though, for the 4th at Aqueduct. Any final thoughts, Andy?
Well, I mean, I have my goofy idea with the number 1, Bobby the Tank. As I said, fortunately, I bet doubles because 7-2 is an underlay. The 5 is supposed to be a heavy favorite with the 4 scratching in here, and is way the horse to beat. I'm not against him. I got a little idea with the 1. Well, oddly, just went from 7-2 back to 3-1. Let's hope that I'm hoping that I was clever there because at least he's a decent price in the doubles.
Race 4 from Aqueduct coming up next, kicking off today's late pick 5. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed from Bobby the Tank to the front. It's Bobby the Tank who's got the early lead. Bobby the Tank is alone with Refua, who's chasing Magianera out wider. That's Endowed. The one far back early is Wanna Winna, losing touch with the field in the early stages as they're well out into the middle of the racetrack and they hook up with the backstretch. Bobby the Tank is the leader. It's Bobby the Tank who pushes up the margin now, is up by 2. Refua is tracking from 2nd. Magianera is right there in 3rd at 3-5. It's Magianera the favorite as they went 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Endowed is now 5 lengths back, is in the 4 spot, and the Triller is still Wanna Winna. They're chasing Bobby the Tank. Bobby the Tank is up by a half length as here comes Refua, who's challenging up on the outside here from 2nd. Still patiently ridden. There is Magianera. Manny Franco in the 3 path is clear as they work into the far turn, 46-3. For the half-mile time, Wanna Winna has picked up a spot. Blue Silks is in 4th. Is 5 off the lead. The Triller is Endowed. They're still chasing Bobby the Tank, and here comes Refua with the challenge in the 2 path. All in is Magianera's. Got to pick it up from there, is 3 wide. Wanna Winna, ground-saving trip to the inside, is moving towards the inside here of Magianera, again, who's fully extended. They're still chasing Bobby the Tank at the top of the stretch. Refua chasing in the gold cap. Wanna Winna tips towards the outside as Magianera now straightens up, and here's Magianera now to take the front. It's Magianera who's under a heavy drive, and here comes down towards the inside, diving down is Wanna Winna. It's Magianera trying to hold off the oncoming strides of Wanna Winna. It's down to these 2 inside the final 16th. Magianera almost there. Wanna Winna keeps chasing. Magianera got it done. Magianera wins it over Wanna Winna and Refua in 1 minute 37-3.
Welcome to those of you just joining us on Bally Sports Southern California and San Diego. Glad to have you with us. Acacia Clement and Andy Serling, Maggie Wolfendale, Paula Duca with us as well. As Andy, we just saw the 4th race at Aqueduct take place. The favorite, Mangianera, able to get the job done. And as we heard Maggie talking about a little bit earlier, he has that high-headed carriage and the way that he runs. Not the easiest to ride, but he was able to hold on late.
Sometimes it's just about finding the right field. And he found the right field in a narrow victory for Juana Winna, who ran well to be second in here, but Mangianera finally gets it done at 3-5. My idea with Bobby the Tank, not a good one. 3-1, a massive underlay. He had no excuse and was a bad 4th.
Big late run from the number 2, Juana Winna, who was off slow at the start and then came running, nearly caught your favorite, but Manny Franco and Mangianera able to hold on, even with that funny way of running. 5, 2, 3, 1 in race 4 at Aqueduct. That's, of course, Wood Memorial coming up tomorrow. Lots of excitement with the graded stakes still to come, and a busy time of year, Andy. Everybody looking for those Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks points.
Yeah, no, this is put up or shut up weekend. With the last preps, major preps for those races, and we'll find out a lot more about these horses. And, you know, with these so many horses heading towards Triple Crown races, or the Kentucky Oaks even, with a limited number of starts. Yeah. Every start really does matter in trying to figure out who they are, and we'll find out a lot more, especially about a horse deterministic who could be the second choice in the Derby. I think Fierceness has pretty much solidified the favorite position, but Deterministic has a chance to be the second choice depending on what happens tomorrow.
We'll see what happens. Well, it was short and sweet for those of you just joining, but I'm stepping aside at least for now. I'll be back reporting later, but it was great sharing the desk with you again. I leave you in the very capable hands of Greg Wolf.
Absolutely, but it's nice to have you back. It's just good to have you back as well.
Very good to be back. Well, stay tuned. As mentioned, Greg coming up, and there's the horse Andy was talking about, the Gotham winner, Deterministic. He's 2 for 2 so far and will face his toughest task yet in tomorrow's Wood Memorial.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our continuing FS2 coverage. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement with Andy Serling. As we get set for the 5th coming up, start of a Pick 4, of course, it is Wood Memorial Weekend and a terrific Saturday of stakes action ahead.
No, it's going to be a great day of racing. A lot of fun races, big fields during the day as well. The Wood with 13. The Gazelle has, I think, 10. Got 11 for the Bayshore. Going to be a lot of fun. An excellent late pick 5. People, the 7th race, an excellent allowance race as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. And my first Wood Memorial was 1976 when Bold Forbes won.
Ooh, good one to go to.
Yeah. I don't know when I came next, but I know that was my first.
Could be. We got a couple of very interesting names in Saturdays. Could be a good one to come to tomorrow as well if you're in the area.
Yeah.
If not, we'll have all the action for you on our FS2 coverage. Pick 5. And by the way, we kick off on FS1 tomorrow. Early start, 11:30 a.m. on Wood Memorial Saturday. Maginera, odds on to kick off the Pick 5. David Carlos for Manny Franco for David Carlos, I should say. Carlos David, excuse me.
Yeah, found the right field to get it done at 3-5 and, held on narrowly over Wanawina. They buried the rest of the field. Maginera's run some competitive races and just found the right field today.
For a moment, it's tough to beat Linda Rice these days. That 5-win day just the other day. Off to a hot start again today. This horse took, were you surprised how much money this horse took?
I fortunately for me, I was live in the double with him. It didn't really matter. I would never have bet him at 3-1. And I kind of hoped that. I thought that might be the case. People need to be careful. I mean, I thought he was a little interesting at a big price. He was not a good bet at 3-1.
Way over bet.
And you got to be careful. I know Linda's horses are running very well, but there's not some magic fairy dust going on. You probably want to have ones that are at least a little bit logical.
So odds-on start to the Pick 5. Maginera, Manny Franco, again, Carlos David, Mr. Amore Stable, kick things off. 5, 2, 3, 1. We'll get to the Pick 4 coming up. Our ABR race of the week, though, it is the Wood Memorial. Let's take a look at the race by the numbers. 1925, that's when it all began. Named for New York State politician Eugene Wood. Fastest ever run came back in 2005. Bellamy Road, 147 for that 1 1/8. 3 ownership groups have won it 4 times, including Bel Air Stable. Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons, his name comes up a lot. Usually there's a lot of wins underneath all his stakes victories. 8 times he's done it in the Wood. We'll see if Pletcher can match that tomorrow. Most wins by a jockey, Eddie Arcaro. His run of 3 straight included Bold Ruler in 1957, the $4 million horse, Foo Peg. He got the win that would go on to Derby glory before he got beaten to Preakness. Winners to the Preakness, 12 of them. 16 would go on to win the Belmont Stakes, including Mo Donegal back in 2022. 3-year-old champs, it has been a little bit. Slew of Gold, the last to do it back in 1983. And Horse of the Year to win the Wood. Last time seen it was Seattle Slew, who would follow up Foolish Pleasure. There we go. We look forward to it. Full 13 will line up on this year's edition on Saturday. Tremendous group. And I guess huge performance, and you're looking at who's potentially maybe going to be the second choice behind Fierceness, because I don't think anyone's going to unseat him for top choice that first Saturday in May.
No, I agree. In fact, as you were coming up here on the elevator, that's exactly what I was saying. Fierceness is locked in as the favorite at this point, but a big effort by Deterministic, and I believe he will be the second choice in there. But we'll see how he does, and obviously the Bluegrass is an important race tomorrow as well.
Distances get longer. You never know. He went a mile in the Gotham off a 6.5-month layoff, just the second start of his career, and he was sensational, and that number was pretty darn fast on Thorograph.
Yeah, no, this is a horse that I know that you mentioned Thorograph. I know the Raggers and Sheets had him running a very fast race, and he was extremely good. And I think more than just coming back off the layoff and being able to win that race, but also the professionalism he showed. It's a horse that was the opposite of professional in his debut, and he still got it done with a solid buyer figure in Saratoga. Mild issue coming out of the race, kept him out of the races for a while, but to come back, he broke sharply, put himself in the race. He's the goods. The question is he the goods going shorter or longer? We'll start to find out. I am confident that if he stays sound, this horse has big wins in his future. Whether or not it's a Derby is another question.
Well, this performance from Uncle Heavy, probably underrated in terms of a Derby prep because of what he overcame on the way the racetrack was playing.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're going to be predisposed to sort of like the horses we saw this winter, but we are not exaggerating it. Horses were not overcoming the bias that day with wide trips. He was against the track. He was very wide in the first turn. He got a good ride. He saved a little more ground second turn, but never on the rail. And the second horse in here, El Grande O, and everything go his own way. No, he doesn't really want a 1 1/8. But he was on the good rail, setting a moderate pace, and Uncle Heavy just ran him down. This was a terrific performance. I was a little heartbroken when he drew post 13. It's going to be a tough post to overcome, but I'm an Uncle Heavy fan as well, and I'm looking forward to seeing him run and running in the future.
And you know, it's outside post with the first turn coming up almost immediately. So he is up against it, and Michael Sanchez going to have his work cut out for him. Can he try and save some ground early? Because this horse, he definitely wants, we know he loves a 1 1/8. He already won at it last time out, and Butch Reed says the longer the better for him. If he could somehow get to that first Saturday in May, that's good news, 1 1/4.
Right, because it means he ran well in this race, too, if he gets there. I mean, that means he ran at least second in all likelihood here. So that's important. He's the kind of horse, if he doesn't make the Derby, obviously, I understand the importance of making the Derby. Who knows? Maybe it'll be a blessing in disguise, because he could be a horse that could be a real force in the Preakness.
Meanwhile, Resilience for Bill Mott will have the inside post, make an equipment change out of the Risen Star. The blinkers go on.
This is my other horse in here. I picked him second to Deterministic, who I believe is going to be very tough to beat. But I like the fact that, like a lot of good Bill Mott horses, every single buyer figure has been faster than the one before it. I thought he ran a very credible race last time in the Risen Star. This race at 2 back, when he broke his maiden, shows the distance. The 2 turns not going to be a problem for this horse. An improving horse for a very, very dangerous trainer. I think I like the Deterministic and Resilience. There's something very, they fit together, right?
Some great name. Just because of his name, he's got to get there. Fierceness, such a great Fierceness, and now Deterministic. Both those two, I love those names. But we were very high on a Gotham winner just the other year. He didn't quite go on with it.
He's running at Oaklawn on Sunday.
Is he?
Yes, he is. We're talking about Morello.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thought had massive. Thought he had such huge upside. It just did not pan out for him.
Yeah, Deterministic is a different kind of horse, but I agree.
Yeah.
I think Deterministic is really the goods.
See what happens. Join us for our coverage on Saturday, and you can play this 100-point prep pick 3. $3 Derby prep pick 3 with the Wood, Bluegrass, and Santa Anita Derby, all 100-point preps to the winner. I think it's fun. I love this. I'm glad to see it back.
No, I think it's a great bet, and it's a fun bet for people. As you can see, a lot of time between races. So you get live at the first 2 legs, and somewhere late in that first game in the NCAA tournament, you can see what happens in Santa Anita.
There's a Baffert horse in that Santa Anita Derby that's going to take a lot of money in there.
He has some pretty good horses.
He does.
He's a pretty good trainer, I think.
Potentially narrow things down in that $3 pick 3. Late pick 4 is up next here in New York. 16,000 non-winners of 2 one-turn mile. When we come back, we'll have the post parade for you when our coverage continues here on Fox Sports 2 on America's Day at the Races.
Run Happy, Nutella Fella has won the hopeful.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Bet the best Derby preps in one Pick 3 on Saturday, April 6th. The Big 3 Pick 3 combines the Wood Memorial, Bluegrass Stakes, and Santa Anita Derby in one bet. This $3 minimum bet appears as a separate wager online and on track.
Coming into the final furlong now, Verrazano tested as he has never been tested before by Vijek. 2 undefeated 3-year-olds into the final 16th of a mile. Normandy Invasion is third, and they're coming down to the finish, and it will be Verrazano onto the Derby.
That was back in 2013. One of several. Can Todd Pletcher make it 8? He's going to have a couple of chances on Saturday. Of course, this horse would 8-1 in the Kentucky Derby. Orb wound up winning that one on that wet track for Shug McGahee.
Escondrea would have won the Triple Crown if he hadn't been hurt and retired after the Wood.
That's bold.
He overlaid those horses by a city block.
How many major favorites have we had who had that kind of potential just in the last 20 years of scratch day of?
Oh, yeah,
week
no.
of?
Well, he always had issues. Other than that, I mean, Gemologist obviously didn't do much. Verrazano was a decent sire at times, more of a turf. You have a turf win.
Wound up winning the Haskell.
Dino Rosso won the Classic.
16 buyer for Verrazano on the Haskell.
Yeah. His last dirt win.
It was his last dirt win. Well,
he's stealing those.
The better chance you would think for the Pletchers. He's got a maiden, and then he's got this horse who's undefeated. There was only one other horse in this race, but he got a big number for it on that wet track at the fairgrounds.
Yeah. The second horse is bookended before and after. Buyer speed figures were 6 points lower. Essentially a match race. He's never been on a dry track. Maybe he'll be better on it. You don't know. I always feel as though you have to make some sort of definitive opinions in these races. And this is a horse who's going to be the second choice, I think, that I'm against. I just feel like this is a much, much tougher ask for him. And I want to see him do it. He's going to beat me. I think Resilience is my other horse.
Talk about not dealing with adversity in a 3-horse field.
Yeah, it's just, this is a big step forward for him. And he's going to be a big underlay, in my opinion. I'm playing against.
Son of Vino Rosso, by the way.
He was good.
Yeah, went on to win a Classic for Pletcher. We look forward to it. Again, that's coming up, our coverage Saturday, because 11:30 a.m. FS1 on Saturday. To the Pick 4 coming up. There's Young Frau, 3-2 favorite right now, dropping down in class, just claimed by Atras, who's 35% on the year. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, and Young Frau is garnering a lot of attention on the board, but garnering my attention because he's a horse that in his previous barn ran with a lot of equipment, a extension blinker covering his right outside eye, a Houghton bit with a burr on the right side for a horse that gets out. Now he comes back here, as you can see on your form, blinkers off. So they're taking that extreme blinker off, and they're going to run him with a Sherwin. So a Sherwin is that piece of rubber that actually attaches to the headstall at the pole of the bridle, comes down and runs in the middle of their face, and then splits into two to attach to either side of the bit. And what its theory is that it keeps the bit up in a horse's mouth and prevents them from being able to get their tongue over it as well, and will often let them be able to breathe a little bit better, that the tongue's not getting in their way. Often the chief, Alan Jerkins, ran a lot of horses in it and believed strongly in them. So that's what he's going to wear today, with just a snaffle, about an egg butt snaffle to be exact, about the kindest bit that one could put on a horse. So going from one extreme to the other with Young Frau. Physically, looks about the same. I will say maybe a little bit more fit than what I had seen from him going back to some of his previous efforts, and also a little bit more relaxed here in the paddock. So I take that as a good sign, because the last time I saw him, he was a little bit more on it. He got a little hot too in the preliminaries. So with the drop in class, he is certainly a force to be reckoned with, but will he keep a straight path? Will he make his rider's job manageable. As we'll move on to Linda Rice, one of her 2 horses, and she has a nice complementary entry in here with one that projects to be forward with a deep closer. And while I think Deputy Connect is the more likely of the 2 to get the job done, they are coming in with spotty form, both of them. Deputy Connect, though, looks fantastic in here, and he's more proven at this distance, whereas Gun Maestro, he's going to try, and look, he has Arabato to his inside and Alanta Zakuna, who could be forward in here too, but Gun Maestro, which is with the stretch out from the sprints, could be forward, as Linda Rice, second after the claim on the dirt, stretching out, is 5 for 28, so a little bit less than what we're kind of accustomed to as far as numbers go for Linda Rice with a negative ROI. Gun Maestro, I will say this, going back to the fall, he looked amazing. He looked really, really good, coat and flesh-wise, and he kind of really tailed off sharply in his last few, but now it looks like Linda might have him heading back in the right direction, and I'm interested to see him try this distance, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll get to the post parade coming up momentarily. About to load, though, out in Hot Springs for the 4th from Oak Lawn Park. And the favorite, wow, even money on Royal Megan, Steve Asmussen's son, Keith.
I'm going to bet the 6 on the turn back, but I agree that Royal Megan's the horse to beat.
Yeah, Halago cutting speed, cutting back. Love that angle as well.
There's a lot of pace in this race. I'll tell you, the 1, 2, and 9 all could be forward.
Could set up perfectly for Royal Megan. Matt Ditterman, the call. Here's the 4th from Oak Lawn Park.
They've loaded Dixie Penny, 2-back Royal Megan. And after Royal Megan, Koala to the outside. We're ready to go. And they're off. Slow break from Eyes on Point. Spanish Delight leapt in the air at the start, is at the back of the pack. Dixie Penny and Koala, 1-2. Koala takes control of things. Dixie Penny takes back to second. Halaga moves level with Dixie Penny. Royal Megan wedges herself between that pair. A gap of 2 to Mia Baby, settling in the 5th position. Spanish Delight is parked outside of her. Another 2.5 to Winya Bay. And Eyes on Point is at the back of the field with a half-mile to go. Koala is the leader with a line of 3, a length and a half behind. Dixie Penny on the inside. Halaga takes that second spot. Dixie Penny back in third. Royal Megan shuffled back now, is in the 2 path, a joint third with Dixie Penny. So the 2 favorites 4 lengths off Koala, who still leads the charge around the 4 turn. Spanish Delight in the 5th position, sent along 3 wide. The others are far out of it as they swing off the turn. Koala has opened up that lead to 2.5 lengths. Halaga chasing hard. Royal Megan far outside, putting in a bid. Dixie Penny on the inside. Royal Megan is corralling that early leader, Koala now. Royal Megan, Koala trying to hang in there, but Royal Megan's too tough, just blew right on by. And Royal Megan is going to open up late to win it. Royal Megan, Keith Asmussen with a double. Koala holds second, Dixie Penny third, just ahead of Eyes on Point.
Royal Megan, Steve Asmussen's son Keith, 7th career win for the 7-year-old mare.
This horse was much the best. I mean, Keith found him through no fault of his own, found himself in a tough position in the backstretch because the leader had drifted off the rail and he was between horses, but he was sort of right behind this horse. So he ended up having to sort of steady out of that position and get him into clear. Keith was very confident with him. He didn't rush, he didn't panic, he waited. And once they got in the stretch and he was able to get him out in the clear, he just crushed this one.
Close for third. We'll let you know as we get back to New York. And here's a look at the 1A. Outside post, Deputy Connect.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's probably the weaker half of Linda's entry, and I prefer Gun Maestro. They're a fair price this entry.
Rail to Sorpreso.
I know he's a long shot. You thought he had a chance to be a piece of the super. Who knows?
Did have to battle a little bit, but facing better company in this spot here. Young Frau, 8-5 favorite.
I wouldn't bet him at 8-5, but I was hoping off the claim for Rob Atras, maybe he could find his better form and finish first for the first time, as you pointed out to me earlier. Never hit the wire first.
Only win via DQ. Here's the 4, Atlanta's Acuna.
I just don't know where his dirt race is that makes him competitive.
A lot of seconds for that horse, 5 times in 12 starts. Here's Poppy on ice and probably going to be running late. I don't know, maybe enough to win?
No. He was second by default in a very, very weak division of this condition.
Arabato at 5-1.
I think he's a very fair price for a horse that ran a race that could win it 2 back and gets Dylan Davis back aboard.
Rudy Rodriguez makes an equipment change, blinkers off with opportunity set.
Well, I don't know what to say, but this is a horse that has not been competitive.
Surprising to see 7-2 on Ice Road.
Yeah, I think the odds are going to normalize a little bit as Jungfrau's a little over bet right now. You like him more than I do. He's just, for me, he doesn't win. And I thought when he didn't win 4 back, he'll never find a softer spot, at least in New York.
And we didn't see the first half of that entry out there somewhere, unless I just missed it. Gun Maestro. Last 2 starts have not been good. Second off the claim, Linda Rice. There he is.
This entry is supposed to be a shorter price. And the way they're betting Linda, I mean, they could be the favorite in here. I don't love this horse, but he was inside last time, and the rail may have been bad that day, and certainly was an outside flow track. So I believe he's the stronger half of the entry.
3 minutes to post here in the pick 4. Let's check in with Jonathan Kinchin and get his thoughts here on how to start us off in the sequence.
Hey, fellas, look, I'm interested in the 1, Gun Maestro, which is a little bit unfortunate, right? Because we got the entry here, and people just can't get enough of an entry. It's like a BOGO, buy one, get one free is how people treat them. So often they'll lean to these entries when I don't really need the 1A, but the 1 I think is interesting. I think I had excuses in the last 2 races. Kind of got stuck down on the inside last night, didn't get to really fully let out the run, and then was extremely wide the time before that. The race 3, 4, 5, and 6 back absolutely win this race. So I'm simply wagering that Gun Maestro is going to find a way to get back to those races that are 3, 4, 5, 6 races back, and I'm going to forgive the last 2 because I do believe that Gun Maestro had an excuse. Now, you are going to have the protection of the 1A here if you play this 1, but I would prefer have it the other way, where I didn't have to have that protection, because I feel like it affects my price. I feel like I could probably get even a little bit of a better price on Gun Maestro if this horse wasn't present in an entry. Mags?
Yeah, I'm just going to go with the horse that I thought looked best, that I felt as though was arguably with these one for many horses and has been at least a little bit on the consistent side as far as figures, and that's number 8, Ice Road, for Peter Walder. It just looks as though he's doing really well. And like the other horse that looked best in here is Deputy Connect, but I really couldn't necessarily make the case for him. And I don't want to put too much into riders, but yeah, I heard Linda's main guy and Jose Lezcano's on Gun Maestro, who I didn't particularly love the way he looked. So he just looked better when Fernando Abreu had him, and he just hasn't looked the same since. So yeah, I'm going to go with Ice Road in here and hoping that I mean, it wasn't flattered Greg by Best Bet yesterday, running a complete stinker with a massive jump up in class, but was wired last time out by him, just chasing him around. I think there's going to be a little bit of pace in here. I'm interested to see what Andy thinks about the pace scenario in this one.
You know, it's interesting Maggie brings that up, because the pace projector at Timeform US, which I pay a lot of attention to, has it as a fast pace. I don't agree. First of all, we don't see too many fast paces around here. I don't disagree with that Arrebato is going to be the speed in this race. I won't be surprised if Gun Maestro is forward as well. The other half, Linda Entry, can't be forward. So I don't think this is going to be – I don't know this race is going to be affected by the pace. I think both of those horses, the 1 Gun Maestro and the 6 Arrebato, are players in here. I picked them, I think, 2nd and 4th. I'll be surprised if there's a big pace. And frankly, the horse I like, Jungfrau, he probably would prefer to get a little pace in this race. So we'll see. I hope Maggie's right, but I'm dubious. I was surprised that Timeform had this listed as a fast pace, to be honest.
And, you know, going back to what Jonathan said about Gun Maestro, those races 3, 4, 5, 6 races back, yes, they were all a lot better than the last 2. But yeah, Jungfrau is a race 2 back that fits with all of those.
Oh, no, I think Jungfrau's the horse to beat. Listen, I picked the 1 second. I'm not. And the thing is, Gun Maestro is a double against the track. He was inside when you wanted to be outside last time, and he was outside when you wanted to be inside, and a huge bias on January 18th. So this is a horse that comes in here with 2 significant excuses. The problem I have is, and Jonathan touched on it, I don't bet entries. In general, you're just getting a bad price. It's 2024. People should be allowed to bet on whatever horse they choose. We're all big boys and girls, and we can – you know, you get the 1A, and so you get a little something there, but I would rather be able to bet the horse I like at maybe 4-1 if it wasn't in an entry in this case.
Blindfold on the 2. Maybe a horse that's a little bit nervous going into that starting gate, so the starting gate crew will use that to keep them calm once they're loaded and in there.
Do you think he's nervous because he knows you think he has a chance at the Super at 56-1?
He heard that I like him a little bit. See if he can make an impact at all, obviously.
His last race is fast enough to give him a chance to get a little piece of this race for sure.
And now the favorite has become the 8, which we were expecting, Ice Road. Although the way they're betting Linda Rice today, maybe not.
Yeah.
After that 5-win day the other day.
Bobby
Here we go.
3-1. Anything could happen.
Late pick 4 begins in this 5th. Chris Griffin the call.
And in. All set. And they're off. Speed to the outside from Ice Road. Trevor McCarthy with the early kick, and there's Arabato in between horses. Also moving on through comes Gun Maestro to join the early leaders. Gun Maestro is right there with Arabato. They're going to be the clear 1-2, and just off of them, that's Atlanta's Acuna tracking from 3rd. Out wider comes Ice Road, who's there in 4th, and in between horses comes Opportunity Set, now challenging and takes that 4th position away. They're followed by Jungfrau and Sorpreso. They're down towards the inside mid-pack. Second to last is going to be Deputy Connect, and far back is the trailer. Pappy on ice. 23.39 for the opening quarter mile. Gun Maestro has the lead. It's Gun Maestro with the pressure from Arabato down towards the inside. Gun Maestro is approaching a half mile left to go, is a length and a half in front. Here comes the re-rally for Arabato. Switches towards the outside for an outside run, and Arabato is now stalking the pace setter. Atlanta's Acuna is trying to make up some ground, and here's Ice Road. Ice Road broke on top with the leaders, is now back to 3rd, moving forward here and progressing. In behind them, here comes a move from Jungfrau, and Jungfrau is passing rivals quickly under a full drive. There comes Opportunity Set, and Sorpreso from the back trying to rally on as Deputy Connect. The leader is Gun Maestro. Arabato, they continue to duke it out. They went 1:12-1 for 3/4 of a mile, and Gun Maestro's trying to shrug off the challenge from Arabato, who continues to chase. Arabato is game up on the outside. Gun Maestro tries to come back. Ice Road's trying to catch them both. Less than a furlong left to go, and here comes Ice Road with the momentum. Arabato's got the lead. Ice Road is lunging. It's Arabato trying to fend off the charge from Ice Road, is doing just that. Arabato almost there. Arabato wins it over Ice Road, Gun Maestro, and Jungfrau in 1 minute 38.41 seconds.
Meet leading jockey from Aqueduct Winter, Dylan Davis on Arabato, outlasting the 8 here. Ice Road for the win.
You know, we talked about how this horse was probably a bit of an overlay in here, and he got it done. And Mackie ended up being right. This pace was honest. It didn't matter because forwardly placed horse ended up winning, but the pace was very honest here. Ice Road, I mean, he can't get a better trip than he got in here, and he couldn't go by. He is a refusenik. He does not want to win. Now, I don't think, as it turned out, Jungfrau was going to win this race, but whatever chance he had was lost when he just completely steadied out in the back of the pack down the backstretch. Listen, he didn't run well enough to suggest it cost him the race, but he can't steady out with these horses.
Dylan Davis for the Orlando Noda Barn, and now 2 for 15 for Arabato.
Ran well in here.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a good effort because he forced it inside of the one, took him back and went around him. I mean, give Dylan a lot of credit. This is a very good ride by Dylan. He was assertive, but he didn't want to get pinned down inside. It's an excellent ride. And it helped that he had a horse outside of him that just does not want to win. This is a classic, right? I mean, this is like a textbook case of a horse that doesn't want to win. I don't even think the MIG could have got him home in this race.
6-8, 1-3, 4-1 with Dylan Davis. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, I just want to get back to the horses, your beaten favorite in Jungfrau. Take a look. As Andy was saying, this horse steady back, but not. So this is the stretch run. Look how much of a hold that Jorge Vargas Jr. has on his inside left rein. This is a horse that always is getting out. And that's why I think Jorge had to steady him back out, because he didn't have any control, because this horse was lugging out so badly. And so horses like that, as I said in the pre-race, they're always going to make the jobs harder for the rider and therefore are unreliable bets, guys.
Winds up fourth in here, Jungfrau. Had to basically steady back almost to last in that race and then made a big run, but not near enough. That is it for Andy Serling. We'll see you tomorrow on our coverage. You come on what time tomorrow?
I'm on with you, I think. We come on at 1:30 until 4:30. Yep, on FS2.
We will see Andy back then. I'm sticking on. Going to be joined by the MIG after a short timeout. Got a lot more coming up. Stick around. Our coverage on Fox Sports 2 continues right after this. It's Arebato, Dylan Davis for Orlando Noda at 4-1 in the fifth. Back with you on our Fox Sports coverage. America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part where you can play all the action at NauerBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NauerBets.com, get signed up, and started. Greg Wolf joined by champion jockey Richard Migliore, the MIG, joining me for the last three on the card here in New York, and we saw the best yet to come out at Oaklawn.
Yeah, just a good competitive cards in both places, and just nice to be here with you, Greg. And a nice day. We've got a good racetrack today. Track sped up over the last week or so, hasn't it? We're yielding much faster times than we were.
Yeah, look at Joey Freshwater yesterday.
Wow, what a performance that was.
105 Beyer, 109 and change. I'm not, maybe 109 and 3, can't remember, but one of the fastest sprints we've seen since we've been at this long extended stay at Aqueduct.
Yeah, and I got news for you. We're going to have a longer extended stay here.
Yeah, we are. Let's bring the prices. Arebato taking this fifth race to start off the pick 4. Dylan Davis, Orlando Noda Barn.
Yeah, real nice ride by Dylan. Backed out of the speed duel, came to the outside, got his horse comfortable. Horse made a nice physical impression. The Nodas have been doing good work and held off Ice Road, who now has 9 seconds. A horse that just doesn't feel any urgency to pass other horses, but Arebato gets it done at 10.60.
Early pick 5, $841. As we move on, race 6. 7 furlongs, $14,000 claiming race, horses who've not won 3 lifetime, and we'll see if this Linda Rice train keeps on rolling. Shinful, the 7, was even money, morning line. Dropped down in class, and the one to beat second off a lengthy layoff.
Yeah, and Shinful is just a real consistent type. He takes that precipitous drop in class, owned and bred by Vivian Malloy. She was the owner of Addition Farm, has since subsequently sold the farm, but Mrs. Malloy has been such a huge supporter of the New York breeding program for a very long time. And in fact, a Shin forward she bought back from Japan to stand stud here in the state of New York. Limited books of mares, though.
All right. 2 wins, 4 seconds from 14 starts for Shinful. We'll have the post parade coming up from this race in a moment. Speaking of Linda Rice, trying to get her first ever Kentucky Derby starter with El Grande O in the Wood Memorial and punch that ticket to the first Saturday in May. It's our ABR race of the week. Grade 2, $750,000 Wood Memorial. And one of many lining up against El Grande O. Horse that beat him last time in the Gotham, Deterministic, who is undefeated. 6.5 months between starts, only started twice, overcame a lot, looks so much more professional and polished in that Gotham win.
I'm very impressed with Deterministic's Gotham. He had just shown such a mental maturity. You know, he looked like a horse that showed, you know, a great deal of physical prowess, and he looked good as a 2-year-old, but he made mistakes on debut. He was so professional in the Gotham. It was a complete 180 and just really carried Joel Rosario into the race. Now he's got another question to ask, first time going 2 turns, but this Gotham was quite impressive.
It really was, and it made you, I mean, watching it visually, it made you feel like, wow, this is a true Derby contender. Now, as you said, got to prove he can do it going longer at 1 1/8. We will find out on Saturday if he's able to do that. 2 for 2 in his brief career. Here's his trainer, Christophe Clement.
Obviously, he's a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger than what he was as a 2-year-old. He's always been very straightforward mentally. And his main attribute is just the most beautiful mover. He's a very, very good mover. The whole idea is more of a mental than a physical attribute. The idea to run is to run 2 turns in a large field, to learn something in order to go in a very tough race, which is a Derby, which is always very popular, which is a very rough race. And if I thought I could get away with it with just the 2 races, I would have done it. And was training him to the race, but I just thought it was slightly overwhelming. And by running him in the wood, obviously, we hope that we will get to the next stage. We've got a stronger group of 3-year-old on dirt this year. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. Deterministic, a lot of fun. 1, because he's a very good horse. 2, belongs to a great partnership. So this makes it very enjoyable for not just me, for everybody else in the barn as well.
A lot to be excited about for Christophe Clement with this horse. Christophe, by the way, Hall of Fame nominee this year, and he's never had a starter in the Kentucky Derby. Obviously, he's won a Classic. He won the Belmont with Tonalist. This will be a first for him being in that first Saturday in May, and he looks like, we'll find out more Saturday, but it looks like a horse who could make an impact.
Christophe's not the type of trainer that's going to force a horse to take him to the Derby. He's not going to force a horse into a position he doesn't feel he's ready for. Interesting what he was saying about, he actually even thought about training this horse up to the Derby. Would have been a very tall task. I like the progression, the mile to the 1 1/8 of the Wood, a little more experience. This is a good horse. And when he talks about what a beautiful mover he is for people that maybe don't understand exactly what he's saying, it's the mechanics of a horse's stride, how, you know, efficient they move. And he has an economy of motion that really makes his stride very, very strong, you know, long, strong, covers a lot of ground. Not short, fast strides, but long, fluid strides.
Looking forward to seeing what he can produce as he stretches out to 1 1/8. We already know a horse who loves 1 1/8 is in this race. Unfortunately, he got dealt a very difficult post position. Butch Reed says the longer the better for Uncle Heavy. He's going to be all the way out in post 13, though. Had that win at 1 1/8 in the Withers, and he did it, not just getting by and beating a horse who was loose in the front end, overcoming a bias that day that was heavily tilted toward the inside.
Yeah, the post does complicate, his race completely, because he's not so slow that he's just going to drop out completely. And he's not fast enough to clear, so where does he wind up in the first turn? Very rare to see a horse win from that post going 1 1/8 here at Aqueduct. I mean, you can go back to Foolish Pleasure in 1975 when he overcame the far outside post, but that's a very rare feat. This is a very nice horse. We've talked about it a lot. Butch Reed, not a trainer that comes up here unless he feels like his horses really belong, and his percentage shipping in here is good because he knows what kind of horses he has. This is a nice horse with a very, very difficult task with that post.
The special, it made more difficult because that first turn at a 1 1/8 yard aqueduct comes up almost immediately. So it can set you up to lose a lot of ground early in this race. But we do know if somehow he's able to get into that Kentucky Derby, what Butch Reese says about him, the longer the better. A 1.25 miles might be right up his alley.
Yeah, I mean, watching him run, you certainly feel like the longer the better. And he's kind of got that relentless grinding kind of run. I wouldn't say a turn of foot, but stamina being his strong suit.
All the way out in post 13 on Saturday for the big one here, the Wood Memorial. That is part of this incredible lineup of stakes on Saturday. Grade 2 Carter, compact but competitive field. The Distaff Gazelle on the road to the Kentucky Oaks, where it might be a maiden who is, I would say, is the one to beat in that race, and the Bayshore as well.
Great day of racing, a little bit of something for everybody, and certainly Derby and Oaks preps on tap. And it's an exciting time of year, Greg. You know, just seeing who's going to come to the fore and who's going to stamp their ticket to Louisville.
Let's get out to Hot Springs. Race 5 minutes to post. Claiming race nom winners 2 lifetime. We run the piece all the time, and the actual Sergeant Reckless is going to be running in this race. Ramsey Zimmerman, rider change, will be aboard.
I think it's so cool that we've got a horse named Sergeant Reckless, particularly how many times we've run that terrific feature.
Steve Asmussen, it's just a matter of when, I would say, that he sets the new record for victories. Adam Meat came into today with 56 victories, still a long way to go. The record 71. That was set by the late Cole Norman back in 2003. We'll be back.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
200 right there. 1,200,000. 25, 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
And now 500. And 500,000. Thank you.
450. 75. 475,000.
We're back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. America's Day at the Races, 5th at Oaklawn. Just 2 minutes to post. And favoritism. The 7 in here, Life on the Nile, trainer Dan Ward. Rafael Bejarano, I thought there was a time when this horse really was going to break through. It had shown some real ability. Obviously, strong trainer that I know Paul is very high on. But, Paul, it's been a lot of second-place performances from this horse so far.
Yeah, there has been, Greg. And, you know, Dan stuck blinkers on this horse last time, and it resulted in a very good finish. I will tell you this. It is hot out today. It's very sunny out, and the 7 is getting a little worked up a little bit. Now, I don't really know if that's him. And, you know, when I look back at his race, it didn't look like he was washed out before the race, but he's a tiny bit washed out as we're going to look at a little bit of a post-parade. As you look at the entry in here, excuse me, the money's going on the 1A in here, Little Bro Coupe in here for Juan Sanchez. The straight one would probably be a bigger long shot in here, and I actually like the 1A Little Bro Coupe. I think this is the weakest he's faced in a long time, and the odds probably will come down because when you look at the Wilpays, it is the 1 and the 7 that are kind of the shortest ones. I think the 2 Mo Moves can get to the front end. We're on to the 4 here. Brennan's Honor, Mr. Alex Bregman. Hopefully you're watching from the Texas Rangers clubhouse. You probably are playing the champions tonight, but this is Alex Bregman's horse who won last time out at Fairgrounds in an off-the-turf event, a Twirling Candy with Ricardo Santana aboard. Might improve. Some of these horses get, that kind of light bulb effect when they kind of win, they improve. Here's the 7. This is what I was talking about. You can see the sweat a little bit on Life of the Nile, but that last race probably puts him, obviously in the discussion. Vincenzo, the 8 is an interesting sort too. Joey Belmire will take the irons on that one as 2. And then on the outside, you're going to see the 10 and the 11. Johnny Court, by the way, won a race today. I don't want to make you jealous already, Mig, but he won a race earlier today at a big price. So if you're alive in these pick 5s, good luck. I'm on the 1A in here, Greg, Little Bro Coupe. I just think you're getting a decent price on an entry. And I'm not saying anything's wrong with Sergeant Reckless. He's coming off, a long layoff. He's had 2 races since that layoff. I just think the 1A is the one that they're betting in here. I'm going against the 3 just because of the looks on the track. And I got to root for the 4, Brennan's Honor, and our friend, Mr. Bregman.
Yeah, right now, Brennan's Honor, the 4, coming off that win. It was a race meant for the grass at Fairgrounds. Came off and really stepped up and ran an improved performance. That was the first time going long.
Yeah, maybe it's just the Goldilocks effect, right? Everything was right. Right surface, right distance. And I like the fact that this horse broke his maiden for 30, Brennan's Honor, and they go to 12.5. Usually a good rule of thumb is whatever maiden claiming tag horse wins for, they're generally worth about half that, unless it's a first-time starter, but a horse with some proven form.
Meanwhile, what about Team Asmussen here with Mo Moves, the 2?
Listen, they already have a win together on the card. Keith Esmerson's been riding so well. Steve, what an incredible meeting he's had. He's closing in on 60 winners already, and there's still plenty of time left. And this horse was good last time in the slop. Certainly a contender.
I just find it amusing. The winningest trainer in North American history wins all these big races. He almost won a Kentucky Derby the other year. This horse was 0 for 10. He claims for $12,500.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of the entire Asmussen family. They're horse people, and they understand and appreciate from the lowest level horses to the Grade 1 champions, and they get all treated with that same care and respect, and they turn them out beautifully. And listen, they started with quarter horses, so they understand horses at every level. I appreciate that. I love the fact that they win at the lowest level and certainly at the highest levels in the game.
Well, it has a son on board here on a horse who took 16 starts to get that first win, and it came last time out to at least going in a positive direction. There's a 2 stepping in with son Keith aboard. That was on a wet track, though, and it was a bit of a step up in a figure-wise, but a horse has run good. On a fast track before with a decent number. We'll see if can reproduce that with today's condition. As Paul said, it is warm there today with this fast going in Hot Springs. 5th from Oaklawn. Let's go to Matt Ditterman for the call.
Post 3. Vincencino coming up to the gate. Brennan's Honor to post position number 4. Brennan's Honor goes in. Vincencino has gone forward. Contrabandista goes into the gate. 8 straight. The gray horse, 2 back. Pre-game and Stardation. Pre-game coming up. Stardation to the outside post. Here's Stardation, John Court, looking for his second today. We're ready to go. And let off. Slow break on the inside from Sergeant Reckless, having to take up right after the break, was 8 straight. Going to the front is Mo Moves. He's on top with Life of the Nile and a 3-deep Vincentino into the clubhouse turn. Those 3 stretched across the track, entering the turn. Little Bro Coupe right behind in the 4th spot with Contrabandista. Hard Not to Like is next with Brennan's Honor, who's tugging a little bit. Pre-game, a length off that pair, and another length to Lord Grantham. 8 straight is 3rd last, 5 clear of Star Nation. Sergeant Reckless, who is off slowly, trails with him. Down the backstretch, they run a strung-out group. Life of the Nile takes hold of the bit and leads by just a deck. Mo Moves to the inside right there. A length and a half to Little Bro Coupe. Vincentino side by side. Contrabandista racing in the 5th position. 3.5 lengths off the lead. About 2 lengths back to Brennan's Honor. Hard to come by. Pre-game has lost ground. Absolutely needs to turn it around to win it. Lord Grantham passes him. He's within 7 or 8 from the top into the turn. Star Nation 8 straight, and Sergeant Reckless at the back into the 4th turn. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. The leaders still going together. Life on the Nile on the outside with a head lead on Mo Moves 2nd. Here comes Little Bro Coupe without being asked. He looms large, creeping in nicely. Little Bro Coupe catching the eye in the 3 path, and he's up to tackle the leaders as they swing off the turn. Little Bro Coupe, Life on the Nile, trying to move with him. These two engage one another as they come down the stretch. Little Bro Coupe with the edge. Little Bro Coupe, Life on the Nile 2nd, Contrabandista into 3rd. Little Bro Coupe, Manny Esquivel coming home to score nicely. Little Bro Coupe, Life on the Nile 2nd, Contrabandista 3rd. Mo Moves was 4th.
Little Bro Coupe with the win, 2nd off the claim, now 2 for 21 lifetime.
It's had an absolute perfect trip when Life on the Nile and the 2-horse Mo Moves, keeping each other company, entertaining each other. He was just sitting in that catbird seat, 3rd on the outside, moved at the right time with that run to the short wire, which is the 16th pole. Perfect trip, in good form, best horse, got it done.
Manny Esquivel continuing to make noise at this Hot Springs meet, riding for the Barnum Juan Sanchez, 3-1 2nd choice on the board with a victory here in this 5th from Oaklawn. Back to New York. Race 6, non-winners of 3 lifetime. The condition, 7 furlong sprint. We'll see if Lena Rice can log another victory here. It's been on a roll. Shinful, 2-1 right now, not favored. Here's Luna Loca.
Yeah, big price here would have to really turn it around to be competitive.
18-1. This is Devilly for the Jimmy Ferraro barn.
Yeah, another one that, that has some races that would put her maybe at a minor award, but hard time seeing this one get it done.
Shoop, there it is. Blinkers coming off, will drop back down in class.
I thought this horse was very interesting. I thought 2 back didn't have the best of trips. Stretched to a mile, now turns back to the 7 furlongs.
Roja Lejera, taking play at 4-1.
I think this horse has speed and should be forward, and lower level horses being forward is a good thing.
Race totally changed. It was a late scratch, the 5 who would have been in front all by herself. So yeah, Roja Lejera may be there, the 4. Here's Maggie T, just missed by a neck last start.
I think this plays out to be the main speed now with the defection of the 5 Honest Banker.
And Shinful, the class dropper, Linda Rice, 2nd off about an 8-month layoff.
Yeah, taking a precipitous drop in class here certainly has races that are more than good enough to win.
And Simple Sugar, 12-1 outside, Gina Giglio.
Yeah, well placed from the outside, this 6-year-old mare. Always looks good on the racetrack. Kind of disappointed, though, the last 2 times. I actually picked her the last 2 times because I just loved the way she warmed up.
Meanwhile, there's Shinful. I gotta think this price is coming down a bit here. 2-1 right now in the class dropper. Let's go back to January 13th. This is a ways back of 23 on a wet track, and this is the last time this mare won.
Yeah, I mean, this is a while. What I really found interesting, and I like this race because I think this shows a horse's determination. Right? She hits the front here, and now this horse keeps on battling on her inside. And watch the way she keeps sticking her neck and head out. She just didn't want to get past, and I just thought this was really a determined effort, and I like when horses fight for it or show the ability to fight for it like that.
And we'll see if we get better today. Coming up, now she does become the 8-5 favorite. 4 minutes to post. Let's go down to Maggie.
I was considering of, invoking that rule of if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all for this field. But we'll talk about the 3 main contenders, and that includes number 7, Shinful in here. A horse that Linda is just dropping down because she just kind of is what she is. She's never necessarily going to get through that second level A other than condition for New York breds. And I like everything I'm seeing from her. She isn't one that ever went on. Don't get me wrong. What she looks like now is what she looked like 2 years ago. But Kendrick really warming her up nicely. She feels like the right horse to be favored in here, because I definitely like her more than I like Maggie T, as we'll move on to her. And yes, maybe she does get loose in here, and Michelle's done well in getting some of that more sprinter type speed back into her. Oftentimes they'll lose it, coming off the bench. She went 1 mile and an eighth, and now she's back to going the 6 to 7 furlongs. So sometimes it's hard to get that back into him. So I appreciate what she's done with her, but I still don't love her in this spot, as I'm going to go with the horse who, might find this a little bit on the shorter side. But number 3, Shoop, there it is, for Rob Falcone. She's just the one who looked best. I liked her warm up. She's showing very good energy too for this turn back in distances, and it's only a furlong, as we did see Rob win with a turn back, displaying the same kind of pre-race type of demeanor and appearance. So I'm going to go with Shoop, there it is, but definitely the fact that I think the board is highlighting the right favorite now in Shinful, guys.
And she's down to that morning line now as well. Even money favorite with the big drop down in class. Did make a nice appearance here on the track. And we'll see. Not going to need a ton to beat this group.
No, I think she's she's very well placed. She did make a nice appearance in the warm-up. I'm right there with Maggie, though, with the 3 Shoop. There it is. I thought her race 6.5 at this level 2 back with a difficult trip. Manny Franco aboard today. She could be the horse that pulls the right trip today.
Let's get JK's thoughts. What do you think of this even money favorite? You're going to go elsewhere?
Yeah. I mean, look, love seems like a strong word, but I kind of love this horse in this spot for various reasons. One, you mentioned a horse isn't off of a drop, right? So a lot of times the easiest way to get a horse to the winner's circle is to change who they're racing against, get some easier competition. So I think that's the first part, and even when this horse was with Dave Donk, he never really tried her at this level, obviously, so we never really got to see her facing who she probably should have been facing all along. But even more directly, the last race she ran, if you look at Timeform US, all of those early fractions were coded blue, meaning that the pace was not fast. She was trying to close in to that into that pace against better horses, and a slow pace into better horses. It's impossible for her to make up any ground in that type of spot like that. She's going to be able to hopefully have a little bit more pace to close into this time with horses that are probably a lot easier for her to close into. It's a combination, if you look at all of those things, her last race and the class relief, that I think Shinful will get her picture taken.
Well, she's 4 to 5 now. Lowest price she's been here on the board. And this race did change dramatically. It was a late scratch with the 5 Honest Banker coming out, who was going to be the pace setter in this group. What does that do, though, in terms of pace in this race? Could someone else potentially steal this on the front end?
Well, I do think the 6 Maggie T is now the main speed here. But sometimes what happens, Greg, is everybody's aware, jockeys read the racing form, and they go, well, the main speed scratch, we want to be closer. So maybe you get more speed out of a horse like the 4, or, the 6 goes for it. Maybe they get a little bit more engaged. I think Shinful is going to be a handful here. But Shoop, there it is again. Watching the replay of her race 2 back, I thought she could have won that race maybe with a different kind of trip. And now you get Manny Franco. No knock on Maddie Over, who I think has really improved and has been riding well since losing the bug. But Manny's a very strong finisher, and now dropping back to that $14,000 level.
Here we go. 6th from Aqueduct. 7 furlong sprint. Shinful, the odds-on favorite for Linda Rice with Kendrick Carmouche about to load right there on your screen. Those green and white silks. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Simple Sugar. is in. All set. And they're off. Good break from Maggie T. Shinful in the early mix, and just off of them will be Simple Sugar out wide. At the rail is going to be Luna Locas in the green cap, and then followed by a host of pursuers. There's a little stumble there from Roja Ligera. It was the trailer. They work up the backstretch. It's going to be Maggie T in front as they sort themselves out. They're Shinful. To the outside is Simple Sugar from third. Splitting rivals. Here comes Devily with the run. Is now a challenge fourth. At the rail is Luna Loca. Second to last is Shoop. There it is. The trailer, Roja Ligera. 23.41. Just a measured opening quarter here for Maggie T. And Maggie T. Luis Rivera Jr. They call the shots. They're up by a length. They work into the far turn. Under drive, here comes the favorite Shinful. And Shinful is within range here for Kendrick Carmouche. Is now within a half length of the leader. Maggie T is in hand. And here comes Shinful, who's all in. Just behind them, that's Devily, who's tracking from fourth, is about to be a challenging third. Under a full drive is Simple Sugar. The rest have got to pick it up. Shoop, there it is. Roja Ligera. Towards the back is Luna Loca. They reach the top of the stretch. Maggie T is still in front. 46-3 for the half-mile time. Here comes a challenge again from Shinful to the outside. It's Maggie T who's very game. Shinful trying to push on by, is trying everything up on the outside. Here's Shinful to the outside. Maggie T is still there, shoulder to shoulder out in the center of the racetrack. It's Shinful with a nose in front. Maggie T resilient down towards the inside, but Shinful's just getting the measure now. It's Shinful and Maggie T. Shinful, Maggie T. Shinful gets the victory over Maggie T. Late run Shoop, there it is. And a photo, Simple Sugar with Devily. Final running time, only 25.55 seconds.
Another win for Linda Rice. Shinful had to earn this one. Maggie T, though, got everything her own way. This was her race to win. She wasn't able to do it.
Yeah, particularly when the four Roja Ligera stumbled a bit at the break, left her alone on the lead, and it cast Shinful into that chasing position, keeping her honest. So Shinful just maybe a little too classy, a little too good. Nice effort from Maggie T. Then it looked like the three Shoop, there it is, was running in place, and then finally got a little bit on track late to cluck up, I believe, to get up for third. But a nice effort from Shinful on the drop off the layoff to get it done for Vivian Malloy and Linda Rice, who keeps the beat going.
5-win day yesterday and the first day of this meet, all with Jose Lezcano. This time sharing the wealth a little. This one goes to Kendrick Carmouche for Linda Rice. Odds on at 3-4 to take this 6 on the card. And Maggie T, beneficiary of the other pace here, not getting out well. Just not enough to hold the class dropper off.
No excuses here. And Luis Rivera Jr. trying to race ride a little bit, kind of was floating Shinful out and Kendrick Carmouche out through the stretch a bit, but to no avail. Shinful just a little too good.
7-6, 3-8 here in the 6th. We'll get to the feature race coming up next. Very competitive sprint. Don Pletcher, meanwhile, eyeing an 8th Wood Memorial victory. He's got a maiden, and he's got the undefeated Tuscan Sky. We'll have a preview coming up.
is Vino Rosso in front. Enticed battles him on the inside, and he's coming back with a furlong to run. Oh, what a wood this is. It is Vino Rosso in front. Enticed continues to battle him, but Vino Rosso's getting away. Restoring Hope is third. Vino Rosso Fantastico in the Wood Memorial.
Vino Rosso for Todd Pletcher would go to the Derby, run 9th. The best was yet to come for him in his 4-year-old campaign. Became a 2-time Grade 1 winner, including the Breeders' Cup Classic.
And is really turning out to be a terrific sire. He's certainly a big stamina influence with his horses. And he's got a nice one in here in Tuscan Sty, son of Vino Rosso.
Yes, he does. Mike Rapoli there. And Todd teamed up so many times before. And there's a look at his victories. Bourbonic, unexpected, with Kendrick Carmouche aboard. And then Mo Donegal going to win the Belmont Stakes. So he's got a maiden for Rapoli stable, but the more highly regarded of those two, the undefeated Tuscan Sky. 2 for 2, undefeated, but it was just a 3-horse field who he beat in this race on this wet track in the fairgrounds.
Yeah, I mean, and again, short field, but he did what was asked of him, and he's 2 for 2. He was able to win going 6th right here at Aqueduct in January. Ships to the fairgrounds, wins going 1 mile and 1/16. He's gotten good figures. He's son of a hot sire in Vino Rosso. He's very interesting, and one thing for sure, he's going to be forward. He doesn't need the lead, but he's a horse that places himself well. He's interesting.
We're trying to follow in father's footsteps as we showed you Vino Rosso's victory in the Wood back in 2018. We'll see if Tuscan Sky can match it and remain perfect. We talk about deterministic being very lightly raced. This horse is as well. This will be just his 3rd career effort, but he does have the benefit of a win at 1 mile and 1/16.
He's already gone around 2 turns, so that's 1 box he can check already. And I love that stall shot of him. That's Todd Pletcher's barn at Belmont Park. And talk about an impeccable shed row. Everything in its place, so orderly, neat, clean. The shed row is just absolutely manicured. Really such a well professionally run outfit.
It's a murderer's row,
usually
from that Hall of Fame trainer. He's also got Protective Maiden showing up on a Derby prep here. Ran a big figure sprinting last summer, Saratoga, when he just narrowly got beat by Valentine Candy, who's turned into a very good sprinter out in Hot Springs. Been a long time off for this horse. Resurfaces at Tampa to run 3rd, going longer at 1 mile, 40 yards.
Yeah, he ran a bit green. He drifted in and out. And now they add blinkers. But to me, he was just kind of a one-paced, even-running horse. And sometimes, just because a horse closes sprinting doesn't necessarily mean they're going to turn out to be a router. And I would have liked to have seen just a little bit more turn of foot, if you will, from him on the stretch out. Ultimately, we'll see. Tall order. A maiden here trying to get it done against this
30-1 morning line, but it was Kendrick Carmouche who will ride this horse, who delivered that monster upset for Todd Pletcher in this race with Bourbonic a couple of years ago.
And delivered, when we think about Kendrick, certainly a rider that's very, very position conscious, gets his position going forward. He came from another area code with Bourbonic to get it done.
Looking forward to it. Again, our coverage begins 11:30 a.m. tomorrow. Check your local Fox Sports listings. We got a long one for you that includes all that stakes action from New York. It's going to be a terrific Saturday card. And these final big Derby preps. Bluegrass, Wood Memorial out west, Santa Anita Derby. Basically, our Derby picture is going to be complete. Back in New York here, it was Shinful and Kendrick Carmouche who will ride that maiden for Pletcher in the Wood. On board for Linda Rice with the win.
Yeah, and Kendrick understanding that he needed to put Shinful into the race because there wasn't a tremendous amount of speed. He never allowed Maggie T to get very far away from him and was able to just continually grind it down. Nice to see Mrs. Malloy, Vivian Malloy, the owner breeder, in the winner's circle there. I actually rode her first stakes winner back in 1989, a mare called Cliffy.
Still have the picture?
I have the picture someplace, but she has the picture, or she had the picture on the farm when I went to visit her. It was always hanging there prominently in her office. So a small bit of her vaunted history with the New York Breeding Program.
$3.50 for the win. Maggie T tried to do it on the front end, winds up second. 7-6-3-8 in the 6th feature race on this Friday card. Race 7, 6 furlong sprint, allowance optional claiming group. And right now, Mazroar coming in from Parks, 2-1 favorite in a very competitive field that did lose some of its speed. Cup coming out. Mazroar is on quite a roll right now. This horse has been running monster figures out of town. Can he transfer that form in his first try here in New York? We're about to find out when we come back. Big weekend ahead. Yes, for Brad Cox. When there's big races, that usually means he's involved. Impel in the Ashland. Barbertina, Ginjin, the Gazelle, and the Bluegrass send out just a touch, and Encino on the road to the Derby.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer. Catholic boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers.
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the NYRA circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit NYRA.com/NYBreds for more info.
It's Volatil in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatil victorious in the Vanderbilt, 1 by 2 lengths.
Tremendous amount of talent with his win in the Vanderbilt, as well as a couple of his wins at Churchill Downs. Ran unbelievably fast. Very special family to me.
Perfect style for 2-year-old sales. Just a gorgeous horse and throwing very athletic horses that I think will run.
Victorious in the Vanderbilt.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Bet the best Derby preps in one Pick 3 on Saturday, April 6th. The Big 3 Pick 3 combines the Wood Memorial, Bluegrass Stakes, and Santa Anita Derby in one bet. This $3 minimum bet appears as a separate wager online and on track.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. As we get set for our feature on this Friday card, we'll get to the 7th momentarily. We talked about this man going to break. Brad Cox, one of the top trainers in the sport. Look at all the chances he has coming up on the road to the Oaks and Derby. Impel might be the best 3-year-old filly in the country.
Yeah, listen, Brad, his barn has just gotten bigger and stronger every year, and he has been a force to be reckoned with consistently now. And if there's a big day of racing, he's going to be involved.
Meanwhile, here in New York, he's going to send out 2 3-year-old fillies in the Grade 3 Gazelle. Let's start with Ginjin, who won the Busanda here in New York on a muddy track. Already has a win at 1 1/8 that came in this performance when she beat Princess Mayfair and Shimmering Allure.
And I thought she won a little easier than the margin of victory would indicate. She was hard-ridden here, but when she hit the front, she completely idled. She said, oh, okay, my job is done. And she won by a length and had to be kept to task, but I think she's a filly that if there's more competition, they press her harder, she can find more. Look at her ears. They're straight up, basically lost her focus. And again, won by a length, but more in the tank. And I do think the mile and 8th placed her strength. I think in the mile of the Busher, she was just run off her feet a little bit. She's a little bit one-paced, a little bit grinding type. The mile and 1/8 suit those kind better than a one-turn mile.
5-1 morning line. Manny Franco will be aboard Ginjin. Saturday's Grade 3 Gazelle. Look at the field that's going to line up. I know Life Talk's a morning line favorite. I think Where's My Ring, the maiden's probably going to wind up being the favorite in here.
Well, she's faced Kinza, and Kinza potentially could be the best filly or mare here. She wasn't, well beaten by her, but she's already grade 3 placed. She, from the inside, I do think will be tough.
Jose Lezcano gets that mount. Back to Oaklawn. Race 6, look at the field. Poulter taking a lot of money right now. Francisco Arrieta for Greg Compton, trying to make it 3 consecutive wins. 5 for 9 at Oaklawn, 10 for 24 overall, and looking the part as well. Let's go to Paul for more.
Yeah, Greg, and he's the horse to beat in here. Just on the fact of what you said, if you take out his turf races and his synthetic races, he's 10 for 19 over dirt. So he likes it fast. He's in tremendous form. Your only question mark with him is he's never gone this distance to ground, where the other 2 horses in here that are taking money have, and they've won the 4 Huge Bigley and the 5 in here, Nepal Up. But Poulter is just in great form. And, Francisco Arrieta, if you go back and you look, this horse did run 1 mile and 3/4 and lost in Nepal Up way back in May of 2023. I watched that replay, and the horse just didn't get away from the gate. And I would think they are going to be forwardly placed today, especially from the rail. Now, you have the giant run-up. So, obviously in the short field, post position does not mean anything. So this turns into a little bit of a rider's race because you have a complete run-up all the way to the first turn. So if he can get Poulter into a nice gallop, I don't think the mile and the 3/16 will be a problem. Now, if it starts to heat up or they put some pressure on the horse that's hot, the 5 I get Nepal Up is the horse probably, when you look at the PPs, you're thinking, okay, this horse is more of a distance horse than the others. He's an 8-year-old now, and you wonder, if he's lost kind of the winning touch. He's 1 for 9 his last 2 years. He's checked in a lot of seconds and thirds. He came flying home last time. He's probably been behind some little bit tougher foes. But I just think Huge Bigley is in great form. The horse looked tremendous, too, did Huge Bigley. This horse has turned it around since getting out of the Aspen barn. In back-to-back wins, now going to go to stretch it out. And this horse is 1 for 3 at the distance, 7 for 30 lifetime, likes to win races. So, I think the public has this dead right, Greg. 1-4-5, 4-1. I'd give Huge Bigley maybe a little bit of a shot at here at 3-1. But I'll tell you what, if they let Poulter just go around there and gallop for a little while, I don't care how far they go, he's going to be tough. He's just in such good form.
He's got the inside post, Mig. We know how dangerous he is on the front end. Is there anyone who's going to be able to keep him company here?
Well, it's an interesting question. The 2 Racket Tap has shown speed at times. Slow pace last time was attending the pace. The 3 Zap Motion to me is the most likely horse to maybe put some pressure on or take him on early. And you got to remember this, like Paul alluded to, that long run to the first turn. Sometimes horses with that long run, that long straightaway, get a little keen. They get into the bit and they build up momentum, and that turn doesn't back them off. A race when the turn comes up immediately, sometimes horses will back off and riders have more control. So if the 3 Zap Motion gets a little keen and gets running into the bridle, I think he's the one who could put pressure on the 1 Poulterer.
We'll see what happens. 7-5, public all over this horse, and yes, he's not gone 1 mile and 3/16 Poulterer, so maybe that's the question mark. He has gone 1 mile and 3/4. He's gone a lot farther. He got beat that day, but he has won at 1 mile and 1/16.
Yeah, I don't think
Is
it'll
it
be
a
the
question for you?
distance. No, it really isn't. And the horse looks sensational in the warm-up. I think the 4 Huge Bigley, who is in really good form, has won at the distance, is going to sit a perfect trip and be in that stalking catbird seat. He's the one I would go with.
He's got a race, 2 back. Huge figure in his first start of his 7-year-old campaign. He got an 89 buyer in that win. He backed it up with another win, going backwards a little bit figures-wise, but did what he needed to do. He'll probably need his best to try and turn the tables and beat Poulterer in here, but see if he can and make it 3 in a row. We're set for the 6th. Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Round out the field. WW Crazy coming up to the outside. We kick off the late pick 5 here. We're ready to go. And they're off. Uneventful start. Zap Motion gets the reins shaken at him to get to the front. He's got the lead early. Poulter, the favorite, takes back to second. Huge Bigley third as they come by us with about 1 lap to go. Zap Motion is the leader. Clears off a length and a tail. Poulter on a keen hold second. Huge Bigley third, then a line of 3. WW Crazy on the outside. Efficiency between horses. Racket Tap Tap down on the inside into the turn. And the trailer is Nepal up, 6 off the lead, and the lead is being held by Zap Motion. Zap Motion carving out the fractions, a length and a half in front. Huge Bigley and Poulter side by side. WW Crazy takes the 4th position, and he's 3 lengths off the lead in the pink jacket. Another length further back to Efficiency. Racket Tap Tap second to last. He's 5 off the lead and 3 back to Nepal up as the 7 runners swing down the backstretch. 24-1 the first quarter, the half at 49-2. Leisurely fractions set by the long shot, Zap Motion, who's leading by about a length and a half as he opens up the lead just a little bit. Poulter is following him on the inside, claims second and third. Huge Bigley right off the lead, though, approaching the turn. WW Crazy on the outside, 4th, joined by Efficiency. Racket Tap Tap under pressure. Nepal up still well out of it as they round the far turn. Poulter wants to get after Zap Motion. Zap Motion on the 2 path being asked to keep pace. Poulter right there on the inside. 2 back to Huge Bigley. 3rd, watching the action unfold in front of him, and here he comes with a 3-wide rally. Efficiency 4th. He's pumped upon to get going as they come to the top of the lane. Poulter cuts the corner. Zap Motion between horses struggles, and Huge Bigley's pouncing on the top pair, and he just went right on by. Huge Bigley with a furlong to go's in control. Poulter second, getting outside for the final furlong, and then Efficiency. Zap Motion has had enough. Huge Bigley coming to the line, 2 ahead. Huge Bigley, Martin Schwann to win it. 3 wins in a row for Huge Bigley. Poulter is second, Efficiency 3rd, Zap Motion 4th.
Huge Bigley with the win. Yeah, 3 straight for this horse. Now 8 wins overall from 31 starts.
Nice effort from him. Got a really good trip. Kind of got the trip I envisioned. The only surprise was the one Poulter backing off, allowing Zap Motion to clear on a slow pace. And then he was put in a position because the 4 Huge Bigley was able to lap on, so he had to make this move when the rail opened up, presented itself, and Huge Bigley just able to gallop out there in a clear, get into that good rhythm, gets it done on the Martin Schwann. But got to question, a little bit. Francisco Ayarda probably should have come out running more, gone forward. If the 3 clears you, at least create separation and give yourself an opportunity to get in a more comfortable position.
Back to New York, featured Friday sprint, 6 furlongs in this allowance optional claiming event. And it's still Mazroor coming in from Parks. Modest 2-1 favorite, and obviously going to be facing a tough group here, but has been in exceptional form. 5 of his last 10 starts. Thorograph numbers, he's run a negative number.
Wow.
Here's a look at the 1. This is Emerald Forest, who's put together back-to-back good efforts, and not coming back quick, though, 7 days.
Yeah, quick turnaround for a very honest individual. He's basically won a third of his starts.
The rail to thrill of it, and it was only beat a neck last start, and then that was off a win.
Yeah, has to work out a trip from the inside under Louis Rivera Jr., who I think's been riding well since he lost his apprentice allowance.
David Jacobson Barnes sending out Safa's Day, a 6-time winner.
6-time winner and speed. He adds speed to this affair, and he has races that can put him in the frame.
Here's speed, too. Looms boldly. Brad Cox making his 4-year-old debut, although he has not run a race fast enough to contend with the best of these to this point.
But he also has a big say in how this race is going to run, because Looms boldly's quick, and he's going to be fresh, and that usually adds to their speed.
Here's speed next door to him, and factually correct, and he's won 3 of his last 5.
Another one that is going to be involved. I anticipate a fast pace here.
And here's the Parks shipper, Mazroor, 9 for 18 lifetime, who's just been on a tear of late, but at Parks.
He's won half his starts. He has natural speed, but he's not forced into the race, and he's got an outside post, so he can look over and see what's going on inside of him. he really looks like he's going to get the right setup.
3 minutes to post in our Friday feature. Back with us, Acacia Clement. Let's check in with her.
Hey, Greg, and we'll start there with Masroor, the park shipper. And I'm with Richie. I do think he's going to get the right kind of setup in here because the very quick kind of early speed type of horses are right to his inside. And it's interesting seeing him in the flesh here. He doesn't look like a sprinter. He's a huge horse, but he was on the muscle, just absolutely dragging the groom around the paddock. He's carrying terrific weight, great flesh. And watching his recent races, I noticed even last time, he didn't break the fastest. He's not kind of one of those early gate speed types of horses. And so seeing if he can kind of get into the race and kind of use that natural foot to figure out what's going on inside of him, he should be able to put himself in a good spot. And Dexter Haddock knows him quite well. Very imposing individual. The number 4 looms boldly. He's definitely going to be one of those early speed types of horses. Now, my notes from the last time that he raced in Saratoga were that he got really hot before that race. Obviously, August in Saratoga is a much different ball game than the April weather we're having today at Aqueduct, but that had not been an overly typical attribute for him. And it kind of showed when he was pressured with the pace, and then he just faded, and then we didn't see him for quite a long time. It was a late change, too. He does come back as a gelding, and I think that that's a good thing for him. I mean, I think connections are being realistic and saying he's not going to be a graded stakes horse and a potential stallion, and he's a very kind of thicker-bodied, heavy type of horse, and that gelding really can help to lighten them up a bit. He does look pretty fit, given the fact that he does carry a lot of condition coming back in here. He warmed up beautifully out on the track. He's handled himself really well. He looks terrific coming back. Obviously, most of his success has come in New York bred competition, so we'll see how he stacks up in here, and especially given the pace. But I am encouraged seeing him back on the track with some of those changes and the time that the connections have given him. If there is quite a hot pace, maybe the 2 Thrill of It will really benefit from that and coming on late. He has gotten good trips, and last time he was last early, closing really strong on that left lead, switched very late when 3 horses coming down to the wire where Disarmed was able to wire in that field. He's a horse that, though I don't always trust, but he might just get the right type of setup in this race in here today. But Jonathan, physically, I just preferred the other 2 horses that I spoke about. We'll see what kind of pace setup this race does have.
Yeah, Keisha, I mean, it feels like the pace is going to be pretty quick in here, right? I mean, there's a lot of horses that look like they want to get to the front. Looms Boldly. Shout out Peter Thomas Fornatel, who this horse is named after, who looks to show some speed as well. But when you look at the pace figures, you look at the draw situation, I got to go to the 6 towards the outside. This horse just has faster pace figures, faster final figures, and is drawn in an advantageous position towards the outside. And a lot of times when the main competition, in my opinion, is a bunch of speed types, I have no problem going to the fastest of the fast, the speed of the speed, because which way is this race supposed to kind of unfold for another speed horse to find a way to beat the best speed horse? I'm going to take the 6.
9-5 favorite right now, the Park Shipper, Dexter Haddock, who absolutely does know this horse well. But there he is. Case brought up a good point. He's not super quick out of the gate. But a few steps after that, he is able to get into the mix. He is very quick early.
And the outside post just benefits a horse like that because he doesn't have to worry about getting squeezed or pinched between 2 horses. It gives him an opportunity to find that stride.
And, the last 2 times in his 10 starts that he hasn't really shown up, they were both wet tracks, and they were both 17 and 22 days rest. Today, fast track, and he's gotten 38 days rest in between.
Honest, consistent. I like my horses like I like my people. Honest and hardworking.
We're set for the feature on the Friday card. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Actually correct. Masroor, last to load. Masroor goes in. Hesitates. In it. All set. And they're off. Masroor broke well, so did Factually Correct, the two outside draws, and they're head-and-head, and Looms Boldly about to join them. Now 3 across the racetrack here in the early stages. Trying to keep up as Safa's Day is back to 4th. Second to last is going to be Emerald Forest, the Triller. Thrill of It, a three-way battle for the front, and Looms Boldly backed out of it, is now back to 3rd. It's Factually Correct, and Masroor, who's clicked down to 8-5, is within a neck of the leader as they work into the far turn, and they went fast. 22-1 for that pressured opening quarter mile. Factually Correct and Masroor, they throw it down. Safa's Day is ranging up 3 wide. Safa's Day set off of that early tempo. Masroor is put ahead in front. Safa's Day is ready to pounce, and Factually Correct still tight at the rail. Chasing them is Looms Boldly, who backed off the early heat, is back for more here from 4th. Thrill of It looking for a way through the trailer. Emerald Forest, they reach the top of the stretch. Safa's Day has taken the lead. It's Safa's Day who kicks on. Masroor is trying to battle back in those red blinkers, is doing just that. It's Safa's Day trying to put away Masroor. Safa's Day is up by a half length, now a full length. Masroor battles on. Thrill of It from far back in Emerald Forest. Safa's Day is almost there. Safa's Day from off the pace. Safa's Day gets the victory. Masroor second. Gonna get tight here for 3rd. Give it to Thrill of It over Emerald Forest in 1:09 and 4.
Safa's Day, sub 110 for the 6 furlongs here. David Jacobson, Isaac Castillo.
You saw early on around the far turn, he was really carrying, Safa's Day was really carrying Isaac Castillo into the race. And here he has the favorite, Masroor, still in front of him, and he's taking a peek over his right shoulder. So he knew he had a lot of horse underneath him. Safa's Day, it was a contested pace, and maybe Masroor got a little bit too involved too early, but it's a nice effort by the winner and a game performance by the 6 Masroor. This is a horse that's honest and gives you all he has to give.
Back to his winning way, Safa's Day. 3 straight defeats before he had a win on that sloppy wet track at Penn back in July of 2023. First win since that time, double-digit odds as a result. 3-6-2-1 finish.
Yeah, 3rd off the layoff and sat a good trip with a contested pace.
Safa's Day with the victory here in the 7th. Masroor, first time in New York. What'd you think?
Well, listen, Factually Correct went, Looms Boldly went. Dexter Haddock was intent on keeping him on top of those 2 horses. In hindsight, you might say maybe he should have allowed them just to go on a little bit and he would have set a length or 2 further back. But take nothing away from the winner. He ran, and you could see early on, you could identify the way he was traveling, that Isaac Castillo had a lot of horse underneath him.
All right, we're going to take a timeout. We'll be back 10-1 on Safa's Day. Isaac Castillo, David Jacobson springing the upset in our Friday feature. We'll have the prices, set up the nightcap when we come back. Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Greg Wolf, Richie Migliori, Maggie Wolfendale, Jonathan Kitchen, and Paula Duca out in Hot Springs at Oaklawn. Featured Friday race in the books in an upset. 10-1 Safa's Day. David Jacobson, Isaac Castillo, and a 6-year-old with the victory here. Our Winter Circle lead-in brought to you by Fasig-Tipton's industry-leading selected yearling sales, the July sale, Saratoga sale, and New York Bred yearling sale, all taking place this summer. Nominate your yearlings today at FasigTipton.com. David Jacobson had a huge 5-win day just a few days ago. Won the owner's title for the winter meet, and now picking up where he left off.
Yeah, tried to close with a flourish to take the trainer's title down as well. With Linda Rice got that done, and David Jacobson did take the owner's title. And Safa's Day, 3rd off the layoff, couple of decent efforts, and sat the right trip today and gets it done. Isaac Castillo has been a nice addition to this New York jockey colony. Rides a very smart race.
$22.20 for the upset score. New York Racetrack chaplaincy. Good cause here. Having a food drive going on that's going to run through Saturday here at Aqueduct. Donate what you can if you're in the area.
Yeah, just a great resource for backstretch workers, and for people that don't know, the racetrack is like a little city unto itself, where people live. They work where they live, and they offer all different social service programs, a food pantry, recreational programs, educational opportunities, children enrichment programs. They just one thing after another to really make life better for racetrack employees.
All right, you saw where you can find more information as well. If you're on the area and you'd like to donate, you can do so there. We're going to set up the nightcap. 50,000 starter allowance, 7 furlongs. And Borletti for the Rick Dutrow barn opening up as the favorite, but I would think no to the 6 by post time is going to be the one to beat.
Yeah, big question with the Ford Borletti at the 7 furlong distance. He's seemed to be more effective at the 6 furlongs. And some horses are very specialized. 7 furlongs might be stretching him to his outer limits.
All right, that'll be coming up. We'll have more on it in just a little bit. Not just the Wood. Gazelle on the road to the Oaks as well. So many great stakes on the Saturday card tomorrow. So we hope you join us for it. Again, our coverage starts early, 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. And a look at the Carter handicap presented by Naira Bets. Compact group, but extremely competitive group in this edition of the Carter. 7 furlongs, grade 2. And post time comes in on a serious roll for Brittany Russell. Those last 2 figures seem to tower over this group a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this horse winning the General George was very, very good. Brings in her husband, Sheldon Russell, a terrific rider. Has had suffered so many injuries in his career. When he's healthy, though, he's as good a rider as there is. And he's got a good style, right? He lurks from just off the pace, and he's a very determined type of individual. The way he finishes this Son of Frosted with that distinctive gray head. I mean, he really finished. He had his legs up underneath him. He looked like he jumped in at the 8th pole.
Meanwhile, Super Chow, Matty Over has done a tremendous job being on this horse who tends to bear out a little bit in the stretch, but it has not mattered. Back-to-back stakes wins, and a young rider who's gotten a big opportunity and delivered on this horse.
Wins back-to-back graded stakes on Super Chow, and just when she was getting ready to lose the buck. So what a great time to show people, hey, I can win without a weight allowance, because apprentices do not get a weight allowance in stakes races. She does a great job with this horse because he does want to drift, and drift considerably, and she doesn't get in his way. And if you're clear of horses, you're allowed to take any portion of the racetrack you want, so you don't have to correct the horse, and she's always well clear because she allows him to use his speed. And that's something Sheldon Russell has to be aware of, because, it looks like post time likes to rally down the outside, but you don't want to try to rally around a horse that's drifting considerably through the stretch. You might have to change up your strategy a little bit, but Super Chow in raging form, and he looks like he gets very loose here.
Yeah, could be the case. This is going to be a much tougher test, though, than the last 2 efforts, especially with the addition of post time here showing up from out of town.
Yeah, but there's really not the kind of speed, and she's faced real speed, even though I agree with you. I think this is a tougher test. Petulant has some speed, but that's more long speed, going further. This horse has true sprinter speed. I do think Super Chow will have a couple length lead, and then it's a matter of if he can hold off some very classy individuals like the three post.
Will that bearing out problem become an issue then?
You know, again, she doesn't have to correct him if she's clear. And, you know, a lot of times in the stretch when a horse is drifting, you slow them down more trying to correct them. So I feel like Maddie just knows this horse and has a lot of confidence despite the drifting.
Grade 2 Carter, first of 5 stakes on that Saturday Wood Memorial card. 12:51 Eastern, post time for the Carter. And then the big one, 4:07 Eastern. Final stop on the road to the Kentucky Derby here through New York. In that Wood Memorial, 13 horses lining up. It's going to be a fun Saturday.
Great Saturday, terrific day of racing, and I love races with such rich history like the Carter, like the Wood Memorial. The Distaff itself has always been a good race, and I think we've got a great card for this Saturday here at Aqueduct.
Let's head back to Hot Springs. Get a look at the field for the 7th. We're approaching the 8-minute mark to post. And this race, mile and a 16th, condition claiming race. 3-year-olds and up who've never won 3 or have not won a race since September 5th of last year.
This is some competitive heat here. This is one of those races that I looked at about a dozen times, and I just kept scratching my head.
Man on the moon right now, the 9, 5-2 favorite for Brett Calhoun, a 6-year-old. Was beat by one he's going to have to try and turn the tables on in here. Get another opportunity. Leader of men, the 4. Right now it's 3-1. We'll get back to Hot Springs for the 7th when we come back on our coverage.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best ride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. America's Day at the Races. We'll take you out to Oaklawn for the 7th race, approaching the 5-minute mark to post. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, gorgeous day out in Hot Springs on this Friday afternoon. And here comes our post parade, mile and a 16th. 3-year-olds and up in this condition claiming race. And we'll get a look at the entry here first. This is a look at the 1. Both parts of the entry are going to break towards the extreme outside.
Yeah, interesting. You get the 1 and 1A breaking from the extreme outside post. Here to Greatness, big close. Last time, more Big Lee stretching out, speed sprinting from that post. This horse is going to blitz to the lead, isn't he?
And rider change on more Big Lee, Joey Belmere. Here's the one that gets the rail now, Test Pilot.
Test pilot claimed by John Ortiz last time. John Ortiz grew up in the shadow of Belmont Park.
Here's leader of men, Ron Moquette.
Yeah, this is who I like. This horse, middle move, 2 back, a big effort, and just got nailed late. Ran against WW Crazy. We saw in the last race, who just ran against much tougher.
Seaside Boy, one of the biggest prices on the board. 4-time winner, but 2 starts this year, has done very little running.
Yeah, off of 2 races last year, he was basically pulled up out of the race, and then 2 races that really can't recommend here.
Prodigious Bay, Rocco Bowen was a beaten favorite off the bench last start.
Has speed, wants to be forward, but he's going to have to deal with the 1A more bigly.
Here's Boogie Bodie, 4 1/4 length winner at Oaklawn at this distance last time out.
Yeah, also claimed, should sit a good trip, should be just tracking just off the pace.
Took a big move forward, too, figure-wise in that one. Cost basis for Tim Martin when Gate to Wire last out.
A horse that we saw around here, trained by Chad Brown, owned by Klarovich Stable. Cost basis, nice win last time, but that was when he was in front. Don't see him making the top here.
5-2 favorite went by Man on the Moon with Francisco Arrieta, and here's What a Country.
Yeah, What a Country. Last race was a little bit difficult to take. Last couple, actually. I can't recommend him.
And this one will be easy to spot. Make Noise, 9-year-old son of Gradar.
Yeah, and as a gray horse gets older, they turn more and more white. He's practically white at this point.
They all look good. Best car wash on the grounds, as Paulie always says. Legendary Lure, Steve Asmussen with Son Keith aboard.
Yeah, big price here at 9-1, but dropping back down in class to where he was more competitive.
3 minutes to post, Paulie, as we get set for the 7th from Oaklawn. Where are you going to wind up?
Well, when you look at this race, right, you look at the 4 leader of men, who's your second choice, or right now your co-favorite with the 9, and the horse is 0 for 11 at the track and hasn't won in 2 years. The last win was 2022. Now, I will say this is going to be the lightest group that he has faced in a while. When you consider the numbers in here, his numbers are the best numbers in the race, but it's very concerning when you haven't won it in a while and you're 0 for 11 over the strip. So I just can't endorse a horse like that at 3-1. But he can win this race because I think I'm a numbers player and his numbers are the best. You know, the 7 in here I thought was the play. I mean, the 9, Man on the Moon. You know, if you look at Man on the Moon, he doesn't like a wet track. He's 0 for 5 lifetime on it. On the turf, he's 0 for 2. On the synthetic, he's 0 for 4. If you look at his just dry track record, he's a player in here. And that race 2 back puts him right in the mix. He can kind of stay up close in here. You know, there is a lot of pace in this race, and I think he can maybe lay from a little bit off the pace and make a little bit of a move. You know, you guys were talking about the 8. If I'm throwing a long shot, the 8 ran a good number last time. Now, I get it at 35-1, but there's other horses in here that, to me, should be way higher than the 8. The 8 wired a field last time going long for the first time. I understand got away with some decent fractions, but at least you know that the horse can get the distance. And at 35, the longest shot on the board just makes no sense to me when you're considering horses like the 10 and the 8. I get it. They're looking at horses that are becoming from way off the pace. But to be honest with you, I think the 9 is the one that they're all going to have to beat. And I do think the 8 at 33-1 has got a little bit of a shot here. And I think the 4 could be vulnerable. It's hard to play a horse that's 0 for the last 2 years and 0 for at the track. And I think the 9 is a good play here for Brett Calhoun.
3-1 on the 9. That is way too big a number on cost basis. And, you know, maybe not going to get that kind of trip because there's other pace in here. Got a 71 buyer in that victory last time out. There's a little bit of back class. I know he's not the same horse he used to be, but 34-1.
You know, in his past, though, he was able to come from off the pace, not far off the pace, and more recently it just seems like his running style has been to be more of a front-running type. I don't see anybody outrunning the 1A more bigly. With that post coming out of sprints and the other part of the entry, the 1 Heir to Greatness, being more of a closing type, isn't that the way you're supposed to use an entry? Almost like a tag team match.
Yeah, good combo. Inside, outside. But Paulie's going to stick with a 9. Public thought they were going to as well. I'd been the favorite through most of the wagering here. Man on the Moon has a huge effort. You know, mid-December at Oaklawn, has never, 3 starts since has not really gotten back to that.
No. And I think it's really interesting, too, though, the thoughts that Paul had on the 4 Leader of Men, who is a horse that, and again, admittedly, this race is just an absolute puzzle to me. I think there's potential for chaos here. Leader of Men hasn't won since August of 2022. And to take a horse like that as a favorite is just difficult, because they're not showing kind of that winning profile. But his race 2 back was so good. And he just made this really kind of aggressive middle move, and he couldn't sustain it. And he was, beaten 2.5 lengths. But with that kind of move, you can't expect a horse to continue. Maybe he works out a better trip today. Again, I think a very difficult race to handicap. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a horse jump up here and win at a big price.
Yeah, and look, not a ton of consistency at this level as well. But Leader of Men, who is your favorite, the 4, does 3 starts back have that race where he out-finished Man on the Moon. He finished second. Man on the Moon was a length behind him in third. And off that, he matched that, at least that figure, up in his very next start.
Yeah, and again, figure-wise, he also is trained by the unofficial mayor of Oaklawn Park, Ron Marquette. I don't know. I think, it's tough to take him as a favorite, but if I had to pick one, he would be it, the 4 Leader of Men. I thought the 3 Test Pilot was a little bit interesting. This horse that's been kind of a slow, steady drop down in the claiming ranks, making his first start for a new barn in John Ortiz. And sometimes horses just a little change of scenery. I think he's going to sit a decent trip. I think he's going to be lurking in a good spot, saving ground behind a contested pace.
We're set for the 7th. Leader of Men, the 4 for the Moquette barn. The 8-year-old, the favorite. Let's go to Matt Ditterman.
He's the gray horse. Prodigious Bay. They've loaded Legendary Lore into the gate. Cost Base is coming up. 2 back. The 2 End Zone Athletic Carl Broberg entrants. Heir to Greatness and More Bigley. Huge Bigley won the last race. More Bigley taking his spot to the outside. 12 in line. We're ready to go. And we're off. Bad bobble at the break for Heir to Greatness. Harry Hernandez doing a good job to stay on there, but he's towards the back of the field after that. Prodigious Bay to the lead. Boogie Bodie takes the second spot. Cost Base is 3 deep on the course into the clubhouse turn as those 3 are pretty much across the track. Test Pilot right behind them in the 4th position. Then Leader of Men, Legendary Lore, and More Bigley who's deep on the course. Another 3 to Man on the Moon, settling and racing alone. He's about 10 or 11 behind approaching the backstretch run. Seaside Boy and Make Noise are next. Heir to Greatness is second to last, and What a Country is at the back of the pack as they make their way down the backstretch. Decent tempo set by Cost Basis, who went 23 seconds flat for the first quarter mile. Leads a length and a half. Prodigious Bay, Rocco Bowen takes a hold with him, gets outside into the 2-path to track. Then comes Test Pilot and Boogie Bodie. Leader of Men, Legendary Lore, they're side by side. Make Noise moves forward on the inside to make it a party of 3 into the far turn run. Coming back to Man on the Moon. He's patiently ridden into the turn, niggled along now right as he hit the turn, followed by More Bigley, Heir to Greatness, as they round the far turn, and the other 2 have got to get going as they round that turn. Coming to the top of the lane, Cost Basis, Prodigious Bay has made his move to come and challenge, and these 2 are right together as they come to the top of the stretch. Boogie Bodie making a move 3 wide and coming on the scene. Boogie Bodie at 3-1, up to inhale those front runners now, and Boogie Bodie has the head lead. Now it's a length, now it's a length and a half, now it's 2, now it's 3, and he's going away, Boogie Bodie. Leader of Men second. Heir to Greatness has run a very good race after the bad break, but Boogie Bodie's too far in front for anybody to catch him. Boogie Bodie and Carlos Barbosa coming home by 4. Heir to Greatness was second, Leader of Men third, Legendary Lore 4th home.
Boogie Bodie does it again, back-to-back wins, and does it despite switching barns. Just claimed, first off a claim, doesn't matter.
Yeah, big effort here. Carlos Barbosa, another apprentice. They have 2 apprentices there that I've been very impressed with their poise. and their ability to really see a race. Carlos Barboza and Joey Belmire, young guys just starting out, 7-pound apprentices. This horse has got a real nice trip. Everybody seemed to take their shot up front. The 1A didn't show the speed I anticipated he would coming out of the sprints, but much the best here. Boogie Bodie following up that big effort last time.
Stretching this horse back out. It's been the winning move. It's been a completely different horse. Nightcap in New York. Here's our post parade. And we start with Magnificent Mile, Dylan Davis.
Dylan Davis, first time off the Wayne Potts claim. Ran kind of evenly last time.
Post 4 for him. The rail to Showdown King for Linda Rice.
Red hot barn, and Linda Rice has the rail, has to work out a trip on Jose Oscana.
David Jacobson barn with Independent Paul.
Yeah, nice effort last time. Got a good figure. Isaac Castillo sticks for David Jacobson, and a barn that wins in bunches when they win.
Here's the favorite for now, Borletti for Dutrow.
Listen, real nice, consistent, hard-knocking runner. I just question if 7 furlongs isn't stretching him a little bit.
Biggest price on the board, American Grant, who's been on the turf of late, and this will be his 4-year-old debut.
Well, you're going to start seeing horses get a prep in dirt races because turf season should start in a few weeks.
Noda probably going to be the favorite at post time. Right now, slight second choice.
They got races more than good enough to win here. He's a horse that should be fairly forward. 7 furlongs. He's got a win in a second from 2 tries at the distance.
Yeah, likely going to be leading the way in this race. Here's Red DGP, the other Linda Rice.
Yeah, claimed by Linda last time. Horse has been popular at the claim box recently and looking for his 3rd win in a row.
And when Love takes over, second last time out, a reclaim here for Ray Handel.
Nice effort last time at a big price. Goes back to the Ray Handel barn, and well spotted on the outside with Kendrick Carmouche.
Let's go downstairs with more on the current favorite, to Acacia.
Well, Greg, I completely agree with what Richie said. The 7 furlongs for Borletti, I really am just a bit concerned we'll be stretching him. He's kind of that quintessential sprinter build. He's small, he's shorter coupled, short back, compact in his hind end as well. Just everything saying shorter is better. There's really just not much of him. He looks great in here. He's very fit. He has handled himself well in all of the preliminaries. I just do wonder if this will be stretching him a bit. And he did finish behind Natural Harbor last time out, who came back to win again. He did regress in his numbers a bit, but he is in good form right now. As is this horse. So we'll see if he's able to get the trip. But the number 6, Noda, I have more confidence with him getting the 7 furlongs. He's won at the distance before. He warmed up beautifully out on the track. He's always been a very good moving type of horse as well. And I like given the fact that he has natural speed. Jose Gomez has given him a big warm-up. He has been riding aggressively, putting his horses into the race. And I think that's what you need to do with this guy as well. And I just really like what I've seen from him in here and thinking that he could get the right kind of trip and maybe just a horse that I trust a little bit more. The number 2, Showdown King, one of 2 for Linda Rice in here. This one a new claim. And so seeing him for the first time, before looking at the past performances, I looked at this horse walking into the paddock and I said, wait, looks more like a turf horse. And then looked down and he comes off of a race in synthetic, and then looking at the pedigree, the dam was all turf as well. So I don't know, maybe down the line I wouldn't be opposed to seeing him on the grass, but a horse that did seem like he was built a little bit more for that. He certainly could stack up in this spot, JK, but thinking that maybe a couple of the others in here, we already know what to expect from them, but hey, you can't leave out the hot barn.
Absolutely. I ended up kind of looking towards the inside with the 2, Showdown King. There's just one that I thought was a little bit interesting for a couple of reasons. The switch to Linda Rice obviously is something that, you know, if you've been paying attention to New York racing, something you want to take into consideration. But if you look back through Showdown King's races, there is a couple of spots in here on the dirt that this horse earned pretty nice numbers. That maiden $100,000 race at Keeneland, which was a maiden claiming $100,000, but, you know, we all know that's basically a maiden special weight race where the horse broke the maiden, ran extremely well that day. And then even the race down in Fairgrounds earlier this year on New Year's Day, I thought was pretty impressive. Ran fine, too, at Turfway Park, trying the synthetic. So now you switch to Linda. She took the horse for 50 and shows up here. I'm looking for Showdown King to run back to some of those dirt numbers that the horse was running late last year and early this year.
See what happens here. Linda Rice with 2 on the day, trying to collect a third after that 5-win day yesterday to open this meet. 5-1 Showdown King, who gets back on dirt after that synthetic try last time out. But 8-5, Noda has become the favorite. It's a big effort last time out. Was on the lead against horses become pretty good for John Kimmel. Mandatory's won 3 in a row.
Mandatory has really found himself turning back in distance for John Kimmel. They were trying to stretch him out, mile, different distances. 7 furlongs, 6-7 to me seems like his wheelhouse, and he's really hit a really good form cycle. He would be, how short a price would he be in here? Mandatory.
Oh, he'd be 2-5.
Yeah. Yep. I wound up going with the 8 when Love takes over. And my reasoning is I like the outside post. I think he's in decent form. And if you go back 4 starts, he was second to Borletti at the maiden 20. Borletti was your favorite until just, a few moments ago. He's 5-2, and this horse is 10-1. And I think the 7/8 plays more in this horse's wheelhouse. He's a big price. I'm taking a little bit of a stab.
3-2 favorite, Noda. Doesn't have to deal with the likes of a Mandatory in this spot, and we'll see if that gets him back into the winner's circle. Jose Gomez aboard. Can he take control early in the front end? We're set for the nightcap from New York. Chris Griffin the call.
When Love takes over, goes in. All set. Going right through the front of the gate there before they opened it was Noda. Jose Gomez stayed aboard. Noda to be led back around. Rest of the field waiting patiently here as Noda is led back around behind the gate. Quick look. Looks to be now reluctant here. Is in. All set. And they're off. Very rough start there. Squeezed at the start was Borletti, who's going to be the early trailer. When Love takes over, and Noda right out to the front, and Red DGP settles just off of them in third. At the rail, that's Showdown King is followed in between horses. Red Cap, that's Independent Paul. Magnificent Mile got right to the outside, is 4 wide up the backstretch mid-pack. Second to last is Borletti after that tough start, and the trailer, American Grant. They work up the backstretch, and Noda, the 8-5 favorite, has the lead, is up by a half length, now called a full length as When Love takes over is towards the outside. The two are well apart here as they approach 4 furlongs left to go. 23-1 for that opening quarter mile. Showdown King is under drive here for Lescano at the rail. In between horses, Independent Paul, and here comes the move from Magnificent Mile is ranging up on the outside, just cruising along here for Dylan Davis, have now taken third. In behind them, Borletti is rallying on here, moves to the inside of Red DGP. The trailer continues to be American Grant. It's Noda who's got the lead. Noda trying to fend them all off. When Love takes over is right there, and When Love takes over has taken the lead. It's When Love takes over, splitting rivals, Independent Paul. Magnificent Mile is stalling a touch. Borletti is now rolling on the grandstand side. When Love takes over has taken the lead. Noda is still in there. Independent Paul trying to rally on, and the grandstand side still Borletti, but getting the jump was When Love takes over. Kendrick Carmouche inside the final 16th going to pick up another one. It's all When Love takes over. They win the finale easily. When Love takes over wins it at 10-1. Then came Independent Paul's in a photo with Noda and an oncoming Borletti in 1 minute 23 and 4.
When Love takes over, back-to-back 10-1 shots to close out this card. Ray Handel, Kendrick Carmouche.
Always a good feeling when you like a horse at a big price and the rider has not overtaken the leader, and he's looking over his right shoulder. Keep an eye on Kendrick Carmouche here. Watch him take a peek to his right there under his arm. And that makes you, as a fan watching, it gives you so much confidence because, wow, he thinks he has a lot of horse underneath him. He now collared your favorite, who did break through the starting gate right before the start, and I always think that's a negative. I feel like horses drop too much energy. It's like the air coming out of the balloon. But when Love Takes Over was locked and loaded throughout, Kendrick had a big hold of him down the backstretch, and when he asked him, he drew off decidedly best. Borletti very unlucky at the break. I mean, I didn't particularly think 7/8 suited him, but he was eliminated at the start, completely pinched back.
This had been a horse for Ray Handel. He finally broke his maiden in his 12th career start. He was claimed out of that race, left his barn. Ray immediately reclaims him and now gets him back into the winner's circle again.
Now, this is a horse that always flashed some ability. He was with Andrew Lakeman before being claimed by Ray Handel. Then he was claimed by Chad Summers, claimed back. But he had always hinted at ability, and it feels like maybe it just took him a while to kind of put it all together, and today was his best effort yet.
So 10-1 to close things out. Kendrick Carmouche on board for the win. 10-3, 6-4. We'll have the prices when we come back, and we'll talk more Wood. El Grande O, Linda Rice trying to get her first ever Kentucky Derby starter with this guy right here, who's danced a lot of dances on the road to that first Saturday in May.
Last year, Linda Rice did a lot of winning, equaling a record for wins in a single season. But for the woman who's about to become the winningest female trainer in the history of the sport, she's never had a Kentucky Derby starter. That could all change Saturday if El Grande O breaks through in the Wood Memorial. A New York homebred for Barry Schwartz of Calvin Klein fame, speed is El Grande O's weapon. While that speed hasn't sealed the deal in his 3 Derby preps this year, he's been remarkably consistent, hitting the board in all 3 and in 10 of 11 lifetime starts.
Will Saturday be the day for El Grande O? Some believe. If he couldn't seal the deal last time out on that racetrack that was sort of playing in his favor, how's he going to be able to do it on Saturday?
Now, the big question is the 1 1/8, but he is ultra consistent, just what you just said, and he shows up and he gives you an effort. And Barry and Cheryl Schwartz have put so much into this game over so many years. They've had a couple of Derby starters, 3-ring, the filly. They had a real nice horse way back called Degenerate John, named for their son, John. It would be great to see Barry rewarded with a horse that could take him to the Derby. I just wonder how far El Grandio wants to go. And I have a rooting interest here, besides being friends with Barry and Cheryl. The Dam Rainbow Song, I actually won with her first 2 starts for Glen Hill Farm and trainer Patty Gallagher out at Hollywood Park. So I always like, and there's not too many horses where I look now and see that I rode the Dam or the Sire. I mean, it's almost 15 years since I rode, so it's kind of getting further and further away. And she's been a producer, but so I have a big rooting interest here because I have familiarity with this horse's family and with the ownership, again, that has just been a huge supporter of New York racing in particular for years.
Yeah, no question. Always great to see those Silks in the winner's circle. And you were saying Mom had a bit of a temper.
Mom was mean. She'd get next to a horse and she wanted to take a bite out of him. She would pin her ears flat against her head and just almost intimidate horses. Had a lot of ability and a kind of a bad attitude.
See if El Grande O can step up for Linda Rice. Dylan Davis with the call on Saturday on a terrific day of racing here in New York. Wood Memorial Wall.
I'm on that wall. I love that wall.
Live coverage, again, begins early, 11:30 a.m. FS1, FS2. Do you see yourself?
You know, when I was a kid, Greg, I could tell you every winner of that race, owner, trainer, jockey, horse. And then, I was 21 when I won it, and I figured, this is easy. I'll win a few more. Never made my way back to that winner's circle in the wood. Hit the board several times, never got another win in it.
Who's going to take it home tomorrow? A lot of talk about Deterministic. Tuscan Sky undefeated, lightly raced, both those two, with just 2 starts coming in. And Uncle Heavy, just a tough post dealt to that horse for Butch Reed.
Really hard to envision what kind of trip he works out. A real nice addition to the Wood Memorial, and we'll see who's going to be heading to Louisville.
When Love Takes Over, back with Ray Handel, Kendrick Carmouche aboard, and now 2 wins the last 3 starts.
I think this horse was just really good on the day. He was always traveling like a winner. I think this also kind of accentuates why it's so nice to have an outside drawer like 7 furlongs, 1 mile around 1 turn at Aqueduct, because you just kind of let your horse get into a good rhythm, take you into the race the right way. And when Love Takes Over, well, he took over at the top of the stretch and drew off as much the best here.
$23 horse to close things out on the Friday card. Pick 4, just over $400. Pick 5, $482.50, and the pick 6. If you're able to put that together, well done. Just over $8,130. Oof. Back to Hot Springs. You ready?
Ready.
Maiden special weight coming up next. 6 furlongs. 3-year-old fillies and Norm Cassie with She Called, but you got a Brad Cox first-time starter next door who has taken support in 4-5 and Into Mischief filly debuting. Looks like it could be between those two. There's Norm. Been a slow start after being probably the hottest trainer in the country at this meet early on last year, but he started to get things going. Can She Called give him another one? Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
American goes.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the NYRA circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit NYRA.com/NYBreds for more info.
Bet the best Derby preps in one Pick 3 on Saturday, April 6th. The Big 3 Pick 3 combines the Wood Memorial, Bluegrass Stakes, and Santa Anita Derby in one bet. This $3 minimum bet appears as a separate wager online and on track. Back with you on America's Day of the Races. Bathhouses out in Hot Springs. So many great things to do in this tourist destination that just keeps getting better and better with everything the Sella family's putting into that racetrack.
It's just a really incredibly rich in history town. Great feel there. The racing is terrific, and what they've done with the facility. You can go to the racetrack and not have to leave if you don't want, or you can head downtown and a number of good restaurants. It's just a really wonderful place to be.
Back to the 8th coming up, and we have the 8 on the board with Oaklawn. This must be a late scratch. The 8 is out. The 5, 8, and 10 out in this race. So She Called was a major player in this race. Morning line favorite for Norm Cassie. This must have just happened pretty recently. Is not going to run in this race. So 8 off the board. 1-2 favorite. The 7, that first timer for Brad Cox into Mischief Philly.
Yeah, taking all the money, and usually what that signifies is that a horse has been very, very impressive in their morning workouts, their morning trials. And, you know, Into Mischief needs no introduction, one of the hottest stallions, one of the best stallions we've seen in years. And Brad Cox with a first-time starter. So taking the money is significant. Interesting, a couple other first-time starters with some pedigree behind them. And, you know, it's always a bit of a guessing game, but you got to let the board help you a little bit.
All right, let's go out to Hot Springs with Paul for more on what's going on here in the 8th.
Yeah, guys, unfortunately, a late scratch here in the 8, and She Called. She actually kicked the back of the stall, and, you know, safety is the utmost importance, and the veterinarian took a look at her. Now, she didn't flip over or anything like that, but when she kicked the back of the stall, there was a big loud sound, and the vet just basically said, you know what, let's go with caution here and scratch her. And that obviously, if you're alive in these Pick 4s and Pick 5s, you'll go to the favorite, which will be your first-time starter here for Brad Cox, who's taking a ton of money here at 1-2. But She Called will be okay, and she'll be racing for another day. Just an unfortunate situation in a small paddock here at Oaklawn.
Unfortunate news, but yeah, certainly safety first with all these thoroughbreds. So we'll wait to see She Called come back and make that second start another day. As a result, yeah, this Brad Cox filly, that is hard to ignore, all the money she is taking right now.
Yeah, and Frank Fletcher Racing and 10 Strike Racing, they need no introduction. Been very successful on a lot of our shows, and you get all those rocket names with Frank Fletcher, right? Almost gone rocket here.
And, you know, you look at those who have run, and no one really jumps off the page in here. So Almost Gone Rocket, if there's any bit of ability from this barn, there usually is from this barn, going to be tough.
Yeah, and he, you know, Brad Cox very, very good at preparing first-time starters. I thought the one, Jolma, was a little bit interesting, kind of a decent pedigree there, Full Dash Attack. Full was a stakes winner, actually won the Smarty Jones right there at Oaklawn Park. And also a horse that won on debut.
I'm being told yet another late scratch in this race, the 4, Suncross, for Lindsay Schultz will be a scratch as well. So take out that first-time starter, who's 20-1 on the morning line. Or this 1-2 may not move much on this Brad Cox first-time starter.
Yeah, the 4 Suncross first-time starter by Catholic Boy. You would have, you know, obviously thought maybe more distance was going to eventually be in this one's wheelhouse. But that one was out of a mare that's had 3 starters, all winners, including one debut winner. And she's a Virginia bred. All right, Greg, easy one. I'm going to throw up a softball here. who's the best Virginia bred of all time?
SEC?
Secretariat, man. Yeah.
1-5 now on Almost Gone Rocket. This horse on our screen, 15-1 first time out. I ran third. It was 50 maiden claiming, so stepping up in class in there. There's nothing like having a race, but you say that in a maiden race, talent might supersede experience.
Yeah, I mean, this horse is stepping up in company. Ran okay on debut. When I was a kid coming around, the old timers would always say a race was like worth 5 or 6 workouts. So maybe this horse will take a step forward. Can't get past the fact that the 7 Almost Gone Rocket, with those connections, with that pedigree, being by Into Mischief, taking that kind of money, just makes you feel like this horse has really been eye-catching in the morning.
Still 1-5 on a first-time start. It's probably more of a bit of an indictment of the rest who's in here.
Yeah, I think that's fair. If I was going to go anyplace else, I would probably take a long, hard look at the 1, Jolma. The mare is a producer. And again, being a foal to a horse that is actually a stakes winner right there at Oaklawn Park. Interestingly enough, David Cohen rides this one for Kenny McPeak, who's had a terrific meeting there. He also rode Full Dash Attack, the foal to this horse, to that stakes win in the Smarty Jones.
So post parade coming up shortly. 2 late scratches. The 4 Suncross, first-time starter. And then, unfortunately, as you heard that report from Paul Laduca, She Called, who certainly would have challenged the 7 for favoritism in here. Off that productive second-place finish in the debut in a straight maiden race. Kicked the stall and the err on the side of caution. Will not run today.
I think it's always better, too, though, to err on the side of caution. There's another day. Why force something if a horse potentially could have any issue whatsoever?
All right, so our post parade here coming up. We'll see if anyone catches the eye here with a couple still first-time starters in it, or one other one, I should say. Jolma. We'll see Kenny McPeak having a great meet. It's continued. I know he didn't win the big one on Arkansas Derby Day, but 4 wins on that card. Swept the 2 stakes, the Derby and Oaks Preps on Southwest Day.
Filly that won the fantasy for him looked very impressive. Definitely a major contender heading to the Kentucky Oaks.
And we'll see if he has another good 3-year-old filly getting started here. There she is, Jolma, Munnings filly, debuting from the rail with David Cohen.
Yeah, again, with a pedigree that said she can win early, and mare's a producer. McPeak having a good meet.
Synthetic debut for Queen's Legacy, so she'll get dirt for the first time.
Yeah, and let's see how she handles that. Decent works at Oaklawn Park, including a bullet best of 16, going a half mile, 3 back.
Delicina, she was 15-1. She hit the board third against Easier in the debut.
Yeah, steps up in company, but has had some very impressive work since. Maybe that race woke her up.
Father-son, Asma and duo with Lady Ariel.
Yeah, turning back in distance. She hasn't shown speed going further, but the first time she's getting a fast track.
2-5 favorite for Brad Cox, the Into Mischief filly, Almost Gone Rocket.
Yeah, good pedigree, really good connections.
And Havaha, Mike Maker's second time out, actually took a little money in a straight maiden race in the debut. Blinkers on.
Yeah, took some money, adds blinkers. You got to watch her. She was a little bit difficult at the starting gate last time, and then she kind of got herself off slowly because of that. Now she gets an outside post, and maybe if she's a little more settled with that experience, and she's taking money.
So I would probably outside of the Cox horses. Is that the interesting one to you in here?
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, looking at the 1 horse who was the other one I was interested in, she still looked like maybe the light bulb hasn't gone on. Like she was, kind of going off and looking around like, a kid the first day at school, not quite sure why I'm here. I'll keep an eye on the 1 Jolma for another day, though.
All right, let's go to Paul for more.
Well, guys, the race has obviously been decimated a little bit by scratches. Found out a little bit more information about the 4 Suncross. That filly did flip in the paddock, so that's an automatic scratch in almost all jurisdictions as well. And she got up, she's okay. So both horses that got scratched are okay, and they'll live the fight another day. And you're right, Greg, because when you looked, at the Will Pays coming in this race before the 8 got scratched, they were about even, the 7 and 8. So all the money obviously going to the filly for Brad Cox, and obviously this horse has been working well in the morning. And when you look at the other body of this field, should she be 1-2? Probably not. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, to be honest with you. It's hard to take a first-time starter at 3-5. It's only a 6-horse field, but there's so many things that can go wrong. I get it. And so I I'm going to search. It's hard for me to play 3-5 shots. If I'm going to search here, I'd go with the 9 here. And the reason why is she's pint-sized, by the way, and she was a tiny bit worked up. I can understand, and I went back and looked. She was a tiny bit unruly trying to get in the gate. They had her back her out multiple times. It says restless, and she did get worked up before her last race. And I thought she ran on, at least stayed the task after breaking bad from the inside. Now she gets the complete outside here at 4-1. So I think maybe with a better break that she can maybe is the other one, but I'm not giving you anything, right? She's the second choice. And the horse on the screen, the 1, David Cohen, takes the mount for this filly by Munnings. Munnings got good stats first time out. He's 14%. And if you're looking for a first-time starter, Kenny is the kind of guy, sometimes he doesn't debut him with Lasix, sometimes he does. He's one of the few guys that, even way back when, before, a lot of this, no Lasix in stakes races, he used to debut his horses without Lasix, sometimes with Lasix, but he's going to debut this daughter of Munnings. And I would think she's the other option in here. And then the Lid Clarabad charged a 3. If you're looking at a horse, of all the horses, that wasn't that bad of a third to be 17-1. I mean, they're looking at the stats that Lynn is, 2 for 47, but the 3 didn't run that awful a race to be the longest shot in this field. But I'll take a tiny bit of a flyer of the 9 to go over the 7, but I'm hoping and a wishing.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. That does look like maybe the interesting horse in here. And, back to here's this Kenny McPeek first-time starter, the one you were talking about when the fantasy so impressively, Torpedo Anna. She looks like she's going to the Kentucky Oaks. We'll see how Impel does in the Ashland. Outside of Impel, it looks like maybe she's the top 3-year-old filly in the country. She was ultra impressive, and Kenny McPeek knew she was the best filly in that race. That was her 3-year-old debut, by the way. So imagine building off of that. But he said to Brian Hernandez Jr., you're on the fastest filly in the race. Know what you have underneath you.
And Brian Hernandez, we've talked about him so much on this show because he's so consistent and he rides such a good race. To me, he's one of the top 5 riders in the country. Getting back to the 9 briefly here, the 9 Havaha, half the Serengeti Empress.
How about that? Kentucky Oaks winner, ballerina winner at Saratoga as well.
What an impressive ballerina. Didn't break well and just...
From the inside post.
What a
pressured
run.
On the front end. Held off the closers coming. That was one of the great performances we saw that summer.
Yep.
We're set for the 8th. First-time starter, Almost Gone Rocket, debuting for Brad Cox, an odds-on favorite. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
We're ready to go. And they're off. Havaha on the far outside broke alertly. Almost Gone Rocket up on the pace. Delicina not far off, and there goes Delicina to the lead. Almost Gone Rocket there on the outside to press the issue. Havaha taken back to 3rd down the backside. Queen's Legacy 4th early, then Lady Ariel and Joelma, the first-time starter, has no early speed, and she's well behind. And now Queen's Legacy is being eased up, or at the very least drifting all the way to the outside. So Queen's Legacy out of contention here is bolted into the far turn and now just lost the rider. Rafael Bejarano right up on his feet, so good to see there. But Queen's Legacy is out of the race as they round the far turn. Delicina on top by a half length. Almost Gone Rocket right behind chasing. Havaha shaken up from 3rd. Lady Ariel is getting closer at the top of the lane right behind the leaders coming down the stretch. Delicina in front. Almost Gone Rocket, though, right as I said that, just ran right by. And Almost Gone Rocket, the first-time starter by Into Mischief, is going to win by however many lengths she wants, really. Almost Gone Rocket, 16th to go for the Brad Cox barn, has gone 8 ahead. Now it's 9. Almost Gone Rocket, long gone from the competition. Delicina just held off 2nd over Joelma, and 4th was Lady Ariel. We're going to have an inquiry there. Good to see Queen's Legacy is okay, has been apprehended, and so has...
1-5 favorite, first time out. Brad Cox, easy time. I think scary situation in this race, but as you heard from Matt Dinnerman with Queen's Legacy, that too, she has been apprehended by the outrider, so that's good news. We'll try and get you an update on Rafael Bejarano, who had to bail out of there as soon as we can.
Yeah, he did say he did bounce up to his feet, so hopefully he's okay. Big performance by the 7, Almost Gone Rocket. She lived up to the board. I mean, they bet her for a reason. She ran to that. Really nice-looking effort. Daughter of Intermission horse to keep an eye out of here is the one, Joel Ma, besides the winner. She didn't look interested at all, didn't have any idea what she was there for, settled and came a blur in your picture along the rail to just miss second, finished third. And a filly that just didn't look like she was clued into what she was there for. She'll know a lot better next time. And what appeared to me, Greg, is the 2, Queen's Legacy. I think his rein broke going down the backstretch, Rafael Bejarano. And think about losing your brakes and your steering in one shot. It's like being in a car and all of a sudden you don't have your brakes or your steering, and you're just basically on a loose horse at that point. You know, the reins are your connection to the bridle to have control of a horse.
When you're a rider in that situation, too, do you yell and kind of let the other riders know that what's going on? Because we saw a bunch of riders look back.
Yeah, you let them know, hey, I'm out of control here, you know, so you don't want anybody to kind of put you in a bad position. Years ago, Mike Smith broke a rein in a turf stake at Belmont. I was on a filly. My filly was out of the race at that point, and we were on 2-year-olds. And as you go by the wire at Belmont, there's a lot of empty space, and he didn't have any control, and she started bearing out. And I positioned myself with my horse, and I was actually able to get a hold of Mike's horse, and I was able to pull both horses up. And, you know, if you can help another rider in a situation like that, it's incumbent upon you to do it because you're out of control.
Well, let's get more with Paul on what just transpired here in the 8th.
Yeah, you know, the track ambulance guys just came back with Rafael Bejarano, and I went up to Rafi. I said, what happened? He said, listen, my rein broke. I tried to run up the rail with the horse, and the horse kind of just balked a little bit, and my left rein broke. So he tried to hold on for as long as he can, and he was a little shaken up, obviously, you know, when you have a fall like that. You guys got to remember, these things are going 30 to 35 miles an hour. I try to tell people, just go in your car and throw yourself out the window. This is not a job for the weary. But Rafael Bejarano got off the horse. And Mig, I don't know how that kind of works. I think Rafi was trying to tell me, listen, I was trying to hold on to slow him down, and then is it a decision whether you jump or not, or whether you're trying to find safe ground, or what happens in that situation, Mig?
Thing to make that decision to bail out, and that's what Rafael did. He made a decision. I'm getting off, and again, you're going like 35 miles an hour. Think about jumping out of your car going 35 miles an hour. At least he was clear of horses. He wasn't going to get run over. Me in that situation, I'm going to do my best to stay with the horse. If I can reach up, get a hold of the cheek piece, and maybe try to get a little control that way. But it's a desperate feeling when you lose control of a horse like that because your equipment breaks. I'm just glad to hear that he's okay.
All right, scary situation, but hopefully all okay. Almost Gone Rocket, 1-5 favorite. Does not disappoint in a dominant performance here in the 8th. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, one of the greats for Shug McGahee. New York's easy goer got that revenge in the Belmont, along with a few other big wins in his career. We'll have his story when we come back. with you on America's Day at the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Proud to have them as the sponsors. We continue along with our coverage out at Oaklawn Park. We just saw maybe a very impressive 3-year-old filly who we could be hearing more from down the line this year for Brad Cox. This was the debut for the starter of Into Mischief, and she was dominant at 1-5.
Lived up to her billing. Just big, strapping, robust starter of Into Mischief, always sitting outside the leader like a winner. Asked the question and then won as much the best. A couple of taps down the shoulder by Marcus Schwann, and won easily with a long hold, and nice debut.
So all goes according to plan. First time out for Almost Gone Rocket, owned by Frank Fletcher Racing and 10 Strike, combining with this 3-year-old filly, who might have a very bright future. Delicina, Jolma, Lady Ariel combined in that Superfecta, but it was a long way back to second. Closing out the card with this from Oaklawn. 6 furlong sprint, allowance optional claiming group. And I think we're going to see a lot of attention on the outside with easy action for Norm Cassie. Ricardo Santana Jr. 6-5 right now on a horse with at least tactical speed from that outside post. A lot of seconds though, 6 seconds in 12 starts.
Yeah, you start to question when a horse is racking up considerably more seconds than wins, and some of them were close finishes. If they're a horse that really wants to defeat his rivals, or he's content running with rivals.
Well, back in the days of one of horse racing's all-time great rivalries, eventual Hall of Fame trainer Shug McGaughey was a rising star in the game. An easy goer, even though he came out on the short side of that rivalry with Sunday Silence in all but one start. In the eyes of many, including his regular rider, was still considered the better of the duo. Whether you subscribe to that theory or not, there's no denying Easy Goer was a star. He brought McGaughey his first classic victory and created many fans along the way.
Easy Goer, I think, was a popular name for the people to say, and you know, the New York press just hooked on to it. He still is a pretty prominent name around New York racing circles. After he ran the first time, I took him to Saratoga. I was pretty anxious to run him, and then, you know, then he won. So I'm walking back through the paddock, and the press kind of converges on me, and this and that. I said, he just broke his maiden. And they said, yeah, but he ran like 2 or 3 seconds faster than the split, which I didn't realize. When he started his 3-year-old campaign, he ran the Swale. You know, he won that, and, you know, that brought him up here in the Gotham, where he ran a 1/5 of a second off the world record.
Easy Goer.
He ran the Wood Memorial.
Easy Goer leads past 64 by 2, and Rock Point is second. Easy Goer has a lead.
You know, when we got to the Derby, we just got a little bit unfortunate that we caught that type of a track.
Sunday Silence wins this Derby by 2 lengths.
With the Preakness.
Sunday Silence, Easy Goer. Here's the finish. Sunday Silence wins it by a nose.
Belmont. You know, I was in the race to win the Belmont, not trying to keep anybody from winning the Triple Crown. That never went through my mind. And I wanted to win the Belmont not only for the horse, but for Mr. Phipps. And I never won a Classic, so obviously, you know, Shug was involved too. And he came out of the Belmont so good, I wanted to run him in, and we ended up waiting, but we ran him into Whitney. In the New York races, it meant something to us as being me and the Phippses, and races that meant something. I won the Whitney and then came back and won the Travers. The fan base showed up at Saratoga, so I think that they'd probably gotten over the disappointments of the Derby and the Preakness, and it was here we go. It was a good thing, and you know, to get to Saratoga is a special place. The Travers is a special race, and you know, the fans showed up. And they showed up in our corner, and it made it quite a day. And Woodward had been right when we came back. That was whenever the Breeders' Cup preview days.
This is New York's horse. This is America's horse. Easy Goer in front.
You hate to see a horse like that leave, but sometimes it comes time for him to leave. Well, he went in Secretariat stall and Bow Ruler, so you know, he was following quite a legacy there, and all that stuff is, you know, it can be maybe a little corny, but it does mean something. I think that Easy Goer gone on and been able to prove himself. The longer he'd been in stud, the better he would have gotten. There was a lot of Easy Goer shirts. Every now and then I'll see one, and you know, you won't imagine how many people in a year's time will come up to me and say, I became a fan of horse racing because of watching Easy Goer run. Or Easy Goer was my favorite horse. You know, I almost want to say, man, that was 30 years ago. I need another one, you know. But he was very popular, and he was very popular with the people, and in times he still is. It's been a fun ride for me because of it, and took me to places I never thought I would be, you know, and still is.
Well, an incredible horse, and that was one of the great rivalries in the history of this sport. And Easy Goer, his only win over Sunday Silence came on the big stage. It came denying him a Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, I mean, and rivalries really capture people's imaginations, and over the years we've seen it affirmed in Aladar. Aladar being Easy Goer's sire, then Easy Goer Sunday Silence. It really captures fans' imagination. You get in one camp or the other. You're rooting for the horse that's your favorite, making cases for your horse and sometimes excuses for your horse as well. But Sunday Silence was a little bit more cat-like, a little handier than Easy Goer, who they were both so talented, extremely talented racehorses, and it was fun to watch him. And watching the opening of that feature, David Carroll was the exercise rider for Easy Goer, worked for Shug McGaughey. He went on to a successful training career on his own, most recently working as an assistant for Mark Casse. I think he's going on to work for Cherie DeVoe. His son, Declan Carroll, good young rider, just retired recently, you know, fighting weight his entire career, also going to work for Cherie DeVoe, so brings back a lot of memories. When Easy Goer debuted, everybody was talking about Easy Goer. I wasn't hurt. I mean, I wasn't riding. I was hurt. I was in Saratoga. Went to the harness track to watch the race. He was beaten and nosed by a horse named Lorenzoni with Jean Cruguet, and then he came back and really kind of put things together. Really fun time, great rivalry in racing.
We're going to have the Wood Memorial coverage again tomorrow. Begins 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. We know who the Derby favorite is going to be. The guy we're going to show you right now, who's maybe going to be the second choice in the race. Wood Memorial could go a long way in determining that. But, wow, what a performance in the Florida Derby from the 2-year-old champ, showing, don't forget about me, I am back. We'll be back with more show right after this.
Folsom from last to first in the Matt win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front, and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Bet the best Derby preps in one Pick 3 on Saturday, April 6th. The Big 3 Pick 3 combines the Wood Memorial, Bluegrass Stakes, and Santa Anita Derby in one bet. This $3 minimum bet appears as a separate wager online and on track. Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 NYRA Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
There it is, that wall where you can get memorialized if you're able to win the big one, the Wood Memorial, the last Derby prep here in New York, to try and punch that ticket to the first Saturday in May.
Love that wall, great history, love the history of our industry, and Wood Memorial named for Eugene Wood, who was a New York politician who actually was the president and founder of Jamaica Racetrack, which is only about 5 miles from Aqueduct, closed, and Aqueduct assumed those dates. And a lot of people don't realize Saratoga was always awarded 40 racing days. They deferred 16 of those days for years to either run at Jamaica and then later on Aqueduct, because those 16 days handled more than they would handle in Saratoga, and those 16 days would pay for the purses for those 24 days in Saratoga. Obviously, times have changed. Back then, I don't think the Northway was finished. It was quite an arduous journey to get to Saratoga. It wasn't the popular place it's become.
Times have changed, and we have to thank for that town and racetrack still being around, the late great Mary Lou Whitney. But we're looking forward to Saturday. It's going to be a tremendous prep to get this full of a field too on the final stop here in New York on the road to the Derby. Makes it that much more exciting.
Love to see a big field. Everybody looking to stamp their ticket to Louisville. It's basically Saturday's the last major. You still have the Lexington, but
for several of these big name trainers too, with contenders in this race, they've never been to a Derby. Butch Reed with Uncle Heavy, Linda Rice with El Grande O, Christophe Clement with Deterministic, all of them looking to get to a Derby for the first time in their career.
Yeah, and some of them needing points to get there. And then you've got Todd Pletcher, who has just been dominant in Derby preps, 8 Florida Derby victories now, looking for his 8th Wood Memorial victory. Just incredible what he's been able to do. And people might say, well, he's run so many Derby. Hey, he's got 2 Kentucky Derby winners, and he's going to have the favorite, regardless of what happens on Saturday, in the Kentucky Derby in fierceness.
Yeah, we'll get to fierceness here in a moment. Let's talk deterministic for Christophe Clement and what he did off really one of the most talked about debuts at Saratoga last summer, with all that he overcame, all that trouble, didn't get out of the gate very fast at all, was wide, and then this performance, complete opposite, just so professional.
Broke better, put himself in the race the right way, was always traveling in the bridle, and it's such a help for a rider to have a horse up underneath you, taking a hold of the bit, because you can judge, you can gauge how much horse you have underneath you. And Joel Rosario, one of his many gifts as a rider is making as little use of a horse as possible to secure a victory. And he didn't ride deterministic extremely hard. He gave him one reminder with the crop, hands and heels to the wire. This is a very, very nice horse. He's got a pedigree that says he'll stay. He's got a temperament that says he'll stay. And I just love that maturation from his 1 start at 2 to this stellar effort in the Gotham. And I'm expecting another big performance. I'm really excited to see what he does doing the 1 1/8 around 2 turns.
He got a really big figure as well off that 6.5-month layoff, winning that Gotham. Now we'll see if he can handle the 1 1/8 and this next stop to get him to that first Saturday in May. As you said, there's no question who the favorite is going to be. Great to see. I think it just makes the Derby more fun now that the 2-year-old champ is back. He flopped at his 3-year-old debut, but now that the fierceness that we saw on Breeders' Cup Juvenile Day, and probably an even improved version of that, has returned off that Florida Derby performance.
This is a horse having fun. He is just enjoying himself. This is a tour de force. Now, he did have excuses in his debut in the Holy Bull. He did get ping-balled around at the start. But look how easy he's winning. Ears come up, enjoying himself. Johnny Velasquez saving a little something in the tank. There's one issue with fierceness. Anytime he's had to face adversity, he has not run well. And as the saying goes, adversity makes the strong stronger, the weak weaker. In a 20-horse field, he has to work out a trip, at least from what we've seen so far, where he doesn't have to overcome adversity. He may be just fast enough if he breaks clean to put himself in the right spot, and he won't have to face any adversity. But in a 20-horse field, that's a big question mark, isn't it?
It is, and you would expect there's going to be some other speed that's going to be in there to challenge him, but he's not going to have to deal with at least a couple of horses that, you know, usually the Bob Baffert horse of the West Coast, not only are they extremely talented, usually they have good speed too.
Yeah.
He's not going to have to deal with those horses this year because that ban on Bob Baffert's horses won't be able to run in the Derby.
It's a great point. But in a 20-horse field, in a race of the magnitude of the Kentucky Derby, between the field size and everybody wanting position, and it's the Kentucky Derby, you usually get too fast a pace for the distance.
Everyone's more amped up.
Everybody's more amped up, absolutely, and especially in a big field like that. So I think you can count on them going quickly, but I'm also a believer that some horses are better going faster than slower. It was a very slow pace in the Holy Bull, and yes, he did have trouble at the start. He might have been better off still bouncing along, because sometimes when you have a superior talent, make everybody dizzy chasing you.
It's great to see that electrifying performance in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. That was, you know, it's rare to say that the Juvenile is one of the most impressive performances on Breeders' Cup weekend. It probably was. To see him back and then, you know, off a disappointing 3-year-old debut, it's good for the game.
Oh, absolutely. And listen, we may be looking at a generational type talent. I mean, he runs that kind of fast. But you also want, you know, a lot of horses, the way I like to term it, can throw a punch. But a really great horse has to be able to take a punch. Things aren't always going to go your way, and you have to find a way to get it done even under less than optimal conditions.
Take a look at that Kentucky Derby leaderboard presented by Spendthrift. A lot is going to change here after 3 100-point preps to the winner on Saturday in the Bluegrass Wood Memorial and Santa Anita Derby.
It's so cool, and it's so much fun, and, you know, just to see. And it's interesting also, Greg, though, since the way they kind of revamped the point system, and it precludes horses that win sprint races from gaining points, how we haven't seen those blistering, you know, paces as much in the Derby too, right? We've kind of lost the horses like Song and a Prayer that are going to go 44 in age.
Yeah.
You're right. You know, in races where, you know, sprinters could gain a berth, we're not seeing that quite as much, but at the same time, we still get a faster pace for a 1.25 mile race than what you would normally see.
You look at that list, obviously Fierceness now stands alone at the top. Some very interesting names underneath. Forever Young with that UAE Derby performance. He's undefeated 5 for 5. We've never seen a UAE Derby horse really make ever an impact in the Kentucky Derby, but maybe this year there is the horse to do it.
Well, I think he has the kind of ability that makes you think yes. And, you know, he won the UAE Derby, beating technically a 4-year-old, a Southern Hemisphere horse that later in the season. And he also switched leads in the UAE Derby, which he didn't do the start before, and you need to do things properly to get the 1.25 miles.
think we just had another tremor here. We had an earthquake earlier today in New York. I think we had a little aftershock. We're going to say goodbye to those watching on Valley Sports SoCal and San Diego, continuing on FS2. Back with you on America's Day at the races. And going to be a huge Saturday on the road to the Kentucky Derby. Wood Memorial here in New York. Out in Lexington, it's the Bluegrass Stakes. And this is a look at the field that is going to line up Sierra Leone for Chad Brown. Morning line favorite, but just a touch in there for Brad Cox. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin and your thoughts, JK, on the Bluegrass.
Well, obviously a lot of attention's going to go to the two bigger names in this race, Dornoch and Sierra Leone, and deservedly so, right? I mean, they've won pretty important races leading up to this. But there's one horse that's not named Dornoch and Sierra Leone. That's Just a Touch, who I think is pretty interesting. You'll hear me tomorrow talk about how much I love Deterministic in the Wood Memorial, but loving Deterministic has me feeling even more confident about Just a Touch's ability. Just a Touch, this was the first attempt going a route of ground. Not only a route of ground, but going a route of ground in a grade 3 on a sloppy racetrack with a talent like Deterministic in there. Just a Touch just seemed to kind of be getting into stride now. Looked like he was going to finish 4th, maybe 3rd. And right here, he starts to kind of level off. It makes me think that the added distance might actually help Just a Touch. And just that was his first time going that long off of a 35-day break from the debut. Comes in here off a 35-day break, but I feel like he's going to be a little bit more prepared to handle the added distance. And while the top two are going to take a lot of attention, Dornoch and Sierra Leone, in terms of the pari-mutuel interest, I think Just a Touch could be ignored a little bit, and I think he's got a ton of talent that could make some noise tomorrow afternoon at Keeneland.
Strange to think that, I don't know, a horse from that barn is going to get ignored a little bit, but you do have two pretty big names. I mean, Sierra Leone garnering a ton of attention, what he's done to this point, and Dornoch, just with the pedigree and the fact that he's reeled off a couple of impressive wins, and brother to last year's Kentucky Derby winner Mage, he's going to get a ton of attention as well.
It's really interesting, too, with Dornoch, right? Brother winning the Derby the year before, and he's a player because he's a horse that kind of waits on horses. He kind of runs to the level of his competition. Even if you go back to the Remsen and Sierra Leone, who had less seasoning, loomed up, and it was almost like Dornoch had lost interest. And then when he got a challenge, he re-engaged. So he's a horse that maybe won't be eye-catching, but has more in the tank. And I mean, it would be a great story to see brothers winning back-to-back Kentucky Derbies.
It'll be fascinating to see who steps to the forefront on Saturday with these three big preps, and you can play it with a $3 Derby Prep Pick 3, Wood Memorial, Bluegrass, Santa Anita Derby. From Aqueduct, Keeneland, and Santa Anita kicks off at 4:07 Eastern time to play that Derby Prep Pick 3. Final race we have for you this evening, the nightcap from Oaklawn 6 furlong sprint, allowance optional claiming group, where we have an odds-on favorite right now, but some question marks with this heavy favorite, and we'll get to in a moment. We start with Secret Pocket, blinkers on.
Turning back in distance, adding those blinkers from the rail, has to work out a trip.
The coach, Dwayne Lucas, he's going to send Just Steel to the Kentucky Derby. He's got Trackmate here.
A big effort last time. Attended a fast pace and continued and got it done.
11-1. Doug Anderson's our last chance. He is quick. He went gate to wire in a stake at Prairie Meadows back in September.
Coming off that layoff, and we'll see how that Prairie Meadows form does here.
Bohemian Bow, Joey Belmere for Tom Vance, more speed.
Comes out of a nice victory against Arkansas breds in the no double, greatest Arkansas bred in history.
Indeed, we've shown that story on the show several times. Lark's Mischief, another one who wants to be forward.
Add speed to the affair. This horse was claimed 2 back out of the Asmussen barn. Always has speed.
Steve Asmussen with son Keith aboard. Echo again. We skip over, I believe. Here's the even money favorite. This horse, 6 seconds in 12 career starts.
Well, that's the question mark. When a horse starts to accumulate more seconds than wins, and, beating a neck, beating a half length, you start to worry.
There's the 7 Echo again.
Listen, this horse has a race off the bench after trying the Pat Day Mile last year in Churchill, excuse me.
And somewhere out there, Spen Benjamin's the 8 at 12-1 on the board. Paul, your take on Easy Action, short price, obviously talented, usually shows up, but all those seconds, do they give you a bit of a red flag feeling?
Well, of course, yeah, and I think the other part about it, Greg, is there's a lot of speed in this race. So, Easy Action's probably going to have to lay probably off the pace unless Carlos Santana tries to take the bull by the horns and goes right to the front end. I don't know if that can happen here. Last time this horse got caught more to the inside, so maybe a stalking position will help. But at the end of the day, has Easy Action really passed that many horses? Like you said, a lot of second-place finishes, he does battle, when it gets deep in the lane. But even money, just a little too steep for me. I mean, at that price, I get the effort was good last time out, but you got a horse like Trackmate for the coach, who put the blinkers on and just was a completely different animal last time out, and really dug in, like Mig said. So I think that horse is going to show some speed. So I think this race is going to have some speed, and that lands me to the 8, Spen Benjamin's. Every once in a blue moon, this horse comes rolling home, and he needs pace. But I'll tell you one thing, Aaron Shorter has had a mark on this card. He won the mile and 3/16 race. The horse taken off Aaron Shorter just won. And I have a feeling Spen Benjamin's, if this race heats up, he's going to be rolling late. He gets a jockey switch to Martin Schwann, who's a very good jockey. And you know what? My other thing I'm going to tell you guys, don't forget about the coach tomorrow in the Bluegrass as well. Seize the Gray, I remember talking to the coach. He told me, listen, Seize the Gray's doing just as good as Just Steel. And if you look at Seize the Gray, he beat Maximus Mischief, who came back to win here in an unbelievable race. He was 3rd in the Jeff Ruby Stakes on a synthetic track I don't think he liked. And that's the son of Arrogate that's getting better and better. I know he's a big long shot against the other horses, but don't be afraid to use that horse tomorrow if you're betting Keeneland.
Yeah, last time he was on dirt, he was a winner at Oaklawn at the meet, so Paul got an up-close personal look at him. Nick Juarez will ride for the coach in that Bluegrass.
Listen, I never count Wayne Lukas out. If history tells us anything, he's not afraid to take a shot, and sometimes his horses back up his opinion that he thinks that they'll handle these things. So absolutely, I would never count him out.
If you do count him out, you missed out on Lemon Muffin, who is a maiden. Won an Oaks Prep at, I think 27-1. Brought Keith Asmussen his first ever graded stakes victory of his career. And she, with that performance, punched her ticket to the Kentucky Oaks.
All right, so as we're talking and listening to Paul, and listen, the Arrogates seem to get better with racing and distance. And I quickly pulled up this Seize the Gray's pedigree. I won a stake on the Great Grand Dam for Alan Jerkins.
Getting back in history
about
here.
35 years ago.
Wow.
I can find a connection.
What was the stake?
It was the Newcastle Stakes at Belmont, which they don't run anymore, on the turf. But she was a Grade 1 winner on dirt and a graded stakes winner on turf, Alan Jerkins. Boy, do I miss him. Just going back to his barn at feed time and pushing the feed cart, Alan Jerkins, and listening to his stories. And you'd learn so much. You'd glean so much information if you paid attention.
The Chief.
Nobody like him.
6-5 favorite here. A horse for Norm Cassie, who has 6 seconds, 12 career starts. The numbers, he keeps running huge effort after huge effort. But again, half the time he's come up short, and you start seeing those runner-up finishes accumulate. And this is a tough race here. I guess the best thing is he doesn't have to be. He gets the cozy outside post, and he doesn't have to be in the lead.
Doesn't have to be in the lead. Should get run of the race from the outside. But the 6 seconds compared to 2 wins is something you have to look at. Some horses are a little more herd-bound than others.
Yeah, does he have that killer instinct? Maybe not. See if he can get it done here. 3rd off the bench, 3rd start of his 4-year-old season. Finale. Friday card here from Oaklawn. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
Easy Action, your current even money favorite for the Leblong family and Norm Cassie. We're ready to go. And they're off. Good start from the Arkansas bred. Bohemian Bow up on the pace in the early stages. Lark's Mischief, a neck off, hounding him. And on the inside, Our Last Chance is moving up to come and challenge those front runners. Easy Action right off of them. A length off the lead here in the 4th position on the outside. A gap of 2 to the 2 grays. Echo again. And Trackmate, Spen Benjamins, will attempt to do his best running later. Secret Pocket alongside of him. They approach the 4-turn run. Bohemian Bow, Lark's Mischief, side by side as they go into the turn. Our Last Chance has retreated. He's already called it an afternoon. Trackmate, Echo again, and Easy Action, the favorite, 3 deep. Those 3 are about 2 off the lead as they approach the top of the lane. Spen Benjamin, 6 behind, needs to get going. And then Secret Pocket, top of the stretch. Lark's Mischief, Bohemian Bow. Lark's Mischief in the white blaze, kicks away from Bohemian Bow second. Trackmate third. Easy Action doesn't look like he's going to hit the board here as he's plummeted back and beaten. It's still Lark's Mischief, but here's Trackmate on the outside in the Calumet Farm colors. Trackmate pulling away for Rafael Bejarano and the coach, Dwayne Lucas. Trackmate by 3. Lark's Mischief second. Echo again third. And somehow Our Last Chance, who plummeted to the back of the field around the 4th turn, ended up completing that superfecta.
Dwayne Lucas, the legendary coach, racking up another win here. Trackmate with Rafael Bejarano. So good to see him back.
Yeah, after that scary fall earlier, and he a little further off the pace this time, took the kickback, rallied inside, made room, and found a nice trip and got it done.
That is it for our program. We will see you tomorrow. Again, our coverage begins 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. That coverage starts on FS1 for Wood Memorial Saturday. We will look forward to it. It'll be a fantastic Saturday of action. Deterministic. Can he back up that Gotham performance and get the win and punch his ticket to the Derby? Tuscan Sky, one of 2 chances for Pletcher to bring him an 8th, and Uncle Heavy trying to bring Butch Reed, the Withers winner, his first ever Kentucky Derby starter, all trying to collect that trophy on Saturday.